Ladies and gentlemen, good morning or afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome to the 2022 Global Business Frontier Forum. My name is Yoon Mirine, and I have the pleasure of being your MC for today. Today's forum is held under the theme, An Open Innovations Hub City in a Free Economic Zone. And it's designed to provide an opportunity to share different ideas and also good practices to foster an innovation ecosystem for the health and bio industry. In light of the ongoing pandemic, we have prepared a hybrid event that combines both in-person and virtual presentations. Joining us virtually from overseas are Ms. Susan Chase, Vice President of Bio Innovation Labs, or BioLabs, from Boston, United States, and Dr. Namiko Yamashita, Business Development and Licensing Manager of Boehringer Ingelheim, Japan. To briefly walk you through the order of the events for today, the forum will begin with an opening ceremony and a keynote speech, followed by session 1 and session 2. For those of you who cannot join us in person, please tune into Korea Bio's Bio TV YouTube channel for the live streaming of this event, available both in Korean and English. As for our live audience here, simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout the event. So please tune your receiver into channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. I would also appreciate if you could please set your mobile phones to vibrate mode. Thank you. With that, we start the opening ceremony of the 2022 Global Business Frontier Forum. First of all, I'd like to invite IFAS Commissioner, Mr. Kim Jin-yong, to the podium for opening remarks. Please give him a warm welcome.
안녕하십니까? 반갑습니다.
Good morning. It is great to see you all. I am Kim Jin-young, Commissioner of Incheon Free Economic Zone.
2022 글로벌 비즈니스 프런티어 포럼
We
행사에
sincerely welcome
참석해주신
domestic and foreign
국내외
VIPs,
기빈
citizens who attended
시민
the
여러분을
2022
진심으로
Global Business
환영합니다.
Frontier Forum.
이번 국제 포럼 개최를 위해 많이 애써주신
I would like to express my deepest
고한승
gratitude to Go Han-seung,
한국
President of Korea
또
Biotechnology
인천
Industry
경제자유구역
Organization, for his
발전과
hard work in
혁신
hosting
세계
this international
조성에
forum, and
한결같은
to
지원과
the
성원을
Incheon
보내주시는
Technopark and Shinhan
인천
Square Bridge Incheon
테크노파크와
officials
신한
for their
스퀘어
unwavering
브릿지
support
인천
and effort for
경제자
the development of the
깊이
Incheon
감사의
Free Economic
말씀을
Zone
드립니다.
and the creation of an innovative
특히
ecosystem.
기조 연설을 해주실 미국
In
보스턴
particular, I would
렉센트럴
like to
관계사
thank Susan
바이오
Chase,
이노베이션
Vice
랩스의
President of Business
비즈니스
of
부문
Bio Innovation Labs
부사장님이신
and
수잔
affiliate
체이스님,
of Lab
주제
Central
발표와
in
토론에
Boston, USA,
참여해
for giving
모든
the
분들께
keynote speech,
감사의
and
말씀을
everyone who
드립니다.
participated in the presentation and discussion on
인천
the topic.
경제자유구역은 지난 19년 동안
In the past 19 years, the Incheon Free Economic Zone has
대작의
attracted
70%를 차지하는
$14.1 billion,
140억
which
달러를
account
유치하며
for
투자
70%
유치에도
of the
모델을
accumulated
제시하는
foreign
등
direct
세계가
investment in
주목하는
Korea's
경제
free economic
자유구역으로
zone,
성장하고
and is
있습니다.
growing as a free economic
특히
zone, attracting
성도
global
국제도시
attention by
바이오
presenting a
산업이
role
얻은
model for
성과는
investment attraction.
실로 놀랍습니다.
Especially the
바이오 분야
achievements of the bio industry in
산하경제기관
Songdo
90여 개,
International City are truly
고용 규모
remarkable. About 90
9,700여
industry,
명,
university,
지난해
research
기존 매출액
institutions
약
in
6조
the
원,
bio sector,
최근
employing
5년간
about
우리나라 의약품
9,700 people, sales of
47%
about 6 trillion won
바이오 산업이
as of last year,
인천
and
경제
47%
자유구역의
of Korea's
도약의
pharmaceutical export
견인차라는 것을
over the past
잘
5 years
보여주고
show
있습니다.
that the bio industry is the driving force behind Incheon Free Economic Zone's leaping forward. In this regard, I expect that today's forum will be a meaningful place to explore the direction that the Incheon Free Economic Zone bio-healthcare industry should take from a global perspective. In addition, as the development of the free economic zone is shifting from development and investment attraction to innovative growth and the creation of an industrial ecosystem, it is even more meaningful in that it shares the city's development experience and knowledge with innovative growth-based institutions. I hope that at today's forum, good opinions and various policy proposals will come out that can help Incheon Free Economic Zone to become an open innovation-based city and help the development of the biohealthcare industry. Lastly, I would like to express my special gratitude to all those involved in the preparation of the event, and I wish everyone in attendance today full health and good fortune. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, I'm pleased to tell you that the mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City, Mr. Yoo Jung-bok, sent us a very special message. So why don't we take a look?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Yoo Jung-bok, Mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City. First of all, congratulations on hosting the Global Business Frontier Forum in 2022. I'd also like to express my deepest gratitude to Commissioner Kim Jin-young of the Incheon Free Economic Zone and domestic and foreign experts who will give presentations and discussions and distinguished guests from home and abroad. I recall that in 2016, we presented a new vision of IFES, which is the Global Business Frontier, and asked IFES to be a pioneer in opening the era of Incheon sovereignty where citizens are happy. IFES will be reborn as a key area of the new Hong Kong City project to make Incheon world-class city where citizens are happy. We will establish Incheon Global Circle that combines Yeongjong, Songdo, and Cheongna economic free zones and quickly promote projects such as attracting domestic and foreign financial companies, investment institute, and multinational companies, and fostering biosemiconductor, robot, and new hydrogen industries. With infinite potential and competitiveness, we Incheon will move forward as an open innovation hub city that opens a new horizon for the global economy beyond Korea, centering on IFES, which boasts the most successful operating model among the 9 free economic zones in Korea. The forum plans to discuss the direction of open innovation in the biohealthcare industry through an invitation session by the Korea Bio with innovative players such as industry, academia, research, and hospitals. I hope that all of you attending today's forum will draw a new future for Incheon, which will lead the open innovation of biohealthcare. Congratulations once again on hosting the forum, and Incheon City will also work hard to put the plans you have drawn nicely into policies. Thank you.
Now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Go Han-seung, President of the Korea Biotechnology Industry Organization, for his congratulatory message. Let's give him a warm welcome.
I am Go Han-seung, President of the Korea Biotechnology Industry Organization. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, it's been 2 years since I've been events such like this, so I am very flattered and feel happy. And especially the Commissioner IFES, I knew him from the very beginning of the establishment of our relationship, so it is really great to see him again. IFES is very important. So far, it has put a lot of efforts to establish many companies and organizations, so Century and Samsung Biologics, 동아XT and Samsung Bioapis, other representative companies are already becoming resident companies. And by 2025, one other big company plans to move its research center to this zone. So ecosystem is very important. So especially in the bio field, one company cannot just do everything independently. That's the characteristics, and also we have such a huge scale of industry. That's why we need to do the cooperation. In the COVID-19 era, companies with well-prepared directions, they grew a lot. So they told us that if we prepare well, then the crisis becomes the opportunities. This was very good opportunity. So bio industry is very popular, but we are not the only one who thinks so. In the world, all countries, they all trying to raise bio industry, and governments trying to give a lot of benefits and the support. I am also the representative of the BioApis, the president, and most meeting request was from the overseas that they wanted us to do the investment on their project. So we, Korea, must make the best efforts and do the fair play game to achieve our dream. And I believe IFES is the leading one to achieve this dream. So open innovation hub is our direction, and I think this is very important. So far, we have focused on the large companies and enterprises, but from now on, we need to include mid-sized companies and the startups as well, so that we can put all our efforts together to make the growth. So 10 years later, IFES will have such a great growth in the future, and everyone in the world will see us as the center of the bio industry. So through today's forum, I hope many people will give us the good opinions and ideas, and I hope we can just check all these ideas and re-establish ourselves for the future development. Thank you for today's event, IFES personnel and other panelist presenters who are going to give us a lot of good ideas. Thank you very much. I hope we have a great result today and will become the basis for our future development. Once again, thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Go. At this point, we'd like to take a photo of the co-hosts of today's event. So could I ask Commissioner Kim Jin-yong and President Ko Han-sung to the podium for this commemorative photo? 네, 잠시 기념 촬영이 있겠습니다. 청장님과 회장님은 단상으로 올라와 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 회장님 죄송하지만 마스크를 잠깐 벗어주실 수 있을까요? 예, 감사합니다.
You can take your mask off.
네, 감사합니다. Now allow me to introduce our keynote speaker who will be joining us virtually. It's Ms. Susan Chase, Vice President of Bioinnovation Labs from Boston. Biolabs and Lab Central represent the largest network of shared lab facilities for life science innovators in key innovation clusters around the world. Ms. Chase manages lab expansion and project management, as well as the innovation consulting practice. Today, she'll discuss the open innovation strategy in the bio-healthcare industry and innovative city. I believe we already have her on the line, so Ms. Chase, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, and welcome everyone. Thank you so much to our hosts, Incheon IFAS, as well as the Korea Biotech Organization for inviting actually our CEO, Dr. Johannes Fruhoff, to speak with you all today. He was very honored to be asked and wishes he could be with you. Unfortunately, his presence is required at some pre-events for a conference for the Galleon Foundation in New York City, where I am this evening as well. The Galleon Foundation is the premier global institution dedicated to honoring innovators in life sciences. Biolabs and Lab Central were very pleased to be selected amongst an amazing group of organizations in the newest category for incubators. This is for the 2022 Galleon USA Awards. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on his behalf. I'm pleased to share how we believe in an open and innovative ecosystem developed over the 25 years in the Boston-Cambridge market, launched in industry, and how it is adapting to serve the companies of today as they move along through every step in their pipeline. Massachusetts and Boston and Cambridge boast a proud history of innovation. This world-class region is home to institutions, medical centers, hospitals, all who provide a strong basis for sourcing and developing scientific and clinical innovations. The region is also home to thousands of companies who sit at the convergence of biopharm, medtech, digital, consumer technology solutions, and the service industry that supports them all. They're paving the way to improve prevention of diseases, the delivery of patient care, driving greater healthcare provider engagement, and treating diseases in fundamentally new ways. This aerial view of Cambridge in 1969 and then in 2015 demonstrates the extraordinary commitment of the public and private partnerships that transformed Kendall Square over the last 40-plus years. This is into a vibrant, active, world-class region. Today, construction continues. You would find, if you were in Kendall Square today, many cranes hard at work in building the newest generation of scientific buildings. These efforts are significantly funded by public and private partnerships. These include those with academic institutions, the federal government, the local and state governments, as well as private developers. But before this extraordinary growth, and long before the existence of a shared lab space, our founder Johannes in the early 2000s was experiencing what so many before him had encountered, and what we believe today forms the basis of the necessary elements to grow and sustain a biotech sector. We identify 8 key elements that we believe were either present, emerging, or developed in the Massachusetts ecosystem that form the foundation for a sustainable, science-based ecosystem. As you see, they are scientific excellence and academic and research institutions, supportive tech transfer and commercialization policies and practices, availability of talent, including STEM education and diversity programs, lab space, industry support, funding, and government support. In the time that we have today, we'll look at these elements, their impact, and how they may serve as a guidepost for the further and future development of the K-Bio Lab Hub. When Johannes came to came to Cambridge from Germany, he found a rich academic and research community, a state brimming with brilliant minds, just awakening to the opportunity to collaborate and share their research with the world. The innovators, of course, had always been there, but together with the institutions, they needed to work to open and share access to patent information, scientific and technical literature, search tools and databases, and make much more effective use of these resources to promote innovation, technology transfer, commercialization, and utilization of their technologies. A recognized leader in this area is the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I was recently in the Netherlands with a group of delegation from Massachusetts. The principal from MIT, from the MIT Tech Transfer Office, emphasized to the group that the university has a strong desire to, as he said it in quotes, get the word out and get the research out of the university. And he said their practices all support the students, faculty, and industry collaborations. I highlight here the link to the MIT Tech Transfer Office. I encourage everyone to visit. Massachusetts is also home to a high concentration of research hospitals, where healthcare startups can take advantage of the growing emphasis on technology, real-time information to help assess novel ways to treat and diagnose patients, provide much more affordable care options, and quicken the pace of drug discovery and development. As you see from this slide, on the bottom are the many, some, I should say, of the medical institutions that make up this rich, vibrant connection between academic institutions and medical facilities. Thirdly, is industry in Kendall Square. These two graphics show the density of companies that have chosen to pay the highest rents almost in the whole country, sometimes in suboptimal buildings, because after all, these are, some of them, 40-year-old buildings, to be near and to interact with this unique ecosystem. Why, you might ask? Well, I was recently with the head of innovation with Bayer, and he put it simply to me. He said, formal ties to pharma strongly correlate with startup success at the preclinical and clinical stages. I believe pharma mentoring at these early stages builds trust and offers strategic insights. We have to be there, he said. We have to be embedded with the startups. This slide shows how the big pharma's trend is to rely on external innovation and connect with early stage companies. How have we solved for this? This is how Biolabs and Lab Central have solved for it. We have employed a structured way for these companies to interact with our community. Beginning in 2013, we invited some early adopters to become sponsors of our sites. Today, that list has ballooned to over 100 pharmaceutical companies, equipment manufacturers, and service providers. And they all have one thing in common, a strategic interest in interacting with our community of companies. This is for today and also for tomorrow. The next important aspect in an ecosystem is talent. And I'm sure you're seeing the same things that we are, that there is lack of talent in our market. The need for medical innovation has only grown, forcing startups to compete across all industries for a limited supply of in-demand, highly skilled talent. We found that failing to win this race for those skills will be costly to these companies. But we also have observed that a strong focus on the talent experience is important and critical. Offering purposeful workplace culture is important, creating meaningful benefits, allowing for flexibility, accurate compensation, paying attention to the well-being, and investing in DEI strategies, diversity, equity, and inclusion, can all help companies stand out. Reskilling and upskilling talent will also be essential to combat talent scarcity and demonstrate how much organizations value their people. This slide demonstrates the significant growth in the Massachusetts market and the need for creative thinking as entrepreneurs know that their growth isn't possible without sufficient access to talent. They are buying talent, they are building skills from within, and they are sharing talent, borrowing that expertise from their peers. To assist with this effort, in December 2017, as part of Lab Central's 700 Main Street expansion and partnership with New England Biolabs, the Lab Central Learning Lab was founded. The Learning Lab provides a dedicated space for STEM education and teacher training. And in 2022, Lab Central launched Lab Central Ignite. This is the first and only of its kind platform that addresses systemic racial and gender bias in talent across the life sciences and the biotech industry. From labs to leadership and from the STEM student pipeline to the entrepreneurs advancing life-changing innovations. Lab Central's partnering with the Mass Life Science Group and their program called Next Generation Initiative. This is a program for women-led companies in life sciences. Through a range of equity-driven programs and a growing member network of industry startups, higher ed, and nonprofits, Ignite will connect with underrepresented students, talent, and innovators to support interaction with academic, technical skill building, mentoring, job placement, and board and leadership in preparation for opportunities that will fuel biodiversity and inclusivity and transform, hopefully, people's careers. Equally important, of course, is funding. Most funding for early-stage startup venture doesn't emanate from the venture funding or broker-dealer-led private placements, but instead comes from a combination of government and quasi-government funding sources, such as in the U.S., the NIH, National Institute of Health, and private individuals commonly referred to as angels. Attracting multiple sources of funding is key to building and sustaining an emerging ecosystem. Contributions from government, private equity, industry, academic, and healthcare organizations are all critical to signaling the legitimacy of the project and the local ventures that choose to locate there. This slide shows just a sample of the organizations who have invested in biolabs and Lab Central companies. And finally, the most important, space and functionality. As you know, successful co-working facilities have been built for many aspiring companies in many centers of innovation. But leading up to 2010, there had been a paucity of laboratory spaces for biotech. Beginning in 2009, our founder, Johannes, had been frustrated by watching his precious research dollars going towards sourcing, negotiating, and building out his own lab space. This frustrating, complex, and time-consuming experience led him to think, how can we do this better? Cambridge Biolabs was born.
그래서 캠브리지 바이오 랩이 탄생을 하게 된
It was a
것입니다.
first of its kind offering in Kendall Square.
최초로 캔달 스퀘어에서 이런
At
랩이
first, the idea was
구축되었습니다.
just to rent a few extra
우선 그
benches.
당시
But
아이디어를
what came
보시면
next
여러
is the
벤처
extraordinary
기업들이
journey
도와준
that led
것이었습니다.
us to
하지만
this
더
conversation
나아가서
today.
이렇게 긴 여정을 걸을 수
Let's
있도록
take a
많은
peek at what
기업을
conditions
도와주자라는
existed to support
그런
this
계획을
transformation.
수립을 하게 되었습니다. 그 결과로
After
많은
operating
변화가
Cambridge
있었습니다.
Biolabs for 2 years, Johannes went looking for
요하네스
funding
창업자에서는
to build a
창업자는
bigger, more
펀딩을
extensive
통해서
shared
더
laboratory.
공간을 확대를 하자라는
He couldn't get
계획을
anyone's
하게
attention.
되었습니다. 그 당시에는
They all
아무도
said he
관심을
was
보이지
crazy
않았죠. 다
and it would
미쳤다라고
never work.
얘기했었습니다.
But as
절대로
fate would
효과가
have it,
없을
the state of
거다라고
Massachusetts
얘기했었습니다.
had
하지만
already put
매사추세츠
a
주와
solution
여러 가지
in
협상을 거쳐
motion.
솔루션을 내놓게 되었습니다.
In June of
네,
2008,
그래서
amidst the
2008년도
great
6월
economic
달에
downturn in the United States, the
미국에서
governor of Massachusetts signed into
매사추세츠
legislation
주지사가
a
법안으로
10-year,
서명을 하게
$1 billion
되었습니다.
investment
10년 계획,
in
그리고
Massachusetts
10년 계획을
life
통해서
sciences.
매사추세츠
This
생명과학
landmark event
기술계에서 10억
culminated a
달러를
year's worth
투자하겠다라는
of
법안에
efforts put
투자를
forth
하게
by the
서명을 한
governor and the
것입니다.
legislature
바로
to draft an
주지사와
innovative
그리고
new
의원들께서
initiative to
새로운
expand life sciences
이니셔티브에
in
대해서
our
서명을 한
Commonwealth.
것입니다. 바로
This
생명과학의
included a
발전을 위한
comprehensive
것입니다.
plan to
여기는
promote life
종합적인
sciences
계획이 포함이 되어
across all
있습니다.
facets and
생명과학의
stages of the sector,
발전을 위해서
from as
여러
early as middle
단계별로
and high school
지원을 해주겠다는
classrooms
것입니다.
to workforce
이것은
development,
단순히
academic
학교에만
research,
제한이 되는 것이 아니라요.
commercialization to
중학교,
globally competitive
고등학교,
businesses
대학교
that
그리고
would
산업계에
provide
대한
high-paying
전반적인
jobs
투자를
for workers
의미하는
in the
것입니다.
state.
그래서 많은
The governor
인재들이
very
그
smartly
임금을
assigned
받을 수
this
있는
effort
그런
to
직장에
the
취업을 할 수
Massachusetts Life
있도록
Science Center,
지원을
a
하는
new
그런
center that
계획도
would be
포함이 되고
formed
있습니다.
with the
그
authority
결과로
and
새로운 센터가
responsibility
설립이
to
되었습니다.
implement comprehensive new
여기서는
programs
포괄적인 새로운
and investments to
프로그램을
promote the state
총괄을 하는
as
그런
a global
센터가
leader.
되겠습니다. 그것은 바로 인재들을
It was
글로벌
also
리더로
governed by a
만들겠다라는
7-member board
것입니다.
of state
그리고
officials,
7명의
but also,
그런
importantly,
의원들로
included leaders
이사진으로
in
구성이
academic
되었습니다.
and
예를 통해서
industry.
바로 학계와 산업계를 전반적으로 아우르는 그런 계획이 되겠습니다.
Beginning in 2009, the governor provided $20 million
2009년도에
to
주지사가
the
2천만
MLSC to fund its activities and grant awards for the 12-month period beginning on July 1st, 2009.
그리고 MLSC에서는요,
A limited amount of this funding
펀드를 조성을 하게
was
되었습니다.
used by MLSC to support
그래서
its administrative
MLSC에서는요,
activities,
여러 가지
but the
관련된
large
활동을
majority
지원하기 위해서 이런 기금을
were
마련하게
to
되었습니다. 대부분의 기금은요,
stimulate the Massachusetts
바로
platform for life
매사추세츠 플랫폼
sciences and
생명과학을
encourage
위한
companies to
플랫폼을
locate and
구성을
grow
하고
here.
여러 기업들이 이 지역에 입주를
Secondly,
하면서
was to
투자하기
accelerate the
위해서
commercialization of
기금이 활용이
groundbreaking
되었습니다.
new
두
therapies
번째는
and
돌파구적인
technologies.
치료법과 그런 기술에
They
대해서
invited
투자를
private
하기 위해서 활용이
investment,
되었고요. 그리고 민간
and they promoted
투자로
workforce
받았습니다.
development.
그리고 인력
And
개발을
very
위한
importantly, they
자금도
encouraged
투자되었습니다.
students to
그리고
pursue
또한 가장
careers in the
중요한
life
것은요, 바로
sciences.
학생들이 생명공학
All of
쪽으로
this fit
이런
very
커리어를 바로
well
추구할 수
into
있도록 많은
Johannes's
투자를
plan.
했습니다. 이것은 요하네스
He
창업자의
eventually was a
계획과
recipient
계획과
of
맥을
3 grants
닿았습니다.
from MLSC.
그리고
First,
MLSC를
a
통해서
$5 million grant to
세
support
그랜트를
the
제공을 하게
renovation
되었습니다.
of 700 Main Street, the first Lab Central
네,
location.
첫 번째로는
Then an
센트럴
expansion
랩이 입주해
to a
있는
total of
그런 지역에
100,000
대해서 상당히
square
많은
feet.
자금을 투자를
And
해서
then most
레노베이션을 하게
recently,
되었습니다.
another
최근에는요,
tranche of money to go
또
towards
다른 많은 자금을
238.
투자를 했습니다. 그래서 여러 가지 자본 투자를 생명과학 분야 인프라스트럭처를 위해서 단행을 했습니다.
The first phase is Lab Central
네, 첫
700.
번째
And for those of you who haven't visited, I would very much welcome you to come to Cambridge
분들께는요,
and
꼭
visit.
한번 와보시라라고 말씀을 드리겠습니다.
It was a repurposed 30,000 square foot
네,
Pfizer space,
7만 스퀘어
and it was
피트,
launched in
평방피트에 달하는 상당히
2013
넓은
with
공간에 대해서
industry
레노베이션을
partners
하게
Eppendorf,
되었습니다.
Roche,
그리고 60개에서
Triumvirate,
70개 입주
and
기관이
Johnson &
지금
Johnson
입주를 했습니다.
Innovation.
네, 존슨앤존슨 이노베이션
Johannes
포함이
designed and
되었습니다.
built shared lab
요하네스가 이런
spaces,
쉐어랩
installing
스페이스에
the now
대해서 개념을
iconic
만들고
science
그리고
on
여러 가지
display.
설계를 했습니다.
And the photograph that you're looking at
네,
here
지금
is
사진을
the
보고
welcoming
계신데요. 보시면은
area as
바로
you come
리셉션 공간이
into
되겠습니다.
Lab Central,
바로
where you
랩센터에
have
오시는
full
분들을 위해서
visibility
환영을
into
해주는
the
그런
shared
공간이
lab
됩니다.
space.
그래서 이런 공유 랩에 대해서
Each
가시성을
of our
제공해주는 그런
spaces
공간이
has
되겠습니다.
lots of glass,
모든 공간에 보시면
community,
상당히 유리가 많습니다.
and,
유리
as
재질로
Johannes is fond
구축이
of saying,
되었습니다. 이를
positive
통해서
friction.
바로
In other
서로 간에
words,
입주 기관들 간에
making
긍정적인
wider
영향을
hallways so
주도록 하는
people have an
것입니다.
opportunity
그렇기
to
때문에
bump into each other
여기
and
있는
have a
입주
casual
기관들이 서로
conversation
간에 이렇게
outside of their lab. He expanded 700 with an additional grant in 2018, and this space is now over 100,000. Expanding on this concept, Johannes was approached by the Harvard Business School in 2017, and together they launched the Pagliuca Harvard Life Lab. This is a 15,000 square foot wet lab space exclusively designed for Harvard spin-outs. With never one to sit still, Johannes launched Lab Central 610. In 2017, the space was designed for companies growing into their next stage with larger private suites, shared
좀 더
equipment,
큰
and large
수익
community
구고요. 그리고 더
spaces.
많은 커뮤니티 스페이스와 장비를 지원하게
And
되는
more
공간이었습니다.
recently,
그리고
in
더 최근 자료를 보면요.
2022, just a few weeks ago,
2022년에
Lab
몇
Central
주 전에
launched
랩 센트럴이
238 Main,
238
100,000 square foot
연구국
process development
시설을
lab,
만들었습니다.
launched with
10만
support
스퀘어피트고요.
again from the
12에서
MLSC
15개
and
레지던트 컴퍼니가
Astellas
들어갔고요.
Pharmaceuticals.
그래서 아스텔라 파마스티컬
Lab Central has received 15 million in grants from the MLSC, and they have recognized that this was the best investment
더
that
많은
they have
규모의
made
인베스트먼트를
over the life
받았고요.
of the fund.
그래서 펀드가 역대
Now let's hear
최고
from Johannes
금액으로
in a video
들어갔다고 말했습니다. 자, 그러면 이제
about
이번
his journey.
쪽을 비디오 영상으로 살펴보면서 어떻게 진행되는가를
Welcome to Lab
살펴보겠습니다.
Central. Here we have 65 startup companies in one of our biggest labs. This is in a historic building in the heart of Kendall Square in Cambridge. One of the notable inventors here was
지금 동영상은 통역
150
서비스가 제공되지
It was
않습니다.
Alexander Graham Bell who invented the telephone here. But today we have fantastic new innovators who come up with new ideas in biology and medicine. This is our open lab. Here we have 30 lab benches for rent, and currently they're used by 20 different companies. So they're all pretty small, but by coming here, they can get started with science immediately, and they don't have to spend a lot of money on lab equipment because they can access all of our equipment, which is worth millions of dollars. Saves them time and money. The advantage of being in a fully furnished lab is significant for companies because they can meet other peers and learn from them, and also get their science done much faster than having to build out their own space first. This is our sponsor wall. We work very closely with pharmaceutical and equipment companies to provide our labs and to give opportunity for our startups to work very closely with their strategic partners that they need as they develop their business. One of the key elements at Biolabs and Lab Central is that we create community. We don't just create functional spaces, but also community of people. Today you don't see anybody because it's weekend. But normally this place is a buzz with people, and they can meet and mingle and make new content. This is where we teach middle and high schoolers the principles of modern synthetic biology. And we find this is very inspiring for them because they're just down the hall from where commercial science is happening to invent the newest drugs and solutions. Welcome to Lab Central 238. This is our newest lab. This is a facility that we purpose-built for companies working in the cell and gene therapy space if they need help with manufacturing and process development. facility, we have various types of equipment to help companies develop, scale up, and process development for biomanufacturing. For example, these fermentation vessels, but also a whole host of assays for their analytical development. At Biolabs and Lab Central, we understand our role to provide lab functionality for our startups, but also community. And of course, these places, the cafes and the common spaces are such an important component of that. And as you see, we love the color. It brings a lot of energy and fun into our spaces.
Thanks so much, Yvette.
네, 정말 잘 보았습니다. 감사합니다.
Also adding to
자, 그리고
our
여기에
portfolio is
포트폴리오를
the Biolabs
더하자면요,
network. So
바이올랩스입니다.
there
지금
we
현재
have
작동하고
three
있는 건데요.
groups that
세
work
개의
together.
그룹이
One is Lab
있습니다.
Central,
함께
then
일하고 있는
Biolabs,
랩센트럴
and then
바이올랩스,
NBC
그다음에
Biolabs,
MBC 바이올랩스가
located in
있습니다.
San Francisco.
샌프란시스코에
The
위치하고
Biolabs
있는데요.
network, in
바이올랩스
addition to
네트워크는
the Lab Central network,
랩센트럴
which now
네트워크에
numbers
더해서
5 as of last
지금
week, another
지난주별로
unit
5개가
has just been
되겠죠.
opened in
하나의
collaboration with the
유닛이
Harvard Medical
열려서 하버드
School.
메디컬 스쿨과 함께
Is the
콜라보레이션을
Biolabs
진행했습니다.
network.
바이올랩
As you can see
쪽입니다.
here,
그래서 여기서
we
보시면
currently
아시겠지만은
are
지금
operating
현재
sites on the East
작동
Coast
운영 중인
of the United
사이트가
States, the
보입니다.
West
미국의
Coast,
동북
also in the
쪽에
middle.
있고
We
그다음에
recently opened
서부
Dallas,
쪽 그리고 중부 쪽에도
and
있습니다.
we will
달래스
open
그게 최근에
Chicago
열었고요.
a
그리고
little bit later this
시카고는
year.
올해 말쯤에
We also
열릴
opened during
예정입니다.
the pandemic,
그리고 팬데믹 중에
Heidelberg and Paris, and then we will be opening a
파리
separate site in
쪽과 뭐 유럽
collaboration with
쪽에서도
Servier
열었고요. 그다음에
Pharmaceuticals in
세르비에
Saclay, France,
파마스티컬 쪽과
at the beginning of
그다음에
next year.
사클레이 프랑스 쪽과 함께
And I'm
협업을
pleased to
내년
also
초부터 진행할
add
예정입니다.
that
그리고
we have
여기에
a
또 더하고 싶은
collaboration
것은
agreement with
콜라보레이션
ICON
동의가
in
이루어졌는데
Kawasaki.
카우스키
This was
아이콘
recently launched in
쪽과
August, and they will
결정이
be
되었습니다.
accepting
그리고
new
이것은
companies
이제
in that site
8월에
over the
시행으로
next few
열렸는데
months.
향후
We're really
몇
proud of our
개월 동안 새로운
network and
사이트가
how it all
작동이 될
works
예정입니다.
together.
이게 얼마나
Johannes
협업이 잘
set out
이루어지는지
at the
굉장히
very
자랑스러울
beginning to
겁니다.
make
요하네스
sure
사업은
that scientific
처음부터
innovators
이제
would have connections
과학적인
with other
혁신자들이
peers all
다른
over the world.
동료분들과 전 세계적으로 네트워크가
It is very
연결되었기를
clear that our
바라고
strategy
있었습니다. 그래서
is to
저희들의 전략이
create
굉장히 분명한 것이
these unique
이러한 독특한
locations
로케이션을
in already emerging
만들어내고
biotech centers
바이오테크
all over the
센터들을
world.
전 세계적으로 끌어들여서 함께 협업을 해나가는 것입니다.
I close my formal part of the
자,
presentation
제
with this slide.
발표의 마지막을 이
It's one of my
슬라이드로
favorites.
장식하겠습니다. 제가 가장
It
좋아하는
shows
사진
a
중
group
하나인데요.
of founders and their teams in front of Lab Central.
창업자들에 대한
It
사진이고
reminds
랩센트럴
me
쪽
of
앞에서
the
찍은
decades
것입니다. 이
of
사진을
commitment and
보면요,
hard work
수십 년
that have
동안의
made Kendall Square
노력과 기여를
the global
생각하게 합니다.
powerhouse that
그래서
it is.
지금
And the
현재 글로벌
reason that
파워하우스가
we work
될
so
수
hard.
있었던
We
이유,
celebrate
그리고
a
저희들이
culture of
성공을
creativity
위해서
and
노력하는 이유를
innovation,
보여줍니다.
and we
창의성,
hope to
혁신을 위해서
spark
노력을
some new
경주하고
thinking.
있고요. 그리고
And we
이렇게 함으로써
rejoice
새로운
and
생각을
share in all
끌어들이고
the successes
이 모든
of our
성공을
resident companies.
저희들의 상주 기업들과 함께 공유하기를
Thank you
기대하고
again
있습니다.
for
다시
including this in
한번
this very
감사
important
인사를 드립니다. 이
event.
굉장히 중요한 이벤트에 오늘 초대해 주셔서 감사 인사드립니다.
And I would be happy to take any
자,
questions.
이제 질문이 있으시다면 받겠습니다.
Thank you, Ms. Chase. I think you've highlighted some of the very useful points that could be highly relevant in creating the K-Biolab hub here in Songdo. With that, I would like to open the floor for a quick Q&A session. If you have any questions for Ms. Chase, please raise your hand. Our staff will bring over the mic to you. 네, 잠시 질의응답이 있겠습니다. 체이스 부사장님께 질문이 있으신 분들은 손을 들어주시면 저희 스태프가 마이크를 가져다 드리겠습니다. 네, 저 뒤편에 계신 분이요. 동시 통역이 준비되어 있으니까요. 한국어와 영어 중 편하신 언어로 질문해 주시면 되겠습니다.
Jeffrey from the China Square Bridge Engine. So yes, I would really love to visit the your lab. I think it looks beautiful. Hoping they have a nice parking place as well. I heard it's very hard to park in Cambridge. Well, first of all, yes, we have a very similar business model. Our organization, we incubate the startup more than 155 in all Korea. And recently, we thought it was important to bring the equality, the access, the luxury that we are enjoying right now, the lifestyle. So we have recently launched the China Square Bridge in Vietnam, so that we can bring up the equality, and then we'll maybe having equal access for Vietnamese to enjoy the life science technology. So I was wondering, during your presentation, I thought it was beautifully done with all the Western countries, or maybe developed country, I would say. Well, I don't know if I'm using the right term, but I was wondering if there's any effort for you guys to bring the equality in all around the world, maybe possibly some of the region where they can't even have access to a hospital. So maybe if we can get to know that, we'll apply that to our business so that we can bring that equality all around the globe.
Yes, thank you very much and congratulations. That's quite an achievement. Well done. And the straightforward answer to your question is we would love to. Johannes did some of his postdoc work in Africa and has a strong association with communities there, and it would be our great pleasure to extend this model into those developing countries. The challenge for us, as I'm sure you have yourself, in providing these spaces, they require a high level of infrastructure. They're costly to do, and they rely on all of the supports that I was mentioning. And in these developing areas, some of those things are challenging. So the way that we've been tackling it is to offer the opportunity to collaborate certain aspects of what we're doing. So while we don't think at the moment we could bring a fully functioning lab like we were showing you into some of these markets, we are very hopeful that some of our companies who are working on individual devices, particularly that's important, and drug development, that we're opening their eyes and providing that opportunity for them. I will say, particularly in our German lab, which is just opened in Heidelberg, is doing some of that work, and I'm very much looking forward to, we're operating a temporary site right now. We're supposed to move into our permanent site in the winter, and that's one of our initiatives going forward because the German government is particularly active in Africa. So hope to do a lot more of that in the future.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, gentleman over here.
Good morning or good evening for your time. Thanks for spending time with us in this hard time for you. I have several questions regarding the logistics of running your system. So during your talk and then even in your homepage, the state of Massachusetts using an organization called MLSC provided, in a sense, seed money
말하자면은
to
이제
start
시드머니라는 것을
the
제공을
Lab
해주셨습니다.
Central.
그래서 랩 센트럴이 시작을 할 수 있도록
Understood
기본으로
correct.
준 것이죠.
That is
제가
right.
이해를
And then
잘했는지
later
모르겠네요. 네,
on, the
맞습니다.
private
그리고
company
나중에
joined
사설
supporting
기업들이
this
참여해서
very
이러한 내용을
interesting
지원을
ideas.
해주고 이렇게 굉장히
The
흥미로운 아이디어를
question is,
키워는 것 같습니다. 그래서 질문은
does
뭐냐면요.
Massachusetts, state of
매사추세츠주가
Massachusetts, or the MLSC
아니면
has
MLSC가
any interest or any right into Lab Central or
랩
the company
센트럴 쪽의 이익이나
joined
권리
in that
쪽에
in
권한을
this
가지고 있는지
system?
알고
So that
싶습니다.
is
그
my
시스템에
first
참여를 하는
question.
기업에 대해서요. 그게 제 첫 번째 질문입니다.
So I will answer that
네,
one.
그래서
No, they do not.
답변드리겠습니다. 가지고 있지 않습니다.
When Lab Central was
랩
formed, it was
센트럴이
formed as
형성되었을
a
때는요.
non-profit. Biolabs is a for-profit
논프로핏이었습니다.
entity. Lab Central is a
랩
non-profit
센트럴은
entity. It
논프로핏이었고
can only operate also in the Commonwealth of
그리고
Massachusetts.
매사추세츠
But no, they
공공의
do
이익을
not
위해서만
take any
작동을
equity
합니다. 그렇기
interest.
때문에
That's a
이
feature
이퀄티
that
인트레스트 같은
we
것은
do
해당
not
사항이
offer in our
없고요.
labs.
저희 랩에서는 그런 것을
Johannes and his
제공하지
partners
않습니다.
did in 2016 set up a venture fund,
2016년에 벤처
NBC
펀드를
Biolabs, but there is no
형성해서
obligation
비즈바이올랩과
by the
같은 케이스는
companies to
있었기는
accept
하지만은
funding or for them to
기업이
provide
펀드를
it. But
받아서
no,
뭐
the state
그것에
does
대한
not
어떤
take
금전적인
any
책임도 지는 것은
interest
아닙니다.
in the
그래서
companies that are in the site.
매사추세츠주는 사이트에
They
있는
do
기업에
not
대한 권한을 가지고
they
있지
do not
않습니다.
send a supervisor to you guys?
그래서 뭐 관리자를
No.
보내거나 하진 않습니까? 아닙니다.
Happily, no.
Good to
거의
hear.
아닌 것 같습니다.
My second question
감사합니다.
is the
두 번째
central
질문은
lab,
센트럴
which
랩이
which not only provide space but also
공간만이
lab
아니라
space, but also
랩 공간만이 아니라
I believe that so-called central equipment.
소위 말하자면은 뭐 센트럴 이퀄먼트라고 하는 것을 제공해 주는
If
것
I
같은데
if I imagine right,
제가 제대로
that
생각하기에
equipment
맞다면
is
그런
belong to
장비는
central lab.
센트럴 랩이
The
가지고 있는 거죠.
building maybe belong to whoever the building owner.
그리고 건물은 뭐 건물
That
소유주가
means
누군지는
you need
모르겠지만요. 그
some
말은
employees to run that lab itself.
그
to support
랩을
the
운영하기 위해서
companies
엠플로이가
joining
필요하다는 것이죠.
So how
그렇게 해서
many
그 기업이
employees do
참여할
you
수
have by now?
있도록요. 그래서 얼마나 많은
Yeah,
이런
so
직원들이
Biolabs
있는지 물어보고
has
싶습니다. 네,
about
바이올랩은
100 employees
약
across
100명
our
정도가
15
참여하고
labs.
있습니다.
Lab
15개
Central has a
랩에
higher
따라서 랩
density
센트럴은 좀 더
of
밀도가
people.
높습니다.
They are operating 5 labs
그쪽의
and
사람들은
have a
5개 랩을
larger
운영하고
staff.
있는데
But
더
as
스태프 수가
I said, they
큽니다.
are managing some programs
하지만 프로그램을
that they
관리를
wanted to
하고
launch in addition to the
있고
lab
랩
operations.
오퍼레이션 이외의 것도
Biolabs
진행을 하고
primarily
있습니다.
does lab
바이올랩은
operations, so
일단
it's
랩
important to
오퍼레이션 쪽을
note that
집중하고
we
있고
are
여기서
not
중요한
doing
점은
the science,
저희들은
doing any science work for the companies. We
기업들을
are
위해서
providing
사이언스 월크를
all
하는
of
것은
the
아닙니다.
supports for the
모든
companies.
지원을
So a
해주는 거죠.
typical
기업들을 위해서요.
site
그렇게
in
해서
Biolabs
바이올랩에 있는
would
뭐
be a staff of 4
일반적인
to 6
사람들을 보자면요.
people.
스태프가 뭐
Lab Central has
4명에서
a
8명
larger
정도 있고요. 랩
staff. They have
센트럴은
about
스태프 수가 더
25.
큽니다. 한 25명 정도 됩니다.
The similar question like a state of
자,
Massachusetts.
매사추세츠
There's a private
쪽과
company
해서
who
비슷한
provides
질문이
fund.
있는데
Do they
펀드를
have
제공하는
any
기업들 같은 경우에는요.
protruding interest?
이런 쪽과 관련해서
The pharmaceutical
인터레스트가
companies,
있을까요? 뭐 제약회사
they're-
말씀하시는
Where were the
건가요?
companies that provide the fund?
뭐 펀드를 제공하는 기업을 말씀드리는 겁니다.
So the companies that I listed,
제가
are sponsors.
나열해드린
So
컴퍼니들은
the
스폰서들입니다.
obligation is
여기서
that we provide to
의무라고
them is for
한다면요.
access only. So if
액세스만
a
가능한
pharmaceutical
권한을
company,
주는
for
것입니다.
example,
그래서 제약기업을
wanted
뭐
to
예를
become a
들어서
sponsor of the
스폰서가 되고
site,
싶다라고
they
합니다.
would
사이트에.
provide us
그러면은
with funding,
펀드를
and in
저희들에게 제공을
exchange for
해주겠죠.
that, they
거기에
would have
대신해서
introductions to
이들은
companies
기업에
if the
대한 소개를
companies
받고요.
wanted it.
뭐 물론 기업이
At
원한다면
some
말이죠.
levels of sponsorship, they may have an
그러면은
office
일부의
on site,
스폰서십에
but
관련해서
there,
뭐
other than
오피스에
that, there is no
영향을 받을 수
obligation.
있지만 그 외에는 의무
Does the
책무라고 할
append
만한 것이
ask
없습니다.
all the companies that they should append of syrups or something? That is my joke.
아,
My last question
지금
is that you guys now
농담이었는데
expanding
뭐
starting
그리고
from
마지막으로는
Boston,
보스턴에서 지금
in
현재
Cambridge,
시작해서
to
확장을 했죠.
Chicago and
그래서
San Diego
시카고라든가
and even
샌디에고라든가
Heidelberg and so
뭐
on.
하이델베르크까지
Any
뭐
plan to
확장을
Asia?
했는데 아시아 쪽은
Indeed,
계획이 없나요? 네,
we
뭐
have been chatting with
말씀드리자면요.
people from Korea for
한국
probably
쪽에
3
계신
years
분들과
now.
함께 지금 한 3년
We
정도
would love
이야기를
to
했는데
locate in Korea.
저희들
We see
한국에도
enormous
위치를 하고
opportunity,
싶습니다.
and this
이쪽에도
particular
굉장히 큰
initiative is
기회가 있다고
very
생각합니다.
exciting
특히 이런 이니셔티브 굉장히
to
큰
us. There's
좋은 기회라고
we
생각하기
just feel like
때문이죠.
the elements that I had talked about
그래서
are
제가
all present,
이야기한
and
요소
that's
모두 다
unique.
한국에 있다고
I'm
생각합니다.
often
굉장히
in a
독특한
position of having to
거고요.
disappoint people
그래서
and say that you may have a few of those elements, but not all of them.
저는 뭐
I certainly
사람들에게
think that
뭐
you do.
요소가 몇 개 갖춰지지
So
않았다라는 뭐
for
실망스러운 얘기를 많이
certain
자주 하는데
Korea,
한국은
for
많이 다
certain
가지고
Japan,
있습니다. 그래서
we've done a
한국이라든가
few
일본
projects
쪽에
in
일부
Singapore
프로젝트를
and in
진행을 했고 뭐 싱가포르도
Australia
마찬가지입니다.
as
호주
well.
쪽도
So yes, we
마찬가지입니다.
have a lot of
네,
interest in
그래서
that area.
그러한 분야에 아주
So
큰
next
관심을
time
가지고
visit us,
있습니다. 자,
especially
그러면
Seoul.
다음에
Alright,
성도에
thank
오셨을
you.
때 방문해 주시기
Thank
바랍니다.
you.
감사합니다.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions from the floor?
네, 혹시 청중 분들 중에서 또 다른
Yes.
질문 있으실까요?
Hi, Susan.
네, 수전님 감사합니다. 레몬 nelson입니다. 저 또한 신한 스퀘어 브리지에서 일을 하고 있습니다. 아까 질문하신 제프리님과 함께 일을 하고 있고요. 네, 그래서 보스턴 대학의 빌트 랩 엑셀러레이터에 참여한 학생으로서 발표에 저희 기관이 이제 포함이 되어서 너무 기쁘게 생각하고요. 네, 저는 제 부전공은 한국어입니다. 그래서 제가 한국에 왔고요. 특히나 한국 같은 경우는 바이오테크 기업들에게 많은 잠재력이 있다라는 생각이 돼서 한국에 오게 되었습니다. 네, 그리고 한국에도 계획이 있다라는 말씀을 해주셔서 너무나 기쁘게 생각합니다. 한국에 오시면 너무 좋은 기회가 있을 것 같은데요. 제가 이제 궁금한 것은요. 어떠한 장애물이 있다라고 생각하시는지요? 지금 예를 들어서 관련해서 한국에서 서울하는 데 있어서 어떤
Well, thank
장애물이
you for that
있다라고
offer of
생각하는지
help,
말씀
and it's
부탁드리겠습니다.
so nice to
네, 장애물이
see
있다면
one of
도움을
our
주겠다고
hometown
말씀해 주셔서 너무
folks going so
감사드립니다.
far away. I think the major obstacle for
네,
biolabs
주요
at this time,
장애물
we were
바이오랩
very
관점에서
blessed
말씀을
over
드리자면요.
the last
네,
2
저희는
years
지난 2년
to
동안 상당히
continue
운이
to
좋게도
grow
계속해서
and
성장을
to
해왔습니다.
have more interest,
네,
frankly,
그리고
than we did
또한
in the few
예전보다
years
더
leading up
많은
to it.
관심을
We've had
저희가
enormous
증폭을 시키고
growth.
있습니다.
In biolabs, which is the
바이올랩스는
international growth engine
지금
that
국제적인
Johanna
성장
supports,
엔진으로서 많이
really all of that
성장을
growth has
했습니다.
happened since
그리고 이런 많은 성장이
2017. So at the
2017년부터 많이
moment,
가속화가
the only
되었습니다.
obstacle
네,
I
지금
see
현재
is
유일한
just
장애물이라고
resources.
한다면
We are a bit
자원이라고
starved at the moment
말씀을 드리겠습니다.
because we have opened up
네, 저희가
15 labs in these
15개
few
랩을
years,
개소를
and
했습니다.
over
몇 년
COVID,
동안이요.
we've had
그리고
an
코로나
extraordinary response worldwide
상황에도
from
상당히 많은
different
책임감을 가지고
communities
여러
asking
다양한
us to come,
커뮤니티에
and so
서비스를 제공하려고 했습니다. 많은
trying
요청이
to
저희에게
triage
오셨습니다. 그래서 저희가 여러
where
요청
it's
중에서 분류를 하는 작업을
the
했어야
most
됐고요.
critical areas
그래서
where we
가장
want to
중요한 부분,
support.
저희가 지원해야
And
되는
what's most
우선
critical to
분야를 저희가
us
선정을
is
해야
that
됐었습니다.
network. We
네,
want to make
중요한 것은
sure that we're
네트워크라고
connecting
생각합니다.
scientists.
그래서
Going back to
과학자들을 서로
Johannes,
연결을
he's
시켜야
very
됩니다.
mission driven,
요하나스님
and he
같은
wants to
경우는
make sure that we're
미션을 상당히
connecting
중요하게
the
생각합니다.
scientists and that we are
과학자들을 연결을
supporting
하려고 하고 있고요.
the
그리고
acceleration of
저희가
these
여러 가지
extraordinary ideas
훌륭한
and
아이디어를
innovative
가속화할 수 있도록 저희가 여러
solutions
가지
in human health.
도움을 드리고자
And
합니다.
that's
솔루션이
what
될
he
수도
is
있고
very
인적
focused
자원에 도움이 될
on.
수도 있습니다. 그것이 바로
So
저희
I think
창업자의
the only
미션이기도
thing I would
합니다.
say right now
네,
is
그래서
just
지금 현재 유일한
it's
장애물로
time to get
한다면
additional
바로
projects
추가적인
done. But
프로젝트를 수행하기까지 시간이
we've got a fantastic
촉박하다라는
staff.
것이고요.
We're very
하지만
blessed to
저희가
be in
그동안
this
많은
market
훌륭한 성과를
where people
거두었습니다.
are highly
운이
skilled, as you
좋다라고
know,
생각하고요. 지금 보시면 상당히 많은 인재들이
from
포진되어
your
있습니다.
experience at BU. And so we are
네, 그렇기
very
때문에
lucky to
저희가
be
상당히
able to
운이
source
좋게도
people in the individual markets.
여러
So I'd say that's
필요한
about
그런
it.
인재들을
Just
저희가
time
지원을
in the
계속해서
day.
해왔습니다. 네, 아마 이 주제는 너무나 중요해서 제가 아마
Thank
계속해서
you.
말씀을 할 수도 있을
Thank
것
you.
같습니다.
Any other questions?
네, 다른 질문 있으시면
네,
해주시기
질문
바랍니다.
있으신 분 계신가요? 네, 이 앞에 계신 분이요.
Yes, in the front.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는
Good morning. I am from Incheon Technopark. So it's Incheon funded institution. I'm working there. And first of all, thank you very much for your presentation. And my question is, Actually, I have one question. Well, in Songdo, we are working on K-Bio Lab, but unlike Lab Central study by private sector, and you persuaded government to establish Lab Center. However, it's opposite in our case. In our case, it's government-initiated project, and government studied the project, and they attracted private sector. That is the biggest difference between two of us. And in that regard, what kind of culture do we have to establish in K-Bio Lab, for example, PPP project? So what kind of culture will be needed to make this project successful? Can you give us a piece of advice?
My greatest piece of advice there, I think, would be to best you can wrangle it. The government supports into a collaborative, cooperative discussion. So what we have known to be true, at least here in the United States, is governments are not terribly good at innovation. They move at a pace that stifles innovation. So my greatest piece of advice would be whatever you can do to create communities of practice where people are meeting and the voice of the entrepreneur is heard loud and clear. And I think that should be your guidepost as you look at the different supports that are needed in this campus. I think that there's great momentum that you have to have all of the necessary elements included. But I would be very sad if the voice of the entrepreneur was not at the table in each one of those conversations. I think that's what drove the innovation in Cambridge. There were many people who raised their hand and said, do it this way, because this is what I need to grow my company and to push the boundaries of science. So that would be my greatest advice.
Thank you very much for your advice.
Thank you. Any other questions from the floor?
감사합니다. Yes. 또 다른 질문 있으실까요?
Thank you for a nice presentation.
네, 훌륭한 발표 감사드립니다.
I work for the government.
네, 저는 정부 쪽에서 일을 하고 있습니다.
I was in charge of the
특히
planning
저는
K-Bio Lab project.
담당하고 있습니다. K-Bio Lab 프로젝트 계획을 담당하고 있습니다.
Yeah, thank you.
네,
I ask in Korean.
네, 제가 한국어로 질문을 하겠습니다.
Regarding Boston's
Lab Central, if you look at success factors, in the surrounding area, you have biopharma and university, and I think collaboration with them was very important. That served as a success factor. And with the residential company, universities, and biopharmacy companies, how does biolabs organize a network between different players? How did you arrange and initiate network among different players?
Regarding the biolabs function in networking, Boston Lab Central Company and with the hospitals, the university and global farmers.
Yeah, so that answer. Well, I'll answer it two ways.
네, 두 가지 방식으로
The
답변을
collaborations
드리겠습니다.
with the academic institutions, with the hospitals, with other research
그리고 다른
institutes,
연구
that
기관과
is mostly done in
협업을
collaboration with
하는
the
것
companies.
상당히 중요했습니다.
So the work that they're doing,
그렇기 때문에
and if they
여기서
need
진행했던
introductions, we
것은요.
are certainly
만약에
capable of doing
소개가
that. But for
필요한다고
the
한다면
most part,
저희가 소개를 해주는
we have a
역할을 했습니다.
rigorous
그리고 중요한
application and
것은 저희가
selection
상당히
process for the
엄격하게 신청을
companies.
받고
So
그리고
when
선정하는
they
프로세스를 갖추고
apply,
있습니다.
we have a
네,
very
그래서
good sense
신청서를 받게
about what
되면
their needs
저희가
are
니즈가
and
무엇인지를
who they have connected
살펴보았고요.
with
그리고
already. So we're
누구와
building
연결을
that
해주는 것이
network
적합할지에
so
대해서
that when
저희가
someone does come
살펴보았습니다. 이런
along
식으로
and they
네트워크를
need a
저희가
connection
구축을
to say
해주었습니다.
Mass General or Dana-Farber Cancer Institute
예를 들어서
or MIT,
암연구소,
etc. We
MIT
have those
등과
connections and
연결이
can make those
필요하다라고 구체적으로
introductions.
말씀해 주시는 경우에도 저희가 소개를
The
해주었습니다.
sponsor
네,
network
그리고
was
스폰서
built in a
네트워크가
different
있습니다.
way.
스폰서 네트워크는
Frankly,
다른
in the
방식으로
beginning, it
구축이
was out of
되었습니다.
necessity.
솔직히 처음에는
Johannes
그렇게
did not
필요성이
have the
없었습니다.
funds
요하네스
to,
창업자께서도
for the most
자금이
part,
없었습니다.
repurpose these spaces
네, 왜냐하면 공간
from
구축에 많은 자금이 이미
mostly,
투자가 되기 때문입니다.
well, they were old, tired lab spaces
네, 그래서
that
저희가
Lab Central was,
Lab
and our collaboration with Tufts University
여러 터프
in downtown
대학과
Boston,
협업했습니다.
they were
보스턴 시내에 있는
renovations.
대학이었죠.
So
그쪽에서
it was
이제 여러
very
가지
important
레노베이션을
for us to
했었습니다.
reach out
그래서
to industry
저희가
and
이
say,
업계에
how do you want to
다가가서
support this?
어떻게
We know
지원을
you
해줄
need
수
these
있는가에 대해서
connections.
의중을 파악하는 것도
Even at
중요했습니다.
that time, they were
네,
reducing
그리고
their R&D
당시에
budgets, and they
대학교에서
needed to
R&D
connect
예산을 줄이고
with
있는
these companies.
상황이었습니다.
And it
그렇기
was a
때문에
very efficient way for them to
기업과
do that.
연결을
So
해주기
right
위해서
away,
상당히 효율적인 방식을
pharmaceutical
원했습니다.
companies
그리고
recognized this was a fantastic way to connect
제약사들께서는
with
이것이
these
정말
very
좋은
early stage
기회다.
companies
초기
as
단계에
they were looking
이렇게
for new
협업을
assets.
하는 것이 상당히
So it was a
중요하다라는 얘기를
simple
해주었습니다.
discussion
네, 그래서
to
상당히
get them interested,
간소하게 여러 가지
to
대화를 나눴습니다. 관심사에
continue
대해서
those
대화를 했고요.
relationships,
그래서
and
이러한
for them
관계를
to
계속
continue to
할 수
support
있도록 그리고 계속 지원이
through
이루어질 수
either
있도록
equipment
노력이 이루어졌습니다.
donations
예를 들어서
or
기부금이 될 수도
cash.
있고
That
장비가 될
has
수도 있고
been
현물
more
지원이 될
of
수도
a
있었습니다.
project, and we
그래서
have dedicated staff
프로젝트별로
who work with
저희가
those
직원을
companies to make
전담했습니다.
sure that they
기업들이
are
원하는
seeing a
것이
return on their
무엇인지
investment,
그리고
whether it's
ROI
through
요건이 무엇인지를 저희가 살펴보았습니다.
continued
네, 이를
business.
통해서
We have a
비즈니스를
procurement
계속하기
platform
위해서
where
저희
they're
쪽에서
seeing
사실
actual
구매를
cash
위한
earlier,
플랫폼도 있었습니다.
or when
그래서
companies
초기에
move out,
저희가
they
현금을
might
지원을
partner
주는 그런
with them,
프로그램도
whether that
있었습니다.
was for
이를
equipment
통해서 여러
or
가지 장비사와
some sort of
파트너십을
licensing
맺을 수 있도록 도와줬고
or direct
여러 가지
investment
라이선싱
or
계약을
sale
맺거나 아니면
in the
직접적인
pharmaceutical case.
투자를 할 수 있도록 도움을 주었습니다.
Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Any other
네,
questions?
다른
Yes,
질문
the
있으실까요?
gentleman over there.
네, 저쪽에 손을 든 분 계신데요.
안녕하세요. 저는 랩 센트럴
Good morning. I want to benchmark Lab Central, and I am working on shared laboratory called Lab Cloud, and I'm from private sector. And my question is, well, networking is very important, and shared research activity is very important, but at the same time, to add value to technology, we need to find more options. For example, to amplify the value of technology, I think consulting will be very important. For example, for the new drug to IND, do you have a consulting staff? That's my first question. And second of all, you are working on in vitro experiment, but I think in vivo is very important as well. So Professor Robert Anker from MIT mentioned that if possible, in vivo experiment is very important. That's a shortcut for commercialization. So he emphasized in vivo experiment, and Charles Lever, Cradle, and Bischara can be examples. So you can collaborate with CRO and other animal laboratory that can do the in vivo experiments. So what's your take on this?
Yeah, so I think that different labs will support different modalities, and so we have different companies at different stages in different markets. So when we go into different markets, we look for how we can support the companies that are in those different markets. I think Cambridge is a more sophisticated, say, than Dallas market. So we tailor each one of our sites to support what the companies need. We aim to provide about 80% of what most companies need for their regular equipment needs, and then we follow their lead. We are a constantly evolving company that looks at different ways that we can support companies and partner with different institutions. And sorry, it went out of my head the first question that you asked.
네, 첫 번째 말씀을 드리다 보니까 첫 번째 질문을 까먹었는데요. 첫 번째 질문 다시 한번
You'll have to
해주시면
remind me. What
감사하겠습니다.
was your first question?
답변을 드리다 보니까 첫 번째 질문을 까먹었습니다.
첫 번째 질문이
Would you please repeat the first question?
까먹었습니다.
Would you please use the microphone? 네, 마이크 전달해 주시기 바랍니다. Yes, my first question is networking is very important, but I think that to add value to your staff, I believe that consulting is very important. To reach the process of IND, I believe starting from CMC, you go through many different stages, including consulting phase. So do you have the professional that can provide consulting services? That's my first question. And regarding the second question, in vivo is very important to attract VC and many investment. You can acquire lots of data for that end. In vivo is very important. So do you have capacity to carry out in vivo experiments? Otherwise, do you have any plan to expand your facilities to do in vivo experiments?
Thank you. So yes, we do, and yes, we do have plans. To your first question, thank you for repeating it. We do provide through our primarily through our sponsored network, a series of programs and events which offer the opportunity for people to be educated, particularly in all facets. So the path to IND is an extremely important one. We have connections to consultants, so should companies be in that stage and need that sort of support, it does not come from our staff, but we have connections through our many years just being in this business and recommendations for companies. And that we try to tailor by market, but I will say we recently did a webinar out of our French site, and we had people who attended all the way from Japan. So I think that there is a great opportunity for people to leverage the network of programming that pharmaceutical companies, because they truly are global, can offer to different markets.
글로벌한 회사이고 여러 다양한 시장에서 활동하기 때문에 이런 것도.
Thank you. Any other questions?
다른 질문 있으신가요?
Yes.
Susan, I'm sorry I used I mentioned that was my last question. But we still have some more minutes.
그래도 시간이 있으니까 질문 좀 더 드리겠습니다.
The companies who joined Lab Central, in a sense, your client companies. Is there any time limit that how long they can stay under your umbrella?
여러분들 아래에 들어가 있을 수 있는가 뭐 이런 시간 제한 말이죠.
I mean the period, but also is it let's say if the company is larger than some fashion, whatever fashion, and they should move out of your umbrella and
여러분들 아래에서
should become so-called independent. So
소위 말하는
do you have that kind
독립적인
of
기업이
option
돼야
or that kind
한다라는
of
뭐 이러한
regulation?
옵션이 있습니까? 뭐 규정이라든가요.
Indeed, we do.
네, 실제로
And
있습니다.
it started again with Johannes's philosophy that he did not want, and he had observed, where certain places, companies would come and they would stay for long periods of time, and they wouldn't grow and they wouldn't mature. So from the very start, he instituted a 2-year program. So companies have a commitment from us where they can stay in the space for 2 years. They can apply for a 3rd year. It's not often granted. But we also have 30-day terms, so that during your journey, if it happens that you need to move on, you've scaled up so much, you need to move to bigger space, you have a 30-day notice. And across the network, I would say the average is between 18 and 24 months that companies are moving up and out and on to their next part of their journey. For that reason, we now only look at spaces that are not just the incubator or the starter space, which you may remember from my presentation, the 700
발표 자료를 보시면요.
Main Street for the Lab Central
최백 메인
location,
스트리트
but also
랩
graduation
로케이션 같은
spaces,
것이 있었죠.
which was
근데
the
그레듀에이션
610 model. Those
스페이스도
are
보고자
larger
합니다.
suites,
610
but
모델
also
등등이
have
되겠죠. 더 큰
access and
스위트
proximity
룸인데
because it's literally
더
across
큰
the street from
액세스와
700
그다음에 접근성도 있습니다.
Main Street,
왜냐하면은 뭐
where
700쪽의 메인
companies
스트리트
can
바로
come and still
건너편이거든요. 그래서
participate in the ecosystem.
기업들이 뭐
So
그냥
when we
와서
look at biolabs,
저희
we're looking
환경에 참여할 수 있는
for
것이죠. 그래서 저희들
ideally
바이오랩
a stack where you have
보고
sort of the
있는
incubator on the
것은
bottom floor, graduation
아래쪽
space
버튼
up
플로어에서
one, and then
인큐베이터고
larger
그다음에
individual
확장해서
spaces where
그레듀에이션을
companies can
달성을
grow
하고
into
더 큰
in the
스페이스로
same
이동을
building.
해서 같은 건물
That's
안에서
ideal. It doesn't
확장하고
often happen
다른
that
것을
way because
이전하는 뭐
real
이런 식으로
estate just
이상적인
doesn't
상황을
cooperate all the
보고자
time.
합니다. 하지만
But
뭐
it's
부동산
an
문제도 항상
important
그렇듯이
aspect, and
항상
I
이런
think
일이
the
벌어지는
reason
것은
that it's
알죠. 하지만
worked, one of
이게
the reasons
실제로
it's worked really well
잘
is
작동이
because
됩니다.
we
그 이유 중
do
하나는
that rigorous selection process in the beginning. So we
처음부터
know
굉장히
companies,
선정을 조심하기
we
때문에
admit
조심히 잘
companies
하기
who
때문이죠. 그래서
are
기업들을 만나가지고
just at the cusp of
살펴보는데
really hitting their stride, and
지금
they
막
only need us
성장을
for that period
달성을
of
할 수
time.
있는 기업들을 만나고
Johannes wanted to make
저희들이
sure
꼭
that he
필요한
was making available these
기업들을
small
만나게 됩니다.
increments of
요하네스
space for companies
창업자님은 뭐
to
이러한
have
상황을
access to lab
고려해서
space.
랩
So we've
스페이스
honored that to
뭐
date.
공간
So 2
접근성에 대해서
years
고려를 하십니다.
and then
그래서
30 days
2년
deadline
생각하시고
notice.
30
Some of the
일의
company
데드라인 노티스라는 거네요.
that
그래서 일부
become successful in
같은
2
경우
years and 30 day
2년 30일 만에
deadline or
성공적이
something. Can you
된다라고
kick
하는
those company
기업들이
out to
있는데
송도 so that we can
성동을 좀
accommodate them?
보내주시겠습니까? 그래서 저희들이 조금 같이 협력하고 돌볼 수
I make
있게요.
no promises today.
뭐 약속은 드릴 수
But
없습니다.
I do think it is a good philosophy because I think
그렇지만은 뭐 좋은
it
생각이라고
sort of
생각합니다.
forces people to look really critically at what they're
왜냐하면
doing
사람들이
and
자기들이
make sure
하는
that they're
일에
partnering.
아주 자세하게 살펴보도록
People
하고
often ask me
파트너링을
how many
진행할 수
failures
있도록
have
하는
you
것이기
had,
때문이죠.
and I say
실패도
close
많이
to zero.
일어나는
And that's because
분야인데
companies
그래도
that
실패가 제로라는
are
수렴하게
coming
할 수 있는
in
것 같습니다.
know
그래서
their path,
기업들이
they're making those
들어와서 그들이
connections
나아가야
that
할
we have
경로를
locally.
알고 저희들이
And
로컬 쪽으로
they
가지고
are
있는 뭐
they are often
연결을
fundraising and
맺을 수 있게
already
하고 뭐
partnering during
펀드레이징도
the time that they're at our
진행을
site.
해서 저희들 사이트에
I was
있을 때 이미
joking, but
이러한
also I
상황을
will say
진행시킬 수 있기 때문이죠.
this
제가
morning
농담하긴
you may not
하는데
have seen, but
오늘
we have a
아침에
commissioner of this
보시지는
송도,
못했겠지만 송도
and he was
쪽에서
brightly smiled with my
청장님이
joke. So it
오셨습니다.
is more
제가
than
농담한 것을
promising
굉장히
if you try.
잘
Oh, good.
웃으셨는데
So you're not in
그러니까
trouble.
뭐 제가 드린 뭐
Thank you.
의견
Do
잘
we
생각해
have any
보시면
other
될 것 같습니다. 네,
questions?
감사합니다. 다른 질문 있으신가요?
저희가 체이스 부사장님을 굉장히 어렵게 모셨습니다. 그리고 참가자분들과 충분히
Susan
소통하실 수
Chase
있도록
was very
Q&A
difficult
시간을
person
충분히
to bring,
넉넉하게
so
마련했는데요.
we
약
made a lot of
3분
room
정도
for
남았는데
question and answer
질문
session. So
한
we
분
have
정도
like
받을
3
수 있을 것
minutes, and
같습니다.
I think we can
질문 더
receive one
있으신
more
분 계시나요?
question. Is there any questions from the floor?
No questions from the floor. Okay, thank you.
질문 없는 것 같네요. 네, 알겠습니다.
Ms. Chase, I believe we sent you a list of questions in advance. If you could go down the list and pick the one that you haven't already covered, read the question and answer it, that would be great.
만약에 답변이 되지
Yeah,
않은
I
부분을
think
커버해 주시면
I was referring
감사드리겠습니다.
to those actually when we were talking, and I
이야기를 할
think
때 이쪽을 좀
the
살펴봤었는데
only question that we did not cover
저희들이 커버하지 않은
maybe
유일한 질문이라고 하면은
where it was sort of what would you do at Lab Central if you could do something different,
랩
and
센터에서
something
다른
that
걸
would
하고
help.
다른 걸 할 수 있다면
And
어떤
I
것을
think
하겠는가라는 질문인데
the
제
most
생각에
important
가장
thing that I
중요한
would
것은
recommend to folks is to
제가
be a
권장하는
curated
사항인데요.
communication for scientists. That is a
과학자들을
request we
위한
get all
뭐
the time
관리되는 뭐
from our
커뮤니티가 되겠습니다.
scientists,
저희
that if
과학자들로부터 항상
they are
듣는
working on
이야기인데
something, say in our Paris site,
뭐 예를
and
들어서 뭐
recognize
기생충에
there's a company
관해서
in
일을
San
한다.
Diego
그리고 샌디에이고
that
쪽의
has a
기업에
unique
레커멘드를
take
한다라고
on
한다면은
what they're doing, or
뭐
a
어떤 일을
scientist that they want to
하는지에
speak
대한
with,
독특성에
that
대해서
that
이러한
is a
내용에
more
대해서
formal process. We
이야기를
are currently
해보고자 하고
working on
있습니다.
a
굉장히 공식적인
platform called
프로세스고요.
Connect
저희들이 현재 커넥트라는
that
플랫폼에
has that
작업을 하고
opportunity.
있는데 이런
So I would
플랫폼을
say
통해서
that
기회를 제공할 수 있을
that
것
would be
같습니다.
something that I would
그래서
accelerate and put in
이러한 부분을
place
제가
from the very beginning.
가속화시켜서 처음부터
It is the
적용할 수
number one
있도록
question we
노력할
get
것
from
같습니다.
everyone is what's our
모두에게 받는
differentiator, and everyone talks about net.
질문인데 저희 어떤 것이
So I think
차별점을 줄
that's
것인가에 대한
important.
질문입니다. 그래서 이게 중요한 거였던 것
And I
같고요.
think I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure we covered
틀릴 수도
all of
있는데
the other questions.
다른 질문은 다 커버된 것 같습니다.
Okay, thank you very much.
네,
I guess
감사합니다.
that wraps up our Q&A session. Thank you, Ms. Chase, for staying up so late to join us. And also thank you everyone for this productive session. We'll now take a lunch break, and after lunch, session 1 will begin at 1 p.m. here in the same room under the theme Directions of Open Innovation for the Bio-Healthcare Industry. As part of our COVID-19 precautions, we had to scale down the lunch. So if you are a presenter, a speaker, or a panel member, please join us for our complimentary lunch in room 115. Thank you, and see you after lunch.
실에서 진행을 하겠습니다. 그러면 점심 맛있게 드시고 이후에 뵙도록 하겠습니다. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances,
the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city. The IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. we are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views, and a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city, the IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments, Yeongjeong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport, and Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views, and a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city, the IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city. The IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city. The IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential. And making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected. By establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups, we will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city. The IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. nourishing inspiration, investing in future potential, and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the fourth industrial revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city. The IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city, the IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. business frontier city. The IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options global business frontier city. The IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy evaluate both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city. The IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected. By establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups, we will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city, the IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential. And making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky, the via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city. The IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential. And making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city. The IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city. The IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city. The IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city, Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected by establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups. We will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES. Going beyond South Korea's first free economic zone to become a global business frontier city, the IFES never stops its transformation and will always choose the path of greater challenge. Another world for innovation. Incheon IFES. Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport and Cheongna International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate.
May I have your attention, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to have you back for our afternoon sessions. We're going straight to session 1 to focus on directions of open innovation for the biohealthcare industry. And this will be a special session jointly organized by the Korea Biotechnology Industry Organization and IFES. The chair of this session will be Dr. Lee Ji-oh, Professor of Life Sciences at POSEC, and we will be having presentations from Cytiva, GC Biopharma, Boehringer Ingelheim, and Ujong Bio. This will be followed by a panel discussion with Dr. Lee Gyu-sung, Director of the Future Medical Research Institute at the Samsung Medical Center, Mr. Kang Dae-wook, Director of the Seoul BioHub, Dr. Ji Young-mi, CEO of the Institute Pasteur Korea, and Ms. Heo Jae-won, Associate Director of AstraZeneca Korea. With that, I hand over the mic to you, Professor Lee.
마이크를 좌장이신 이지호 교수님께 넘기겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 첫 번째 세션 좌장을
Good
맡은
afternoon. I am the
바이오텍센터
chair,
센터장 이지호입니다.
EGO of.
지금 성도가 우리나라 바이오 산업의 핵심으로 떠오르고 있는데요.
Now Songdo is becoming the center of the
해야 될 일이 많은 것 같습니다. 첫 번째 세션에서는 그런 문제들이
open innovation promotion for the biohealth industry. So I hope this session is going to be the great opportunity for us to discuss. So Dr. Kim Do-yoon is going to make the first presentation.
네, 안녕하세요. 조금 전에 소개받은 사이트바 패스트트랙 센터장하고 있는 김도윤 인사드리겠습니다. 소개해 주신 이지호 교수님 감사드리고요. 저희 이 글로벌 비즈니스 프런티어 포럼에서 개방형 혁신 관련된 세션의 첫 번째
Today I'd like to talk about the related presentation. So I'd like to thank the host for inviting me. So as Cytiva, I'd like to introduce two things. So first of all, I'd like to talk about Global Biopharma Index. And related to that, I'd like to talk about for open innovation, we have Cytiva Fast Track Program. So these two things will be covered in my presentation. Well, some of you may be familiar with our company name, Cytiva. So for your information, let me introduce the company name. So company name is Cytiva. Cy means cell and Eva means capable. So that means that utilizing cells, we are doing all the things and we are supporting everything that can be done with cells. That's what we do at our company. And we came to use this name from April 2020, so it's been 2.5 years, and we are in the process of getting used to this new name. And before then, the company belonged to GE Healthcare, but there was an M&A, and that's why we renamed the company. And among the products that we provide, you may be familiar with Wattman filter, and it began to be used from 1783, so it has a history of more than 200 years.
네, 저희 회사 비전입니다.
And this is the corporate vision. We want to approach therapeutics that can change the life. And the mission of Cytiva is to develop therapeutics, and we want to develop this process and accelerate the process. And from now on, let me talk about Global Biopharma Resilience Index. Well, it began in October 2020 in 20 different countries around the world, and we conducted survey targeting people working in biopharma industry, and it was conducted based on survey for more than 2,000 people, and there are 5 different sectors. So in total, there are 5 different pillars for Global Biopharma Resilience Index, and analysis was done for 6 months, and we came to come up with a result. And so 6 pillars mean supply chain,
그다음에 R&D
and
이코시스템,
R&D
R&D
ecosystem
연구 환경이
and
얼마나
R&D
환경 친화적인지,
to see
그리고
if it is
여러 가지
favorable for
인재
R&D.
관련된
And another
툴,
pillar
그다음에
is talent pool.
manufacturing
And the
agility는
next one is
생산
manufacturing
능력,
agility.
바이오 의약품
That
생산
means the
능력에 관한 것이고요.
ability to produce
마지막으로
biopharma
government
products.
policy는
And the last one
이제
is
이런
government
그
policy.
산업과
That
정부의
means that
협업에 관한
the collaboration
부분입니다. 그래서
between the
이
government and
스코어가
industry.
높을수록
And
이러한
if the
부분이
score
잘 되고
is
있는
high,
거라고
means that the
응답해 주신
company,
걸로
relevant
이해해
company,
주시면
is doing
되겠습니다.
great in these
전 세계
6
1000명이
pillars.
넘는
So around the world,
설문조사 하신
we
분들이
conducted survey for more than
내주신
1,000
스코어를 가지고
people.
저희가 평균을
And
냈는데
we
보시는
came up with the
것처럼
average from this survey. You can see the number in the
6점대
slide.
평균을
So
보이고 있고요.
average, the number
이게 이제
is 6.
정부하고
And so
기업 간의 협업에
government,
관한 게
this is about
비교적 높은
collaboration
스코어로
between
나왔습니다.
government and
여러분 이제
private sector.
한국이 몇
And in
등했는지
this
궁금하실
area, the
텐데요.
score was relatively high. You may be curious about the ranking of Korea. So
인덱스에서는
in the global
아시아에서는 한국이
biopharma
1등을
resilient index,
차지했습니다.
Korea ranked first
그다음에
in
이제
Asian
2등이
market.
일본이고
That is followed by
글로벌리는
Japan.
7위를
And
차지했습니다.
globally, Korea ranked 7th.
그래프가 조금 작게
And
표시되어
graph is a
있는데
little bit
저희
small in this
가로축이
slide, and
저희가 조사한
x-axis means
인덱스고요.
the index,
그다음에
resilient index,
세로축이
and
GNI per
y-axis is about
capita입니다.
GNI
익숙하신
per
것처럼
capita.
미국과 영국
And the
같은
US and UK
선진국들은
and advanced
이러한 그
countries, and
인덱스
in those
수치가 전부
countries,
다 높게
index
나왔고
score is
그들과
very
어깨를 나란히
high,
하는 것이 저희
and
한국과 일본이
Korea and
아시아에서
Japan
있게 되겠습니다.
showed good scores
수치를 좀
in
자세하게
Asia.
보시게
And
되면요.
if you look
다섯
at
가지
the scores
필러
in
아까 설명을
details,
드렸고
I talked about
특히
these pillars
이제
previously,
R&D
and
이코시스템,
especially in
연구
R&D
환경이 얼마나
ecosystem.
환경
If you
친화적으로
look at
진행되고
the
있는지에서
score
전
to see
세계
how
4위를
much
차지했고요.
the environment is favorable
그다음에
for R&D,
정부와
Korea
민간의
ranked fourth in the
협업이
world.
얼마나 잘
And as
되고
for the
있는지는
private sector and the government
7.3포인트가 나와서
collaboration, the
전
score
세계
was
4등을 했습니다.
7.3. That means that Korea ranked
하지만
fourth
그
in the world.
나머지 세
But
분야는
in the
예를
other
들면
three
manufacturing
pillars, for example,
바이오
manufacturing
의약품
agility
생산 능력은
and
아직도 전 세계
biopharmaceutical product
14등
capability,
6.4포인트를
Korea ranked
얻었고
14th in the
어떻게
world.
보면 가장 약한 부분이라고 말씀드릴 수 있겠는데요.
Maybe the
저희 인력
weakest,
풀, 탤런트
the
풀이
Korea showed the
전 세계
weakest
9위, 수치로는
in
가장
the
낮은
talent
스코어를
pool.
보였습니다.
The score was the lowest in the talent pool pillars.
저희가 2021년도
And
3월에 이
in
결과를
March
보았고요. 이어서
2021,
올해
we showed
약간
this
작은
result.
규모의
And
설문조사를
this
다시
year, we
진행했습니다.
conducted survey again
보시면
with smaller
이제
scale.
그
And if you look at the slide,
전화를 활용한
so we
인터뷰하고
used the interview
컴퓨터를
using
활용해서
telephone and
그
computer,
설베이 인터뷰를
and we
진행했고요.
conducted survey
그
interview.
전해보다는 한
And
절반
compared with the
정도 작은
previous
규모
year, the scale
500명의
was
설문조사
half.
인단을
So we conducted survey for 500 respondents.
이번에는 좀
And this year,
임원분들, 각
we
기업의
conducted
임원분들 위주로 좀
C-suite
조사를
of
했고요.
different companies.
이제 대부분 바이오로직 파마스티컬
And most of
컴퍼니에서
them
근무하시는
are
분들이고
working at
연 매출이
biopharmaceutical
적어도
companies, and annual
50 밀리언
revenue
파운드 이상 되는
is more than 50 million
기업체에서
pounds.
설문조사를 진행했습니다. 결과부터
And
말씀드리면
if I can talk about the
글자가
result
참
of the
많은데
survey,
제가 좀
there are too
간략하게
many
소개해드리면
text
전부
here
다
is
그
kind of busy
민간과
here.
정부
So
기관의 협업이
if you
어떻게
look
잘
at the
이루어져야
collaboration between the
하는지에
private
대해서
sector and the
다양한
government,
그 표현으로
and
좀
regarding
강조하고 있고요.
that pillar,
첫 번째
many
부분은
companies are
여러분
emphasizing
이제
the
거의
importance of
코로나가
the
끝나가는
collaboration.
다행스러운 시기에
And
와 있는데
now we are lucky
이번
that
그 코로나
COVID-19
사태를
is almost
계기로
over.
저희가
But taking the opportunity
주기적으로
of
몇 년마다 한
COVID-19,
번씩 이러한 그 팬데믹의 상황을 맞닥뜨릴 수 있다고 보기
we came to
때문에
realize that there is a
정부와 이
possibility that we can
산업체가
face
긴밀히 협조를
COVID-19
해서 언제
type of
발생할지도 모르는
pandemic
그
every couple of
전염병
years.
상황이
That
생겼을
means
때
that when
좀
that kind of
의연하게
pandemic
대처할 수 있는
happens,
상황을
we
좀
have to
마련했으면
respond
좋겠다.
well
이런
to
의견이
that
모아졌고요.
pandemic. That's the
그다음에 두
condition
번째
of
분야도
respondents.
이제
And
저희 그
secondly,
산업체 제약회사들이
secondly,
이러한 그
the
전염병
respondents
치료제나 혹은
mentioned that
백신을 만들 때
when
허가
they
승인을
develop
빨리 받기
drugs or
위해서
vaccines
정부의
for
각
infectious diseases,
기관분들께서 많은 도움을
there
주셔야
should
될
be
것
some
같다.
acceleration
이런
in the
의견들을 주신
approval of the
것이라고
licensing. So
이렇게
in
좀
that regard, there
홈페이지에
should be
요약을
some support
해봤습니다.
from the government sector. That is the second
저희
area.
사이티바는
And
이 그
SITvan
바이오
we are covering bio
해마다 좀 계속
sector,
진행할
and
예정이고요.
we plan to
저희
conduct the
관련된
biopharma
제품 소개는 오늘
resilient
드리지
index
않았지만
annually,
세포 배양이나
and
정제
we
관련
are
제품과 서비스를
dealing with the
제공해
products
드리는
such as cell
인더스트리
culture and
리더로서
process, and we are
이러한
industry
바이오파마
leader.
비질런스
So
인덱스를
as a
좀 더
leader, we want to
향상시키기 위해서
advance further
저희
the global
기업도
biopharma resilience
개방형
index,
혁신의
and for
느낌으로
that
여러
end,
가지
we
부분을
will work
고려하고
hard
있습니다.
for the
제가
innovative
근무하고
open
있는
innovation.
사이티바 패스트 트랙도
And
그런
as for the Saitiba fast track
고민,
that I am
고려의
involved with,
연장선에서 운영되고
we
있는 조직이고요.
are being
아까
operated as
말씀드린
an extension
것처럼
of that
우리나라가
open innovation. And as I mentioned
파마
earlier,
레질런스 인덱스가
in the
가장
global
낮은
biopharma
부분인
resilient
탤런트
index,
풀을 좀 더
Korea showed the weakest
향상시키기
point in
위해서
talent pool,
저희
and we have to
사이티바
improve
패스트
the
트랙은
talent pool.
여러 가지
And for that
트레이닝
end,
프로그램도
we are
런칭하고
providing
있고
diverse
그와
training
함께
program at the
공정개발
Saitiba fast track,
관련돼서도
and we are also
프로젝트를
being
진행하고 있습니다.
conducting project
이와
regarding
관련된 내용을
processing.
저의 발표
And
후반부에
regarding that, let
이어서
me talk
말씀드리도록
about
하겠습니다.
that factor in the later part of my presentation.
네, 여러분 앞서서도 말씀드렸지만 여러
So
가지
as I talked
인더스트리의
earlier,
변화의 시기를 겪고
we are at the
있는데
time
저희
of
바이오 프로세싱
transformation in the
분야에도
industry,
여러 가지
and that
변화와
is affecting
도전
biopharma
과제들
industry.
이것을
So we are
해결하기
facing
위한
lots of
고민들이
opportunities
계속해서
and
진행되고
challenges.
있습니다. 바이오파마 분야에서
And in the
맞닥뜨리는 변화
biopharma
중에 가장
industries,
주요한 것 중에
the most
하나가
noticeable
이제
change is that
생산하시는 의약품들이 다양화됐다고
there's
말씀드릴 수
diverse
있겠습니다.
drugs being
그래서
produced.
예를 들면
And so,
미국
for example, the
FDA에서
US
승인을
FDA,
2020년도에 받은 의약품 중
approved the
30%가
drugs in
바이오
2020,
의약품이라고 하고요.
and
이
30%
중에
of
새롭게
the drugs
개발된
approved by
신약이
FDA
또
is
상당히 증가하고
biopharma
있다고
products,
합니다.
and the novel drugs
Personalized
are
medicine,
increasing,
환자
and
맞춤형
personalized
의약품이죠.
medicine
이
is
부분도
emerging as well.
최근 상당히 각광을
And
받고
recently,
있고요.
many people are paying
이렇게
attention
전에
to
생산하지
personalized medicine
않던
in particular.
의약품들을 새롭게
So,
진행하시다 보니까
unprecedented
이거와
drugs are being
관련된
developed
연구를
recently.
위한
Because
펀딩도
of
많이
that,
대두되고 있고
funding
또한
is
이러한
needed for
의약품을
R&D
허가
activities.
승인하기 위해서
And for licensing of
그러한
these new drugs,
레귤레이터리 자료도 많이 요구되고 있습니다.
there is a strong requirements and needs
그리고
for regulation
이러한
related
새로운
documents.
의약품을 생산할 때
And when you
일회용
manufacture new
제품,
drugs,
싱글유스 제품을 활용해서 생산하는 것은
maybe
더
if
이상
you
새로운
use the
트렌드가 아니고 이미
single-use product is
인더스트리에 많이
not
차용되고 있는 부분이라고
something new
말씀드리겠습니다.
anymore.
이러한 변화들
So we are
제약회사분들이
facing these types of
좀
changes
해결하기
in
위해서
pharmaceutical
그리고
industry,
진행하시면서
and we have to
맞닥뜨리게 되는
address
도전
these
과제들이 있는데요.
changes and
제일 첫
challenges.
번째가
And
아까
first of
앞서서
all,
말씀드린 탤런트 풀입니다.
we have an
간단하게
issue
그동안
regarding
생산해
talent
보신
pool.
적 없는 의약품을 생산하셔야
So you
되기
have to
때문에
produce a new
제약회사의
drug that you have never
31%의
produced
분들이
in the
직원의
past.
재교육이
That means that
필요하다는
you need to
진단을
provide
주셨다고
a
합니다.
training again to
또한
staff.
이제
That's
코로나
the opinion from
말씀을 드렸는데 그동안
respondents.
진행하시던
And talking
파이프라인
about
외에
COVID-19
새롭게
pandemic,
이러한 새
aside
전염병
from the existing
치료제나
pipeline, you
백신을
have to
생산하기
extend your
위해서
pipeline to
추가로
develop new
생산 라인이
vaccines and
필요하시게
drugs to
되었죠. 그래서
respond to pandemic.
매뉴팩처링 캐파시티가
So that
부족하게
means
돼서
that you are facing
70%의
shortage of
제약회사가
manufacturing capacity.
우리는
So
우리가
75%
생산하는
of
제품의
pharmaceutical
일부를
companies,
아웃소싱하고
they
싶다.
wanted
코로나가
to
발생한
outsource
이후에
their
이렇게 대답해 주셨다고
products
합니다.
after COVID-19
또한 이러한
outset.
의약품 개발은 이미 잘 아시고
onset.
계시는 것처럼
And
시간과의
as for
다툼이다.
biopharmaceutical products,
강조드릴 수
time is
있겠고요.
really
이
important. You are
슬라이드에서
competing
제가
on
좀
time.
말씀드리고 싶은
And the
거는
points that I want to
앞선
highlight in this slide
바이오파마
is that
비질런스 인덱스와 마찬가지로
like biopharma
제약회사들의
resilience
직원의
index,
재교육과
the
생산 캐파의
retraining
부족이
of
이제
staff is very
글로벌하게도
important,
많이
and at
좀
the same time you
강조하시는
have to
부분이다라고
increase
말씀드릴 수 있겠고요.
capacity so that you
저희
can
패스트
develop new
트랙은
drugs.
이러한
And at
부분에
fast
있어서
track
산업체에서
in our
다년간
company,
경험이 있는 사이언티스트 분들을 모시고
we
여러분들이
invite scientists
부족하시다고
with a
느끼는
rich experience in the
교육과
industry, and we have
공정개발
subject matter
관련돼서
experts.
도움을
So we are
드리고자 합니다.
providing assistance and help regarding
어떻게
bioprocessing.
보면 오늘 제가 보여드린
And And the slides that I am showing today, actually this one is the most important slide. And when I have a chance to present in front of customers, I use this slide, and I use this same one when I provide training to staff. Please remember two things. There are two takeaways from this slide. And the solutions provided by Fast Track, and if that is your question, I'd like to say that processing development service, that is the first one. And secondly, training and education. These are two things that we provide. And in the middle of that, there is an analytics process and process validation service. And I believe that this service is being provided by other companies. And broadly speaking, the process in the middle belongs to the process at the beginning. So at the beginning, there is a process development service, and at the end, there is a training and education. So at our company, we provide these two services. And so when you do the process development, some of you may ask whether we have our own pipeline for process development. The answer is no. Well, we are working with scientists and researchers at pharmaceutical companies. So we commission R&D activities to them. So we kind of outsource. And at the end of the process development, we transfer technology. And regarding training and education, the equipment and the human resources that are involved with the process development are reutilized for training and education. So mostly we are covering education regarding cell culture and purification process. So this is a summary of my presentation. So there are two pillars. First of all, there is a process development process, downstream and upstream process. And broadly speaking, there is within Saitiba company, we have a team that develops cell culture media, and we also have the training and education. And characteristics of our training is that the lecture type accounts for 40%, and the hands-on training in laboratory accounts for 60%. So we provide lab-based training course. And because of COVID-19 situation, we also have virtual class, and we also have e-learning course. So you can see the world map, and Saitiba APAC Fast Track is located in Songdo. And we also have sites in China, India, Europe, and the US, and there are 2 sites there. So globally, there are 6 main fast tracks globally, and APAC Center is one of them. And when I talk about main fast track, there are 2 important sectors: process development process and training and education. So we provide these 2 programs or services in parallel. And Fast Track celebrated 35th years of anniversary this year. So we celebrated by ourselves. And the Germany was the first center that provided service, and this year marked the 35th anniversary. And 6 years ago, Songdo APAC Fast Track Center was established. And every year we provide more than 50 process development services. And at APAC Fast Track, we are covering 10 to 20 projects, and more than 100 scientists are working for us globally. And in APAC Center, we have 7 scientists. And every year, we are producing 700 graduates of program. So earlier I talked about activation and acceleration of the novel product. So because of these trends, well, in the past we covered virus and vaccines and so on, but recently plasmid, RNA, exosome, and viral vector-related process development and training programs are being supported recently. And if you look at the classes, and if you have a chance to visit our website, you can see the classes. And we have an online course and lecture course. And we also provide customized courses in response to the needs of customers. And we cover purification, culture, technique, and unicorn system related programs. So we have diverse regular programs around the year at our center. So please visit our website for training courses. And this is about customized courses for pharmaceutical companies or universities. This is about culture and media related training courses that is composed of a couple of days of training. So this is personalized training. And I guess this is my last slide.
발표를 저희 센터 방문해 주시는 방문객분들께 해마다 드리고 있는데
So I provide this kind of presentation to visitors. So what does APAC Fast Track means to you? So I summarize the implication of Fast Track in one slide. So I guess this message is related with open innovation. So for R&D and manufacturing side, if you're lacking staff, you need to expand the staff, so we provide that kind of service. And for cell and purification process, we provide professional expertise and know-how. And lastly, we provide flexible options. So whether it be training or process development, we can provide flexible services. That's it. That concludes my presentation on Cytiva Fast Track and Biopharma Resilience Index. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 센터장님 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
제가 첫 번째 질문을 해도
So, if I may,
궁금한
let me give you the question first. Well, in Korea, so I think the ranking of Korea is a little bit higher than I expected, which was surprising. And at the same time, I'm very proud of Korea's ranking. And you talk about talent pool in the presentation. So if you work with Korean companies, well, compared with advanced countries such as US and UK, in which sector in particular do you feel the shortage of talent pool? Well, at our center and our company, we are specialized in purification and cell culture process development and training and education programs. And because of that, we are looking at the talent pool supply and demand in these sectors. And in Songdo, many companies are building manufacturing facilities regardless of the size. So cell culture and purification sector, for this sector, I believe there is an urgent need to supply talent pool. So I think there is a very strong competition in biopharmaceutical companies to attract talented people, and we provide training and education, and that's the feedback that I get from the participants. And we'll now open the floor for questions. Thank you for the presentation. So you introduced Biopharma Resilience Index. What is the objective of conducting this index, and what will be the utilization of this index? Well, we conducted survey with Financial Times, and we wanted to maintain objectivity. And in the biopharma industry, we wanted to identify some weak points, and we have 5 pillars, and we have a plan to conduct this survey every year. And for these 5 pillars, we want to improve the score, and maybe we can think about how we can contribute to the industry so that the score of these 5 different pillars can increase. And not only ourselves, but also other people can contribute to a better score. That's the objective or intention behind this index.
네, 그러면 발표해 주신 센터장님께
Okay,
다시 한번
that
감사드립니다.
concludes this session. Thank you very much once again.
네, 다음 발표해 주실 분은
Yes, next presenter is from Red Division GC Biopharma. He is the team leader, Park Young-sup. Yes, good afternoon. I am from GC Biopharma. My name is Park Young-sup. And first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to Dr. Chang Jong-up and the personnel of this event. Thank you very much for having me. And one things that I want to talk about is that because today's forum is about the Open Innovation Hub City, I wanted to introduce how this is actually being done. And the open innovation has been applied to our bioindustry for a long time, and there's a lot of methodologies and the cases how we are actually doing the open innovation. There's a lot of cases accumulated. However, R&D strategies and how to actually apply the strategies are all different depending on the companies. So how this open innovation can be utilized, and when it is actually being utilized, what we can think about, these are the things that I would like to introduce to you today. Yes, I am. This is the Red Center is about the research and early development. So this is the lab, and our job is to discover and develop the new drugs. So our name recently becomes a GC Biopharma. So I'll give you the introduction of GC Pharma. You've heard of us a lot. Along with Yuhang Yang, we are number 1, number 2 place. In $1.3 billion in annual revenue, 62 countries with over 2,000 employees. So we are well known in 3 areas. So it's about the blood agent. So from plasma, we divide the certain substances to make the new drugs, and also we are very well known as the vaccine for hepatitis B or the cold virus. And also the third is the rare disease area. This is from the blood agent. So we are also focusing on the development of the rare disease cure, such as the hemophobia. So there are a lot of examples that you can see here, and 70 to 80% of our subjects are focusing on the rare diseases. So if I go further, those who are not familiar with the rare diseases, maybe you don't really understand how big this is. So normally, there are 1,000 patients in the world. So for example, like pycnodyscytosis, there are only 1 patient in Korea. It's what we started from the beginning. Also, there's a rare diseases with the patient, only 20 patients in the world or 800 patients in the world. So because it's going to take a long time to explain everything, I'm going to just add more details as I go along. So as we go global, we do not only focus on domestic but the global IDs as well. So we are working on many of the open innovation programs. So I gave you the relationship between the rare diseases and the GC Pharma, so be mindful of that, and then you will have a better understanding. So I have three cases to share with you. These are the cases that was most impressive to me. So first one is a license in, that we implement license in the beginning from other company and do the development. And the second one is the co-development. With Hanmi, we have one project doing the co-development with Hanmi, and also we have an establishment of biotech in the US and do the project. These are the three open innovation cases that I'd like to share. First one is the license in. This is not the normal one. This is the licensing of one of the rare diseases. So, from the asparagen, we have achieved the license of the SSADH disease. So, if I were to give you more detailed information, this is the name of the enzyme. SSADHD is a succinic semi-aldehyde dehydrogenases deficiency. So this is one of the diseases of deficiency in the function of mitochondria. So you have a motor function dysfunction, and there's a seizure, and many patients die in the early age. There are around 2,000 patients. So the companies with this license in such rare diseases are usually made by those people who have their children with the rare diseases. So this is the same case. So the founder found out that his and her child have this rare disease and established the company to make the rare disease cure. So usually the parents establish a company because of their child with rare diseases and find out the company to acquire the IP with such comparatively low cost and do the animal experiment and do the treatment development. So this SSADH, it has been known to the world for 20 years, and those who have been working for that all the time are making the networks, and there's a lot of doctors and hospital personnel are participating. There's a Boston Children's Hospital, and also there's a making of the animal models and trying to do the test. There are many researchers who are involved in this network. Because the disease itself is too rare, the groups to make the cure and the treatment is very small, and they are the ones who are doing everything. So as we did the license in, what we expected was there were benefits. It's more like what we wanted. Is that because we're a very small country? We're a very small country. It is a very small country, so doing everything was very slow. So we wanted to take over everything, put a lot of resources, and do the development very fast. And as the patient's mother is the CEO and have a very good relationship between the patients and the company, we wanted to use that very good established network. So we wanted to focus on the areas that we are doing very well and utilize the good relationship between patient and the companies and the network to develop the treatment as fast as we can. That was our strategy. So we do the process development, make the development, and preparation for the confirmation and the verification. We had such a fast-paced development. That's because the parents are watching their child dying, and the researchers have been working on this for 20 years and found out the candidate substances, so they wanted to do the trials. And the FDA wanted to support a lot, so patient-focused drug development meeting. It means that the patient and the related personnel are gathered together and then see what kind of trial phenomena and the results are coming in. FDA also take the part and then do the discussions and do the development. So it's like the fast running train without the brake. So we sometimes had to just think carefully and then take a break, but we missed some of the opportunities. There's a first option of the enzyme replacement therapy, but we use the AAV using genetic treatment and the gene therapies. We all need to do the consider them. But if we find the one candidate substances, we are focusing too much on them. So that was the problem. And this is a small society, and what we do, everything we do, gives a huge impact because this is such a desperate community. So we were actually dragged by the decisions that we made. So we had to make the backup in case the substances that we are focusing on fail. So this is similar to licensing. We also do the co-development in terms of the open innovation. There are several of them. One of the most impressive one was the co-development with Hanmi Pharma. So rare diseases, we are specialized in that, and Hanmi is specialized in making the animal model or MOA study. And also, this is the enzyme replacement treatment. So this is Hanmi had platform technologies that can be utilized in this area. So we thought this could make the synergy effect, and then we can work together. So this is a two giant pharmaceutical companies are meeting together and do the development. So we could pour a lot of resources and do the powerful development. And because we were focusing on what we do well, we could minimize the trial and error for the areas that we are not really familiar with. And also, the researchers from two companies had discussions a lot. We had a lot of ego problems that both companies wanted to win over other researchers. So even when we had the party, after party to drink some alcohols, like two companies were still competing in everything. So we are entering the phase 1 of the clinical studies from next year. We already finished the preclinical stages. So we are actually working on the two diseases at the same time. But what we need to think about is that if we go well, everything would be okay because we are trusting others' specialized areas, that we are trusting the Hanmi's specialized areas and working together. But sometimes we don't always agree with each other. So this gives us a time delay, and there's always a gray area because the non-clinical things can be done in Hanmi, and when we do the actual material trial, we can have the conflict in our opinion. So this is the problems that we always need to do the coordination. But so far, it has been very good. That because we are having such a good development, we were very good. But as I do the alignment management and do the agreement, I need to always think about if things go south, then what we need to do. I always need to think about that. So such co-development, we need to distinguish the arenas of each other's that we need to strengthen one another's strengths and their profession and do the development. And the last one is that we made a biotech in the US and we started the vaccine for the curable vaccine was announced. And this was very successful. So this is the two-buyer system for the adjuvanted subunit vaccine for the prevention of shingles and the chickenpox. We expect there is a small side effect and have a very good result. So we finished the Series A investment and enter in the phase 1 and phase 2 study. This is being done in the US. So because we have a lot of experience in vaccine, we had to make the decision whether we are going to do or just give this to the companies in the US and do the project. But the reason why we put this in the US side was because of speed. So we make the development in the US and adopting the leaderships and all the resources that we can use. We had to do it in the US. If you see the members, they don't really speak any Koreans. There's a leader, George Simeon, and his leadership is very good, and we are actually spearheading the project under his leadership. So the decision-making process has such a good efficient. So in the case of such spin-off cases, this cannot be just summarized into a simpler term, but this is very new one. I've been working in the pharmaceutical companies for 10 years. Sometimes I experience the decision-making process that are slow and inefficient, but with the new people, new culture, and the new challenges to the new companies, we could experience that the project could be developed very fast. There was only one goal, that we have a successful phase 1 and 2 studies for the vaccines for the shingles. So far, there has been a lot of great results. And by looking at the company's work, attracting investment and do the development, we learned a lot. However, we missed several things when we were building this spin-off development. Some of the investors focus on the exit, or some of them focus on the evergreen. Advent Capital is one of the examples. They are the investors who would like to see the vaccine completed in the global market. That they just want to keep increase the investment amount and then see the development of the product. However, all the investors are not same. So characteristics of the investor can change the direction of the development, and also there's a fundraising. Our percentage and the ratio of the investment are becoming lower and lower. If we lose too much of the portion, then we are not be able to control the company. Well, we don't intend to, but that becomes impossible, and so that's one of the issues that we need to think about. And also there's a lot of companies that we cover under the name of GC Pharma. Curever was one of our family, but as the investment goes further and further, they are less likely become our families, the companies that are not under our influences anymore. So we learned a lot about these details through the spin-off development. So this is very general slide. From 5 to 6 years ago, we were thinking about this. So open innovation is about this. You cannot do it alone. it would be much better if we gather together and find out the way and the methodology. So this is the spirit of open innovation. And I feel that this spirit is pretty much adjusted to our country as well. So many pharmaceutical companies are making collaborations, and we are having a lot of small meetings and the conference such as this. So other details and the contents that I could not tell you today, maybe you can ask question later on. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
네, 팀장님, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you for your presentation.
저도 궁금한 게 하나
I have
있는데요.
one
TB
question.
질환에 관심 있는 연구자들도 되게 많을 것
There are
같은데
many researchers who are interested in the rare diseases
연구를 했는데, 그러니까
that they do the research on the rare diseases, find
어떤
out
회사
the
관심
candidate
가져줄까
substances.
하는 게 사실은 굉장히 고민스럽거든요. 그것도
Not
정부의
all
연구비 같은
companies
신청할
are
때도
interested in
거기에
this,
대한
and
어떤
there's also the
justification이
investment
필요한데,
amount from the government. It requires the adjustment. So,
질환을 보고 어떤 질환을 선택하고
GC Pharma, how do you find out this kind of diseases? What kind of characteristics do you see the substances and do the licensing out? How do you make that decision? That's a very good question. I don't know how much answers that I can give you, but my knowledge is limited. But let me tell you, companies working on the rare diseases, they have a mission of their own. It's not about getting into the huge amount of market. They are in the market knowing that the market is very small. So they need to have a mission. But not all companies are doing the volunteer model. There is a profit model to follow. So what I can answer you is that in Korea, we need to have more of this. But in the US, basically, there's a fundraising for the rare diseases is much easier. There's a lot of support from government. There's a lot of support from foundation. And one of the things that I was envious was that there's a priority voucher, things called priority voucher. This is about the companies who are working on the neglected or the rare diseases. When they are confirmed by the government, they get the voucher. And this voucher is about selling and buying. So if you give this to FDA, the review period becomes shortened to 8 months. So I believe it was several hundred million billion wons of the voucher has been transacted. So this is one of the models that I was envious. And also, I mentioned about the rare diseases with the 20 patients in the world. There are companies who are working on such very rare diseases because rare diseases have such a small patient because not all of them were diagnosed correctly. So we need to have a mid to long-term view on the rare diseases. The companies, there are a lot of them who are making their expertise on the rare diseases and working on them. Yes, thank you very much. Please ask your questions from the floor. Thank you for your excellent presentation. The last topic, spin-off, and the company about the spin-off, when they do the fundraising and your portion decreases and then they are no longer, they're getting far away from your company group as a family. So I thought that is actually similar to what parents feel when they send their daughter away for the marriage. Actually, that company do the spin-off development and then did the successful progress and do the fundraising. So that is a positive thing, positive moving. I'm sorry if I were to express this in the number, but if you do the fundraising and do the spin-off, it means that the company will have a higher value, and that means that maybe your percentage and the ratio becomes smaller, your share. But if you do the share exercise, then the total amount of the benefit will be much higher. I think that is the meaning of the success for the spin-off company. So if you send your daughter away for the marriage, you feel lonely, but you will soon have grandchildren, so you're not going to be lonely anymore. I think this is kind of in the similar context. This is the things that I was working on as well, but I hope I feel very good that this has been advanced so far and so a lot. Yes, I understand what you mean. Please ask more questions from the floor.
네, 그럼 팀장님 감사드립니다.
Yes, thank you, team leader, for your presentation.
Our next speaker is Dr. Namiko Yamashita. She is a manager of Beringer Ingelheim.
Thank you. Hello. I hope you can hear me. So I am Namiko Yamashita, Business Development and Licensing Manager of Beringer Ingelheim. I'm calling from Tokyo. Thank you for inviting me this wonderful forum. It's my honor introducing the open innovation of Beringer Ingelheim. So I hope this presentation would trigger the discussion between us for the future collaboration. I'll introduce our alliance focus, who we are, and activities for external collaboration. Okay, so who we are as a company perspective. So we offer value through innovation, and our passion is to change lives for generations. We are aiming for filling our pipelines with first-in-class type of programs, more than 3/4. As such, external collaboration is essential for innovative programs, and currently about 50% of programs are from external collaboration. Okay, so this is showing the our capabilities for R&D perspective. We have R&D institute in Japan. Actually, we are the only global firm having the R&D site in Japan, in Kobe, as well as our home country, Germany. So this is the one of the biggest R&D site having the discovery as well as development and CMC development, so many functions in Germany. Also those neighborhood countries such as Australia, we have very strong small molecule institute. Switzerland, we acquired those companies, Amount Therapeutics or NBE Therapeutics these few years. We have the R&D colleagues there. As well, for USA, we have innovation R&D site in Connecticut State. Especially they are very strong for immunology related discovery as well as development. Okay, so here I introduce our focus area, therapeutic areas. There's 6 therapeutic areas currently we are really much focusing on. So many of them we already have launched drugs as well as clinical stage development. So I don't go for detail today, but we do have strength in cardiometabolic disease as well as respiratory diseases. For the cardiometabolic metabolic disease, our strong focus in NASH, especially for the fibrosis later stage of NASH, such as F4 stage. We also interested in obesity program as well. For the CNS, our focus is more to psychiatric diseases, symptoms, immunology. We are focusing in IBDs, those in the inflammation in gut as well as skin diseases. Oncology, we have two main focus. One is attacking the cancer cell itself, focusing in really growth factors, growth signalings, as well as apoptotic signalings. Then, as well as we have focus in immuno-oncology target, especially for that can modulate myeloid cells. For respiratory, our external collaboration focus is fibrosis again, especially IPF is our key cornerstone diseases. Lastly, the newest therapeutic area we have is retinal health. So we are focusing in the vascular generation or information, neural cell dysfunctions in retinal retina. Okay. On top of that, this group, Research Beyond Borders, they themselves, as scientists, researchers, they are aiming to have new therapeutic areas beyond the 6 therapeutic areas. For them, those two one of the strong focus. One is gene therapy. We have very strong research capability, especially in AAV and regenerative medicine. Our focus is not using cells nor tissues, but using other modalities to stimulate regeneration in body. Emerging science is including rare diseases, new technologies. We are really very much open for the new technologies. Okay, so here I'd like to introduce our functions for external. How we can reach external innovations. So one is the first one is the department where I belong to, that is business development and licensing team. So we focus in the 6 existing therapeutic areas, and then looking for the new opportunities for the in licensing. Next one is grassroots initiatives. I will introduce that in a later slide. Mainly from this business development licensing team, having the lot of different kinds of events or seminars so we call grassroots initiatives to help the external entrepreneurs. OpenMe, I also introduce you later. We have Open Innovation Platform. And we also have corporate venture fund looking for the even newer technologies such as digital health or those current focus for the Research Beyond Borders were also focus for corporate fund as well. Research Beyond Borders I introduced, they are the ones having the a lot of external collaborations, and we do invest basic science. So for the next slide, I would like to introduce our team in Japan. And then, as I mentioned, this is the Human Firm Business Development and Licensing team. So I'm in charge of the team. Dr. Kono is actually working like a split half. He's helping the human pharma as well as animal health. So we are one of the biggest animal health company as well. So we are also looking for the opportunities for animal health, treatment, vaccines, things like that. So those are the human farmer colleagues. Research Beyond Borders, as I mentioned, exploring the emerging science, collaborations. Then they also manage the project together with external partners. You may see Dr. Lee Ji-hye. She's from South Korea, and then she's really not only her, but our focus is also South Korea. BDL as well. So we working for the scouting the opportunities from South Korea as well as Japan and other countries. So those four are the member of RBB, Research Beyond Borders. This year we also have the scouting manager, Dr. Mizoguchi. He's in charge of scouting like technologies for CMC development, such as DDS technologies. So here let me introduce the NBI Nippon Boehringer Ingelheim BDL Business Development Licensing Team in depth. Takeshi based in Kobe and myself based in Tokyo. Then we are covering Japan, South Korea, as well as other East Asia as well as Southeast Asia countries, except mainland China. Then we both report to Dr. Wada. He is the head of Kobe Pharma Research Institute. So as a global team, we also belong. We belong to the global team, so that we report to the global head of business development and licensing, Dr. Menerich. So under his leadership, there's three main teams in business development and licensing team. The team we belong to is SP, Strategic Partnering. So the strategic partnering, this is the ones, firstly contact with you and evaluate do the scientific evaluation for the opportunities. Then TCM, transaction and contract management. So once we evaluate the opportunities, go to due diligence, this team gonna be assigned for the business negotiation. After we sign the contract, alliance management is the one to manage the project. So our role, Takeshi and myself, is not only scouting the opportunities from the area, as well as having some events to increase our visibility. Okay, so we see South Korea as a country where innovative projects have been rapidly growing recently. So in fact, as you may know, we have an alliance with Yuhan. So here I would like to show how the evaluation path will look like. This is really a rough pathway. Takeshi and myself, as a regional partner, partner, we scout and firstly evaluate the opportunities from, as I mentioned, East and Southeast Asia, including Korea. We then internally discuss with SP colleagues who are covering those therapeutic area-wise. So we cover region, we cover all therapeutic area, but other colleagues are assigned by therapeutic area-wise. So they are really much scientists for each therapeutic area. So once we see the high potential, research, IP, medicine, and other related colleagues are invited to the evaluation team for further due diligence. And then in most of the cases, we first evaluate the asset scientifically and move into the business discussion later. Okay, so lastly but not least, I'd like to introduce our grassroots activities, investing in the new next generation of life science innovators and entrepreneurs. So I'm gonna introduce what we are doing. Those are some examples of the event. Then this grassroots initiative is done in worldwide, not only in Japan or East Asia, and then mainly run by Human Firma BDL team. Firstly, we offer a personal mentoring program called Office Hours. This is run both online and on-site. So far we have this slide is a bit old, so I believe it's far more than 300 companies worldwide since 2015. So this is, the question is usually when we evaluate the opportunities, questions are coming from our side, but in these office hours, questions are coming from these startup companies. So they can make use of our expertise as a big pharma. So they can learn how to develop the drug. So this is really purely want to help these entrepreneurs. Next one is Boehringer Ingelheim Innovation Prize. This is the pitch contest. Then during COVID, some of the innovation prize were held online, but this year we are having them on site. I will introduce the one in Japan later. Okay. So the last one here, but not limited. This listed here, we offer networking event like BI Academy. As a whole, we would like to be a global firm, visible and helpful for early startups. So this is showing the example for grassroots activities in Japan team. Here's some pictures from Innovation Prize this year. We had Boehringer Ingelheim Office Hours last year. We hope to have next year as well. Then internship, we welcome internships. Then we also have scientific lecture seminar with academia, universities. And then we have open house for the public. That is in Kobe, where we have a research institute. Okay, so here's the detail of innovation prize we had in Kobe in the end of last month. Three global leaders, global heads from BDL, Business Development and Licensing, LBB, and BI Venture Fund attended as a judge, including another 3 external judges. So those 6 people judge for the presentation. Then we had 8 presenters from Japan, and then they presented their idea in English. Then topic is new drug development, which is not necessary in the focus area of BI. So we want to encourage or help entrepreneurs so that we don't limit with our focus. So actually a lot of winners in the past are also cell therapy companies where we don't play a role. So BI currently has no cell therapy, but would like to encourage the entrepreneurs. That's the spirit of Innovation Prize. Then I want to share this story. To our really great surprise, we had 1 inquiry and 1 application from South Korea this year. Although we only had notice in Japanese language, so we didn't have like email notice in English. So that was really surprising, good in a good meaning. So then because of Corona, they still need to have a visa to visit Japan last year. Now no. We needed to decline those applications from South Korea because attendance on site was difficult. So that was really pity for us to decline, not because of the quality of application, but only because that it was from overseas. But this was opened our eyes. This opened our eyes, and then we are like, why not open the event to nearby countries, especially to Korea? So then because anyway, this event is run in English. So next year we would like to welcome applications, of course from South Korea, as far as you are fine visiting Japan, Kobe. So usually the application opens sometimes in June, so please stay tuned. Then in my last presentation, I also would like to introduce our open innovation platform called OpenMe. So you can visit with this QR code. Then we have 3 categories in OpenMe. Molecular to order, that is free of charge. Molecules for collaboration. Current topic is we open 74 molecules for screening. That is till December 12th. Then open to expert, we are open for collaboration and provide research funding for your idea. The current topic is 1 is half-life extension for biologics against retinopathy until November 7th. And then the other one is harness liver's regenerative capacity for late-stage NASH till December 15th. So if you have any ideas, please apply for the collaboration, as well as molecules to order that is absolute free. So you may take a look of them. Okay, so thank you for my presentation, and then you may reach out with me this email.
네,
Thank you.
궁금하시면 언제든지 저에게 연락을 해주시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Yamashita.
네,
I
야마시타
have one
박사님
first
감사합니다.
question.
저도 첫 번째 질문이 있습니다.
So I suppose you have some experience with Korean companies.
한국 기업들과도 일을 하신 경험이 있을 것
I want to ask
같은데요.
you, in general, what's the strengths and weakness of your Korean companies, especially small venture companies?
I would say, yeah, they are very strong. I would say, like 5-6 years ago, I see more like a Me Too or like a better ideas, but I'm really surprised to have there's a lot of first-in-class opportunities from Korean startups, and then I'm also impressed for their capability of English communication, business mindset. Yeah, they usually presentations from South Korean startups are really, really good, to be honest. So that's, yeah, I want to show that to Japanese startups to encourage and stimulate. Yeah, and then I think there are a lot of communications to stimulate each other. That's my guess. Yeah, my hope. Weakness. Especially for small startups, I don't see much. Then good thing for us is we are looking for the preclinical opportunities. So that yeah, a lot of Korean startups are open for preclinical collaboration. That is really good for us. Other countries like US, they want to bring the project until clinical stage, so that's a bit difficult to yeah, having the in-licensing.
인을 하긴 좀 어려운 점이 있거든요.
Please ask questions in the floor.
네, 질문 있으시면 참석자분들 해주시기 바랍니다.
Hello.
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello.
네,
Your English is very good too.
네, 영어 너무 잘하시는 것 같습니다.
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Except you saying yeah once, yeah. What did you say? Yeah. Quite often.
야를
okay.
많이 말씀하시는 것 같은데요.
I'm a bit nervous.
네, 그것 빼고 너무 잘하시는 것 같습니다. 제가 긴장이
You're good.
되겠습니다. 너무 잘하시는데요.
I have one question and one amusing comment. One question is the 6 disease area you mentioned.
6개 질병
I
영역에 대해서
wonder
말씀하셨는데요.
whether the BI could have
BI 팀에서
include infectious disease
감염병도
into that area,
포함시킬 의향이
especially
있으신지 궁금합니다.
getting through COVID
특히나
and the
코로나
pandemic
상황에서
COVID.
팬데믹
That's my
상황에서
first
감염병을 포함시키고자 할 의향이 있는지 첫 번째 질문입니다.
Okay, so I go for the first question
네, 그럼 첫
now.
번째 질문
For the
답변 먼저
infectious
드리겠습니다.
disease,
네,
actually
감염병,
we
전염병
have
관련해서
joint
저희가
venture
조인트
with
벤처를
Evotech. So
이블텍과 저희가
all
구성을 하고 있습니다.
yeah, opportunities go for there. So
네,
currently we
관련된
don't
기회를 보고
have
있고요.
that
지금
in focus.
현재는 예, 집중을 하고 있습니다. 그 분야요.
My amusing comment is in your slide you show the Takeshi Kono once in a while. I met him several times. He was visiting Korea and so on. My name is Jonathan Jang. So tell him that I'm saying hello. And then he got really old with gray hair and gray beard. So that tell him that specifically. With gray beard, he looks old.
그런 분이신데 근우 박사님 만나면 저와 상당히 머리가 하얗게
It was a
새고
good
그리고 수염도
presentation.
하얀 사람을 만났다고
Thank you. Yeah, he used
전해주시기
to
바랍니다.
have no beard, but because
근우
of
박사님
COVID,
예전에는
he said
수염이
he got bored.
코로나 상황에서 좀 지겨워서 한번 수염을 길러보신 것 같습니다.
Thank you.
네,
Thank you for your
감사합니다.
kind comment.
네, 친절한 코멘트 감사드립니다.
I have one more question.
네, 저도 질문
You have
하나 더
M4
드리겠습니다.
C collaboration, molecules for collaboration.
대해서 말씀하셨는데 molecule for
So
collaboration 말씀해 주셨습니다.
If collaboration find some compound that's very
협업을 통해서 어떤
promising,
컴파운드를 찾게
what
된다면
happens to
상당히
the
유망할
after
것
that?
같은데 그 다음 단계는 어떻게
intellectual
될까요?
property and other things.
IP 지적
Yeah,
재산과 관련한
that
필수
is
업계
going
방문도
to be
궁금합니다.
a discussion, but
논의를
usually
해야 되는 부분인데요. 일반적으로는
the IP for molecule
네, 분자에 대한
is ours,
IP는 저희가
but
가지게
for like a
됩니다.
usage of
그런데
invention, gonna be
발명한 것에
yeah, it
대한
can be discussed. So
인벤션에
it's
대한 사용에 대해서는 논의를 할
different
수가 있습니다.
from yeah, project by
네,
project.
그런데 물론 프로젝트마다 다를 수는
So
있습니다.
how many M4C projects is going on?
네, 지금 몇
currently?
개의 M4C 프로젝트가
Currently,
진행
we
중에 있으시죠?
open call is one
지금 현재
that is for the
하나가
screening,
진행되고
but
있으면
in
스크리닝
the
단계입니다.
past,
그런데 지금까지
yeah, I didn't count,
제가
but
사실 세보진
at least
않았지만 적어도
2-3 per year,
연간
and then
한
each
두세 건
call
정도 진행된
we
것 같습니다.
have
각각의
several
콜마다
collaboration.
몇 건의
Usually
협업을
not only one,
진행했습니다. 하나만
like
하는 건
3
아니고요.
or
보통 한
4
세 개나
collaboration
네 건
in
정도의
one
협업을
yeah,
하나의 콜에 대해서
one
진행한
program.
하나의 프로그램에
Is
대해서
it open
진행합니다.
for the university
이건
scientists?
대학이나 과학자들에게도
Yes,
오픈이 된
it's
것인가요?
open for
네,
everybody.
모든
All
사람들에게
over
개방된
the world,
것입니다. 전 세계적으로
university or
대학이
yeah,
됐든
a lot of
많은 분들이 참여를 할 수가
applications
있고요.
from small companies
네,
as
그리고
well.
중소기업에서도 신청서를 많이 보내주십니다.
추가 질문 있으십니까?
So do you have any other questions?
예, 통역이 되니까.
So because simultaneous interpretation is being provided, so please ask your questions
네, 알겠습니다.
in the language that you feel convenient. Thank you very much.
So we
네,
move to the
감사합니다,
next
박사님. 그럼
speaker.
다음 발표로 넘어가겠습니다.
So, 다음 연사분은
The next speaker
우정바이오의
is from
조민근
Ujong Bio.
이사님이겠습니다.
It's Director Jo Min-gun.
네, 안녕하십니까. 우정바이오의
Good
조민근입니다.
afternoon. I am Jo Min-gun from Ujong Bio.
참석하게 돼서 개인적으로 영광이고요.
It is my great honor to be here today,
상당히
and
반갑습니다.
it is great to see you all here
좀 처음에
today.
말씀을 좀 드리면
So let me begin with
발표에 부탁을
some
받고
of the saying.
자료를 열심히 만들었는데
I was making a lot of
70페이지 정도가
data
넘었거든요. 시간을
because
좀
I
생각을
become the
좀
presenter. I made
보니까
about like
20분
70
정도
slides.
시간이
I did not mind the time,
속사포랩으로
but
빨리
there
진행할
is
수 있도록 하겠습니다.
I only have like 20 minutes, so I'm going to go
보시는
very
바와 같이 바이오
fast. As you can see,
생태계가 이제 활성화가 되어야 되는데 그 해답은 바로 그 오픈
the
이노베이션에 있고
bio
거기에서
ecosystem must be
우정 바이오
revitalized, and that is the
민간
open innovation
클러스터가
is the
어떤 역할을
key.
해야
And
되는지에
Ujong Bio
대해서 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다.
is going to talk about the civil
먼저
clusters.
그 OECD에서는
So
2030년에 바이오 기술이
OECD
경제 성장을 이끄는
2030
바이오 경제
said
시대가 올
2030 is
것이다라고
going to
전망을
be
좀
the
하고
year
있습니다.
of the bio
그래서
industry
앞서
is
뭐
leading
PC부터 시작해서
area. So
ITC
from the
혁명,
PC,
이제 바이오
ITC
혁명이 지금 딱
innovation, and the
2025년까지
bio
이루어지고
innovation is going to
30년
have
되면
a
바이오 경제 시대가 올 것이다라고
2025,
보고
and the
있고요.
2030 is
여기서
going
또
to be the
주목할
age of
만한
the
점은
bio.
바이오는
What
정말
we can
전
focus on is
산업
that
모두와 결합을 한 융합을 통해서 그 신기술
it can
신사업으로 부가가치를
be
창출할 수 있다고
mixed
보고
and
있습니다. 그래서
collaborated
앞으로 한
with all the areas of the
2023에서
market.
5년 사이에 이
From
반도체
2023 to
자동차를 넘어서는 그런 더
2025,
큰
it is
산업으로
going to be
커질
much
것으로
larger
예상하고
than the
있습니다.
semiconductor or the
이에 발맞춰서
vehicles.
최근
And
5개년간
also
저희 그
for
우리나라의 바이오 시장 자체도 연간 3.8%씩 커져가고 있고요.
years, the
이에
CAGR
발맞춰서
of our
그런
domestic
바이오 산업에
market has
종사하는
become
인력 전문 인력도
3.8%,
증가하고 있습니다.
and the
그리고
professionals
그에
of these
발맞춰서 또
areas
그 연구 개발에
has
투자되는 총
increased the annual
그 투자비가
6.5%,
아까
and
녹십자에서도
the
10%에
total
육박한다고
investment,
말씀하셨지만
the
10%씩
GC
매년
Pharma said
성장하고 있고
almost
이 중
10%,
연구
and
분야를
our
담당하고 있는
calculation is
바이오 벤처
7%,
투자도
and the
한 3배
bio
이상
venture
증가 추세에
investment
있습니다.
is also in the 3
하지만
times
지금
fold.
팬데믹 이후에
However, after
뜨거워진
the
바이오
pandemic,
고평가 버블이 꺼지면서
as
투자가 좀 많이 좀
the
시들해지고
bubble
있거든요.
of the
그래서
bio
이런 기사들
companies
최근에 많이
has
보셨을 겁니다. 그래서
fallen, now the
뭐
market
문맥
is a
경화가
bit
왔다, 뭐 그리고 뭐 바이오 벤처들이 죽어가고
sluggish,
있다
that the
이렇게
bio ventures
머릿고개라고
are
말을 하고
dying,
있는데
and this is the
사실
very
저희가
difficult times.
IPO 숫자만 봐도 이걸 좀 알 수 있습니다.
But the
IPO가
IPO
한
number
4개년간
alone shows
평균적으로 한
this. So
20여 개
4
정도의
years,
바이오텍들이 상장을 하면서
the
엑시트를
average
했었는데
20 of
올해는
the bio
상반기에 세
companies
군데,
were
하반기에도
exited
지금 두
and they listed.
군데가
However,
지금 기다리고 있습니다. 그만큼
now
상당히 많이
there's two of
한파가
them are
몰아치고 있고요.
waiting. So this is the very
이를
difficult time
뒷받침하는
for the bio
근거로는 사실
companies.
바이오
This is the
투자가
evidence that
많이
are
그
backing up.
이루어지고 있던 2013년에서
From 2013
2021년까지
to
계속 성장하고 있던 시기에
2021, the investment has been made a lot. There's a biotech. When we see the biotech,
팁스를 받은 한
seed
1000여 개의
tips
바이오
around
스타트업들을 봤을
1,000
때
bio
다음
startups.
라운드로 가는 게 A 시리즈가 39%, 그다음 13%, 그다음
39% of
C
them
라운드에는
goes to the A
고작
series,
3%밖에
and the
나오지
B round
않았고
is the
이 각
30%, the C
단계별로
round is the
엑시트를
3%,
한 바이오텍들은
and the exit
2% 지나지
biotechs
않았습니다.
on each stage
지금도
were
계속해서
only
어떤
2%.
그 투자액은
So
늘어나고는 있지만
now
그
the
비율은
investment
지금
amount is
줄어들고 있는
raising, but the
추세가
ratio
있고요.
is
그다음에 여기서
decreasing.
좀
That is
괄목할
the
만한 점은
trend, and what we can see here is that
그 2배 정도의 투자액은 성장을 하고
the
있는데
investment
그
amount
키
has
투자
increased
초수는
twofold.
생각보다
However,
적게 올라가고 있습니다. 약 10%밖에 성장을 못하고
only
있는데 이 이유를
10%
보시면
of the
옥석가리기가 정말
benefits
진행이
has
제대로 되고
been
있다라고 보시면
applied
되겠습니다.
because
그래서
now there are
최근에 이제 그 기술 수출을 봤을 때 2020년에도
distinguishing
14건
happening.
10조 원
So
기술
when we
수출 대박이
see
있었는데
the
21년에도
2020, the
33건으로
licensing out has
13.3조
become
원의
a lot of
매출을
build up
올렸습니다.
for
근데
10 trillion
하지만
won.
그
However,
이면에 2년간
on
그
the other
마일스톤을
hand,
달성하지
the 2
못해서
years of the
계약 파기된
milestone
금액만
were
2조 원이
not
나왔고요.
achieved, and that there's over 2
그다음
trillion
올해
wons of
그나마도 올해
the
바이오 기술 수출이 작년 대비해서 반토막에
project
지나지
out
않습니다.
amount
그만큼 지금
from the
바이오
bio
시장이
companies.
한파가 좀
And
몰아닥치고
so
있다고 볼 수
the
있겠습니다.
market is
그래서
generally about like
결국에는 이 제약
the
바이오 업체들 모두가 다
half of the
오픈
former size.
이노베이션만이 그 돌파구라고
So
여기고
many
있고
companies
계속해서
are regarding
그
that the open
제약사의 이제
innovation
바이오
is the
벤처 투자가
only
올라가고 있는
way
추세입니다.
of overcoming
여기서 제가 좀
this.
설명드리고 싶은
So
건
what I
뭐냐면
want
여기
to
보시는 바와
focus
같이
on here is that, as you can see here,
전통적인 그 과거의 폐쇄형 모델에서 보시면
from the closed
내부 개발
model
비용
of the
대비 이제 자사의
conventional one,
매출이 있는데 최근에 이제
there's
폐쇄형
a
모델을 봤을 때
profit of the
혁신 비용이
companies.
증가하기
The
때문에
closed
내부
one
비용이
is that
저렇게
the innovation
더 증가하게
fee
되고
increases, so the internal
외부에서는
fee
매출이 오히려
increases.
그
However,
많은
the
시장
external one,
경쟁으로 인해서 매출은
due to the
감소하고
market
있습니다.
competition,
결국엔
the
매출이 감소하면서 비용이
sales
늘어나니까
decrease, so
방법을
the
찾아야 되고 그
money
방법을
that you spend
오픈 이노베이션으로
is
찾겠다는 게 지금
increasing.
이
So we need
필요성입니다.
to make
그래서
the
내부
find
자원
out the way
결국에는
to
외부
overcome this. So
자원을
open
활용으로
innovation
내부
is the
혁신
way
비용을 절감하고 신규
to
매출
overcome this.
새로운 기술 자산을 매각하고
So the
스피노프를
new
하고
license is
라이센싱을
going to be
함으로써
licensing
신규
out,
매출을 창출하는 것입니다.
licensed to
그래서
other
예전에
companies to
그
make the new
폐쇄형
profit.
모델에서
That
보면
is the
기업
plan.
경계가 이렇게
So the
뚜렷하게
formal
나타나고 그
closed
기업 경계 상에서
model
만을
shows the
통해서
very vivid
시장으로
parameters
흘러나갔다면
of the company.
최근에는 이제
However,
여러
but
가지 기업 경계가
right
허물어지는
now,
사례들을 보실 수
the
있습니다.
boundaries between companies are
그래서 최근 3개년간
going down.
라이센싱 아웃
So
현황을 보면요,
when we
제약회사보다
see the
바이오
3
벤처들이
years
훨씬 더
of the
많아졌고
licensing
그
out
바이오
status,
벤처도
bio
상당히
ventures
많은
have a lot of
외국계 기업, 그다음에 또 다른
changes,
중견
and
바이오텍,
there's
그다음에 제약회사 순으로 기술 거래가 이루어지고 있었습니다.
many of the
그래서
companies
그
are
오픈
making the
이노베이션을
licensing out
한
with the
곳과 안 한
ventures
곳의
and the
신약 개발
overseas
성공률을
companies and
비교해
all that.
봤더니
So
약 한 3배 정도의 차이가
we compare
나더라라는 연구
the
결과가 있었고요.
development
또 보시는
amount
바와
between
같이
the companies who
가장
are doing
이상적인
following the
오픈
trend and not. There's a lot
이노베이션의
of
어떤 그
differences, and then
시스템은
there's a
타겟
system of the innovation when we
설정에서부터
see that
후보 물질을
from the target
도출하고 그
adjustment
비임상과 임상
to find
시장을
out the
각 어떤 개발의 적절한
candidate
주체들에게
substance
연계되는
and
그런
connected
시스템입니다.
to
하지만
the
저희
subjects
지금
that
우리
are
K바이오의
playing the
오픈
role in
이노베이션
this
현황을 좀
market.
보면
However, when we see the
산학연의
current
기초 연구가
status,
거기서
the
얻어진 어떤
basic
표적이
research
후속
of
연구가
the
좀 미흡한 점이 있고요. 그다음에
industry,
대학 연구소,
academic,
벤처
and the research
기업에서
center,
탐색 연구를 통해서
the basis
얻어지는
is very
어떤 그
weak,
후보 물질들,
and the
캔디데이트가
candidate
후속 개발로
substances
이어지지
are
못하고
not
있는
really
이런
well led to
단절의
the
구간이 존재하게 됩니다.
follow-up research studies. So
이
this is
보시는
the
바와 같이 한
place where we
1,800건의
cannot do
파이프라인을
the
살펴봤을 때도
continue. So when
산업군에서 한
we take a look
70%
at the
이상을 차지하고 있고요.
1800
학계,
pipelines,
영국의 병원
this
계승
is the
상당히
ratio that you
병원계에서도
can see that the
적은
hospitals
숫자의 개발이 이루어지고 있는
are
것으로 보여지고
having a
있습니다.
very small number of the development, as you
하지만
can see here.
고무적인 것은 한
Nevertheless,
300여
there's
개
a
기관의
positive
1,500개
aspect.
정도의 그 파이프라인을 살펴봤는데요. 2018년 대비해서
1500
정확히
pipelines
2배
shows that
이상의
the
그 어떤 그 캔디데이트가 시장 후보 물질이
candidate
늘어나고 있는
materials are
특징들을 보실 수
increasing about
있습니다.
twofold.
그래서 자주 보신 자료일 텐데요. 한 10,000개의
This is
후보 물질이
the
있으면 이 중
things that you saw a lot.
0.0001%만이
If there's
신약으로
a
나오고 있다라고 보면 되겠는데
10,000
여기서 이제 더 중요한 건 앞으로 이제 AI
candidate substances, there's a 1%
어떤
becomes
첨단
meaningful in
기술이
the
신약 개발
market.
전주기에 접목될 경우에는
So when we
현재 한
when we
15년
merge the new
정도
technologies to
걸리는
this,
신약 개발 주기가 7년으로
10 years of the
보고
new
있고
drug
그
development
단계도
cycle is going to be
최소한 한
shortened to 7 years, and the phase is going to be decreased to the 4 to 5 phases. So in 2016, there was only one pipeline, but now in 2020, there's 105 of them. And when we see the AI new drug development, there's they have the market value of over 1
캔디데이트들이 많이
trillion. So
나옴으로
there's a
인해서
lot of candidate materials.
앞으로 최근에는 연평균 창업 기업 수가 스타트업이 한
As the bioindustry
369개
grows
정도
as a new national
수준이었는데요. 그
growth
이전에
engine,
비해서는 2배 이상 성장한
369
거고
bio-startups
앞으로
are
향후에
established on an annual average
24년까지는
over
한
the
4,
past
500개씩
5
나오지 않을까
years,
그렇게
and we
예상을
expect
하고
it is
있습니다.
going to be
그래서
around 400 and 500.
예전에 한 2000년대
So in the
초반에서부터
beginning of the
2010년대까지는 정부에서
2000
주도해서
and
민간
2010,
정부
the
공공
government
클러스터들이
led this.
전국에 한
The
25군데
public clusters, there were
그
25
스타트업들의
of them,
연구를 이끌어갔다면
and they led the startups research.
이끌어갔었습니다. 근데 다만 이 중에서 저희가 스타트업들 3곳 중에 한 곳은 1년을 버티지 못하고
One
있고
out of
나머지
three
한
of
곳도
them
5년 안에
could not
폐업하는 그런
withstand
OECD
for a year,
평균에도 한
and
10% 못
rest of them
미치는
could not
수치에 좀
even
이르고
withstand
있습니다.
the 5 years.
그래서 정말
This was well below
스타트업이야말로
the average
어떤
of
오픈
the
이노베이션이
OECD.
가장
So startup,
중요하다고 볼
open
수 있겠고요.
innovation is very
선진국
important for
사례에서
them.
보면 해외에서는
When
어떤
we
기술
see
확보가
the
되면 창업으로
developed
이루어지고
countries,
그다음에
if they
성장을
have a
거쳐서 바로
technology,
회수가 되고
the
재투자가
startup
이루어지는
company,
이런
the
선순환
startup
구조를
begins and
보여주고
develop the new
있지만 우리나라에서는
technologies
아직
and
그
the
창업에
good
대한 허들이 한
cycles.
가지가 존재를 하고
However,
있고 또
we have a
성장에서도
one hurdle
그리고
of the beginning
엑시트에서도
of the
많은
new
그 허들이 존재하고
startups, and
있습니다.
there's also many
그래서
hurdles
아까 앞서
exist
기조
in the
연설을
exit.
해주신 그
So we
수장께서
heard
계신
the
그
keynote speech in the beginning. The Susan
있는
mentioned the
보스턴을
left center of
도시였습니다.
Boston.
보스턴의 성공
This is the
비결은
example.
사실
The
이런
secret of the
창업으로
success
바로
of the
이어질
Boston
혁신적인 기술이 창업으로
is
이루어질
that
수 있는
innovative
랩센트라고
technology
J랩
directly
그다음에
led
아까
to the success.
발표하신
There's a J labs
바이오랩스가
and other
있었는데
biolabs
그런
and
어떤
other labs.
창업의 공간 그다음에
So
찰스
they gave
리버하고
the space
프레들
for
그리고
the
이스트와
startups
같은
and the
그들의
success.
기술을 가장 가치를 빨리 극대화를 시켜줘야 사실 그
We
선순환
need to
구조가
maximize their
이루어지고
benefits so that we
진정한
can
바이오
make the good
생태계가 이루어지는데
cycles and make
그래서
the
이제
true
제가 아까도 그
bio
질문을 드렸던 게
ecosystem.
뭐냐면
So
그럼
that's
그
why
기술
I asked the
가치를
question to
어떻게
her. How
그
do we
성장시키고 발전시킬 수 있을 것인가?
develop
결국엔
and
그
improve the
스타트업이
technology?
밸류에이션이
In
어떻게
the
되느냐는
end,
그 데이터에서 나온다고 볼 수
it is
있겠습니다.
about the valuation of
그래서
the startups.
랩센트럴에서
So
사실 모더나가 이제 창업을 해서
Lab
지금
Central,
세계적인 기업이
Moderna
되었는데
made the startup
저희
and
이제
it
우정
becomes the
바이오에서
global
이제부터
company.
뭐
So
민간 바이오 클러스터인
우정
우정 바이오
바이오.
좀 소개를 드리면
Let
맥클라우드라는
me
이런 그
introduce our
연구
company.
공간을
We
만들었습니다.
made a
그래서 인비트로 인비보
research
시험이
space
모두
called
가능한
MacLeod.
스마트 공유
So in vitro
연구실이고요.
and in vivo, everything is possible. This is a
보시는
smart
바와
shared
같이 뭐
laboratory.
오피스 공간, 개방형
There's an
연구실,
office,
공유
open
장비실,
labs, and the
세포
shared
배양실,
equipment rooms, and the
미팅룸, 라운지 이런 식으로 구성이 좀 되어
cell
있습니다.
nurturing rooms and other
그래서 저희는
spaces are
초기 스타트업
available.
정말
So
인큐베이팅이 필요한 초기 스타트업이 연구자
there's
본인만
a
와서 그 본인의
startups
아이디어를 가지고
require
한두 명이서
incubating,
창업을 할 수
so
있는 그런 공간으로
the small
만들었고요.
personnel
또한
could just
동물
come
실험에
with the
필요한 바이오
ideas and do
벤처들이 그
their
인비보 시험
development.
전문가들만 저희에게
And also,
보내주시면 이 랩클라우드
if you
공간에서
send
인비보 데이터를 해석하실
professionals
수 있습니다.
to
또한
do the
오픈
animal testing
이노베이션을
in
원하는
vivo,
뭐
you can
모든
just send
그
them
제약
to
기업에게
us,
열려
and
있다고
then we
보시면
can
되겠습니다.
do
저희는
the
연구 인프라뿐만
development
아니라
and
성장
improvement
지원하는
together. So it is
엑셀러레이션
open to
프로그램도
every
있고요. 또
market.
네트워킹을
There's also
저희가
other
주로 하고
programs
있고
available. We
그다음에
are
CRO
doing the
인턴
networkings.
그 비임상 CRO 컨설팅을 주로 하고 있습니다.
And also we are
그래서 보시는 바와 같이 한
doing the
50여 종
consulting for the
정도의
non-clinical
실험
areas.
장비들을
There
저희가
are
갖추고
50
있기
of
때문에
the equipment
연구에만 정말
available.
전념하실 수
So you
있는
can just focus
공간을
on your
제공하고요.
studies
두
and the
번째로
research.
바이오 그 아까 보스턴에서 그
Secondly,
성공 요인을 좀 봤을 때
when we see the
그
success
동물 실험이 가능한
element of
곳들이
the
주위에
Boston,
있더라라고 말씀을 드렸는데요. 이
one
보시는
of the
분이 이제
reasons
로버트
was
랭거
that
교수입니다.
the
MIT
animal
로버트 랭거
testing lab was
교수인데 모더나의
available.
공동
This is
창업자고요.
the very famous
이분께서 이제 가장 이상적인 어떤 연구
researcher, the
프로젝트를
co-founder of the
진행하는
Moderna,
방법에 대해서 말씀해 주실
and
때
he
가장
mentioned
강조한
that
부분이 빠르게
he
동물
emphasized
효력
on
시험을
the
진행해라. 이것이
animal
바로
efficacy test.
그 파이프라인을
That he said
강화하고
this is the way
본격적인 사업화
to
단계로 진입할 수 있는
strengthen the
근거라고
pipeline and
말씀하셨습니다.
becomes
좀 해주세요.
enter the stages of the
그래서
technology
디스커버리 단계에서 디벨롭 단계로
commercialization.
넘어가는 가장
So in the
중요한
discovery to
단계이기도 합니다.
development,
그리고
this is the very important
IND에서부터
stage.
NDA로 갈 때까지 이
IND,
모든 전 과정에
AND,
걸쳐서 기초적인
in
데이터가
all the
non-clinical
phases,
스터디고요.
the basic data
그다음에
is the
또
non-clinical
스타트업에서
study,
가장
and
중요한 이
from the
돈줄을 주고
startups,
있는
for the startups, the money is very important. The
최근에 이제
funders.
전통적인 어떤 그
So,
투자 경향과 최신 그 투자 경향을 좀 비교해 보면
when we
훨씬 더
compare the
초기 단계, 얼리
investment
단계로
tendencies
넘어와서 이제
from
그
before
투자는
and
이루어지고
now,
있습니다. 다만
now
시리즈
the
A 본격적으로 이제 연구
investment are
비임상에
being
들어갈
made,
수
but
있는
Series
시리즈 A
A in the
단계에
non-clinical area
어떤 투자를
data can
유치하기
be input
위해서는
in order to
그 임상
bring
전
more
단계 투자를 유치하기 위해서는
fund
이 비임상 자료가 반드시 필요하다라고 보실 수 있겠습니다. 지금 여기서도 벤처 캐피탈도 다 시리즈 A 분야에서 프리클리니컬 단계하고 일치하고요. 그래서 초기 스크리닝 단계 유효성이 가장 좀 중요한 어떤 IR 데이터로 활용되고 있습니다. 그래서 실질적으로 봤을 때도 전임상 데이터가 상당히 좀 라이센싱이 많이 이루어지는 그런 어떤 단계에 이미 확인이 좀 되었고요. 비임상 분야에서 상당히 많은 딜이 이루어지고 있다는 걸 보실 수 있습니다. 그리고 또 한 가지는 새로운 이제 비즈니스 모델이 예전과는 다르게 조기 기술 이전을 통해서 공동 연구를 추진하거나 비용을 최소화해서 최대의 이익을 남기고 그 이전 비용으로 확보한 자금을 통해서 새로운 파이프라인을 선정하고 또 지속적으로 연구 개발에 매진하는 이런 어떤 그 비즈니스 모델을 가지고 이제 바이오 벤처들이 창업을 하고 있고요. 그다음에 그 카이노스메드라는 어떤 기술 이전 사례를 좀 보면 2016년에 만들어져서 이런 그 여러 가지 기술 이전과 비임상 단계에서 기술 이전, 공동 연구 추진, 그다음에 기술을 또 도입하기도 하고 지금 최근에 2020년에 이제 상장을 하게 되었고 22년에도 아직도 계속해서 연구를 진행하고 있습니다. 끊임없이. 그래서 저희 그 레클라우드 음정 바이오에서도 바이오 스타트업들의 어떤 그 연구 프로젝트를 저희가 받아서 연구 데이터로 돌려드리는 어떤 그런 비즈니스 모델을 가지고 있고요. 지금 현재 바이오텍들 한 70여 군데에 어떤 그 인터뷰를 한 결과
after the
라이센스
70
아웃을
interviews with the companies,
그 70%가 라이센스 아웃을 하는 것이
70% of the
비즈니스 모델이라고
companies
택했습니다.
answered
사실
that the license out is
작년까지만
their
해도 뭐 IPO 가려고
business model.
생각하시는 분들도 상당히 많아.
Well, 2 years ago there were many companies who were thinking about the IPOs, but now the trend has
실질적으로
changed a
30억 원
lot.
정도의 시리즈 A를 유치한 사례도 있고
There's a case
900억
of the
원
3
정도의
billion
시리즈 C
ones of
단계에서
the investment
어떤 그 비임상만으로 비임상
size, and also
데이터만으로
there's
투자를 유치한
other
사례도
cases
존재합니다.
only with
그리고
the
최근에 이제
non-clinical data.
금융위원회에서도
Recently,
어떤 바이오 산업의 개발비
the
자산화
financial
회계처리
authority
범위를 좀 확대했는데
has
그 이전에는 임상
expanded
3상 승인
for
후에
the ranges of the
자산화가
accounting.
가능했다면
So
최근에 이제 일상 전에도 승인 전에도
right
비임상
now,
단계에서도
even
어떤
in
그
the
기술적 실현
non-clinical data,
가능성이
if the
객관적으로
technology is
제시되는 경우에
viable
한해서는
in the objective
자산화가
manner,
가능합니다.
then
그래서
they
상당히
can
좀
be
마음
financed
놓고
and they
그
receive the fund to develop
비임상
the
시험을
technologies
하시면
and
되겠습니다.
proceed with the
그래서 저희는
non-clinical test.
실험 동물 센터를 갖추고 있는데
So we have a
보통 이제
vivarium
시리즈 한
animal
B단계
test
넘어가면서
center.
동물실을 짓는
So
경우가
when
상당히 많이 있습니다. 근데
phase
사실 동물실을
B
직접
is
짓고
approached
그
and they
연구진들을
overcome,
뽑고
then the
그 동물실을
vivarium is
관리하고 하는
built,
데에는
but there's
상당히
a
많은
lot of
그 보이지
people
않는 요소들이
required.
좀
You need
존재합니다.
to
그렇기
build
때문에
a lab
저희는
and you
뭐
need to have
비바쉐어라는 공유
employees.
동물
So
실험실,
we
그다음에
made the Viva
브리딩
Share.
랩, 번식
It's an
서비스를
animal
제공을 하고 있고
lab
그밖에 다음에
services
보여드릴
space, and also we provide the breeding
그런
services. And
말씀드립니다.
the
저희가
next one
단일
is the
사이트는 세계 최대 규모입니다. 한 2만 kg를 수용할 수
next.
있는
This
그런
slide
어떤
shows that we are
그
the largest in the world.
공영 그
If we
동물실을
just
갖추고 있고요.
compare with
보시는 바와
the
같이
single labs, we have
저희가
a
로봇가
vivarium
직접
and the
케이지를
animal
관리해주고 깔집 같은 것들 그 청소를
laboratory.
해주고
There's a
있습니다.
robotic
그래서
arms
관리도
who are
상당히 좀 잘
managing
되어
this
있고요.
space.
그다음에 에일락 인증을 받았고 저희가
We
또
received the ALAC
ABSL 감염병 연구 시설을 가지고 있기
certification,
때문에 바이러스 연구가 가능합니다. 그래서
we
뭐 코로나
are available for the
백신이라든가
virus
치료제까지도
research,
연구가
so we
가능하고
can even
그다음
study
그
on the
세계적으로 지금 뭐
COVID-19 and the
마이크로바이옴 연구가
vaccine
그 계속해서
research.
증가하고 있는데
And also
무슨
there's a
연구 시설인 전투
microbiome
시설을 갖추고
laboratories
있습니다.
are increasing, so we also have
그리고
the
이제 인비보 시험
facilities for them.
전문가들이 사실 그 기업에 많지 않은데요. 그분들을 좀 그 육성하고자 하시면 저희에게 보내주시면 저희가 효능 평가에 대한
If
직무
you
교육을 또
were
시켜드리고
to
있습니다.
raise the professionals
또한
that are
저희가
not really available
그
for
CRO
other
서비스를
companies
직접
in the
해드리고
labs, then you
있는데
can just ask us
항암
to
모델 최근 이제
do the
가장 많이 하고
trainings
있는
and all
항암에서
that.
부터 시작해서 퇴행성
And
뇌질환
we are
얘기까지
also
수많은
working
연구
on the
노하우들을 저희가
anti-cancer
갖춘
research, and
장비를
we have a
통해서
lot of different
데이터로
know-hows in the
만들어드리고 있습니다.
various
최근
fields of the
3개년간 한 400여 개
research.
기관에서 1000여 개의 프로젝트를 수행하면서 그
So
재현성과
we
신뢰도를
received
인정을 받고 있고요.
around 1,000
저희가
projects
이제
from
그
400
유효성 평가를 통해서
companies for last 3
창업한
months.
사례가 또 있습니다.
And
그래서
also there's
이게
other
진짜
cases
저희는
that I
오픈
can share
이노베이션이라고
you.
말씀드릴 수 있는 게
We can
그냥
say
일반
this is the
CRO가
open
아닌
innovation
저희는 정말 그
because
공동의 목표를 함께 연구하는 공동의 목표를 위해서
this
함께
we
연구하는
are
그런
working
연구진으로서
together
공동
as
연구라는
a
생각을 하고
research
지금
team
CRO
to
서비스를
do
수행해
the
나가고 있습니다.
development and
그래서
research for the new
섭식
technologies.
장애로 인한 비만에 대한 모델인데요. 한 20마리
There's a
가지고
model
한
for
3주 정도
the
저희가
obesities.
그 연구를 지원해 드렸고
So we
좋은 결과를
supported
통해서
this
여기가
study
이제
for like
창업을
3
하게 됐고
weeks,
그러니까
and
사실
there was a
초기
good
스크리닝
result, and
단계에
startup
마우스
began.
실험을 통해서
So
창업을
in the
이뤄냈고
very
이도
beginning of
수입돼서
the
그다음에
screening
텍스에
stages, there
선정되고
was a mouse
VC
labs,
투자로도
and
연결이 되었습니다.
the researcher
두 번째로는 어떤
has established a lot of network and the connection due to our
마우스,
support.
그러니까 유전자 변형 마우스를 가지고 계신 교수님이 계셨는데 번식이 실패를 하다가 저희 쪽에 오셔가지고 이제 번식에 성공을 하고
that professor
그
failed
마우스
to breed a mouse, so he came to us.
대형 제약사에 라이센싱 아웃한 사례도
So he made a
있습니다.
success with our support and do the license of the mouse model to the huge pharmaceutical company. And also there is a case that we have achieved the useful data and they make the connection. And also there is a
성장을 억제시킨 데이터를
cancer
가지고
for the intestinal cancers, and we have a case of making the
폐암에 있어서도
development.
저희가 지금 IPO 준비하는 업체에 대한 공동 연구를 진행한 적이 있고요.
And also we have established the co-development research with the companies who are working in the lung cancer. So there are other services available as also so that we can attract more fund and make the development into the next
제약회사의
phase.
라이센싱 아웃하고 더 큰
So licensing out of the pharmaceutical companies and then going to the next stage, there are a lot of cases. However, we are focusing on the bio-innovation open platform.
바이오 벤처들과의 저희가 콜라보를 좀 많이 진행을 하고 있는데 뉴로비스라는 곳과는 이제 뇌 인지 중추장애 그 효능 평가 서비스를 하는 곳입니다. 그래서 폐에서 뇌질환 쪽으로 저희한테 들어오시면 저희 쪽하고 공동 연구를 좀 하시면 뉴로비스라는 곳과 함께 진행을 하고 있고요.
If you were to work on more of this,
AI
we can
신약 개발
connect
업체입니다. 그래서
you to
후보물질
such
탐색
companies, and
단계에서부터
also
약물 타겟의 구조를
there's
분석하고
a Calicy company
된
who
신약
are
디자인을 제안하는
finding the
곳입니다.
new substances for the new drug
제이랩스라는
development. We
곳은
can connect you to them
박사님께서
as well.
창업하신 곳인데
And also there's
여기는
a company
RNA를 이제
that
분리 정제할
was
수 있는 기술과 그다음에
established by
대장균을 통해
the
대장
doctors
경주를
from
통해서
KAIST.
세포 내에서
So
RNA를
this
상당히
is
길게
about
키워내서
the raising
생산해낼 수
RNA
있는 그런
from the
기술을
cell.
가지고 있습니다.
This is
그러다
a
보니까
technology that the
기존의
company
이제
has.
화학적
So
합성으로만으로는
therefore,
상당히 좀 불안정하고
the
상당히
conventional
그 짧은
chemical
RNA가 생산이
combination
됐었었는데
is
지금 연구에
very
가장 최적화된
unstable and
길이는
RNA
약 한
is very
300에서
short. However,
200에서 300
with
NT
this technology,
수준의 길이로 생산해낼 수 있는 기술을 가지고
200
있어서
to 300
저희가 그걸
is the
기술 사업화
technologies that
시켜드리기로 하고 지금 함께 연구를 더
is looking forward for the
발전시키고 사업화를
commercialization.
추진하고
We
있습니다.
are actually
그다음에 이제
supporting
니오
the
바이오팜이라는
company.
곳이 있는데요.
Also,
여기는
there's
얼리
a new
스테이지에서
biofarm.
그 특이적인
From the
항체공학
early
기술을
stage,
이용해서
it
신약
is
후보물질을
using
발굴을
the
지원해 주는
very
곳입니다. 그래서
peculiar
저희 쪽에 이제
targeting
항체 신약을
technologies
의뢰해 주시는
for
분들이 많이
the
계시면 니오 바이오팜과 함께 지금 공동 연구를
antibodies. So
추진하는
if you
쪽으로
are
오픈
looking into
이노베이션을
such
해나가고 있고요.
areas, we can connect
또
you
재밌는
to
건
that company as
정말
well.
여기는
And
IT
the one
업체인데요.
interesting
스마트
thing
잭이라는
is that the
곳인데
smart
여기
jack is
연구실에서
an
사실
IT
필요한 게
company.
연구만 정말 하고 싶어도 연구소에서 연구진들이 해야 될 일들이 상당히 많습니다.
If you
시약
only want to
재고부터
do the
파악해야 되고
research in the
안전관리도
lab,
해야
there's a
되고요.
lot of things
소모품
that you
구매도
need
해야 되고
to
여러 가지 상당히 좀
think
귀찮은
about.
일들이 좀
You
많이
need to buy
존재하는데 그런 것들을 ERP
consumable
시스템으로
materials. You need
어떤
to
연구
think
시스템을
about a
통해서
lot of management. So
편의를
this is
제공해
very
드리고 있는 시스템입니다. 그래서
inconvenient.
저희
So we are
랩클라우드의 최초로
actually
또 연구소에 적용을
working
하게
with the
되었고요.
smart jack
앞으로
to
수많은 연구진들이 함께
make the
이
support on this.
시스템을
This is the first
이용할 수 있게
case for the IT
다음은
companies, and
델버라는
this would
곳인데
be
여기
the good
송도에 있는
example.
곳입니다.
Also,
근데 여기는
there's a Delver.
사실 이제 신약
This
개발을 할
company
때
is in Songdo. When they
연구소하고
do the new
사실
drug
연구소와 이제
development,
개발하는 개발팀의 개발본부와의 이 역할 분담이 R&R이 상당히 중요한데요. 사실 그 전 과정에
the
걸쳐 중요한
role
게 CMC입니다.
separation is
델버라는
very
회사는 그 CMC
important.
그러니까 전 과정에 걸쳐서
Communicating with the
CMC를 컨설팅해 주는
headquarters.
업체입니다.
But
그래서
this is the CNC consulting
초기
company,
어떤 그
and
인비보 시험이 들어왔을 때 사실
when
그
we have an early
인비보가 아니고
in vivo
인비보 이전에
test,
이전 단계에서부터 CMC는 상당히 좀 필요하다고
so CNC is very
다음 이제 플라스
important
바이오라는
even
데하고
from the
콜라보를 진행하고
earlier
있는데 여기는
stages. So we are doing
로봇으로
the
동물 실험을
collaboration. So
추구하는 곳입니다. 그래서
Plus
AI
Bio is
로봇을 지금
another
생산해내고 있고
collaborating
지금
company.
개발이
They are
완료가
using
되어서
robot.
인제
They
시험만 하더라도 90%
made
이상의 95%
they
이상의
finished the
성공률을 지금
development. So injection
재현해내고
alone
있습니다. 그래서 이것과 함께
achieves
저희가
over
동물 실험
90% of the
데이터를
accuracy.
훨씬 더 정확도를 높이고
So
어떤
with their help,
효율성을
we can
개선하려고
raise
지금 노력하고
the
있고요. 또 한 가지는 지금 아마 많이 아시겠지만 세계적인
accuracy of the animal
회사인
test. And
코잉사에서
also there's
저희의
a
연구 장비
global
제공뿐만
company
아니라 연구 개발
Corning.
경험을 공유할 수 있는 스마트 공유 연구실 인프라를 지금 계속해서 제공해주고
They are
있습니다.
constantly
또 한
providing
가지는
us
저희가
the
그
research infrastructure
제약회사의
to
어떤
share
그
their
R&D
cases and their
센터하고 그 기술 거래를
experiences.
연계해주는 그런 연구 플랫폼 역할을 지금 하고 있고요.
So
그 밖에도
we are
신약
serving as
개발과
the
관련된
research
모든
platform to connect
바이오
every
인프라들을 한 곳에 모아서
companies and
저희가
every related
지원을 해드리고
areas.
있습니다.
So
이
we are
수많은
gathering
업체들하고
all
저
these
지금 같이
companies
콜라보를 하고
to
있고요.
do the
저희
collaboration
지금
and
회사에서
support.
직접적으로 회사
Right
내에서
now,
하고 있는 것들 좀 보여드리면
if I
이런
were
그
to show you what we are
세미나라든가
doing inside of the
어떤
company, there's a seminar.
바이오 인프라와 관련된 어떤 지식을
knowledge sharing about the bio infrastructures, and we are constantly opening up the venue to share information and the data.
하반기에는 저희가 저희의 오픈 이노베이션 IR 경연 대회를 하반기에 이제 열기로 하였습니다. 그래서
decided to open the open innovation competitions for the Ujong Bio. You can see on this slide there's R&D and everything is connected as one open innovation. That is one of our goals that I can explain.
앞으로도 계속해서 저희는
So in the future,
인프라들과 함께
along with a lot of bio infrastructure, we are going to continue our efforts to achieve the open innovation. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 질문해 주십시오.
Thank you very much. Please ask your question if there's anyone.
제가 하나 물어보고.
I'd like to ask you one question.
대학교에도 사실은 비슷한 걸 하고 싶어하는 대학 굉장히 많죠.
Many universities would like to do the things that you are doing right now, similar things.
그런 데가 뭐 잘 못하니까 아마 우정바이오 같은 데서
maybe they are not really good at it, so that's why maybe 우정바이오 becomes successful. Why do you think universities are failing? What do you think their weaknesses? Many universities would like to achieve the open innovations and then do the ventures for the open innovations in the bio areas. And they're supporting to make the environment. I don't think it's because too much. I don't think it's because they are lack of skill. It's because there's too much. There's innovation space is required, but the spaces are limited. Even Seoul National University, you need to wait 3 to 6 months. So
교수님들도 상당히 많이 기다리고 계십니다.
Even professors of the universities are waiting a lot to do the startup.
많이 기다리고 있는
So many candidate substances are waiting for the in vivo test.
같은 경우에도
And for example, 대구 첨보, one of the most popular one.
인비트로 시험까지는 진행이 되는데
in vitro test was done. However, afterward, you need to wait from 1 to 3 months. So
도움을 주는 그런 역할을 하고
we
싶고요.
wanted to give more support on such areas, and also there's a lot of problems for beginning the startups. You need to have a lot of management and the concerns, but you have such a huge amount of delay for universities.
네, 그러면 오늘 마지막 이번 세션의 마지막 발표는 이것으로 마치겠습니다.
Yes, so this is the end of the presentation for the session 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for the wonderful presentations. At this point, I would like to invite Professor Lee and the panel members for a panel discussion session. 네, 잠시 지정 토론을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 좌장님과 패널분들께서는 무대 위로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다. 이지호 교수님, 이규성 원장님, 강대욱 센터장님, 지영미 소장님, 허재원 이사님 5분 무대 위로 모시겠습니다.
Professor Lee, Director Lee Gyusong, and Center Leader Kang Dae-wook, and Director Ji Young-mi, and Heo Jae-won, please come to the front.
네, 토론 진행하실 때는 잠시 마스크를 벗어도 되실 것 같습니다.
So during our panel discussion, you may take off your mask.
Professor Lee, whenever you're ready.
네, 이 교수님 준비되시면 진행 부탁드리겠습니다.
다행히 앞에 발표하신 분들이 시간 너무 잘 지켜주셔가지고.
So thank you very much for keeping the time, so we could secure enough time for panel discussion. So I will serve as a moderator. So when you begin, well, actually, topic of the session is open innovation. So I guess you are conducting open innovation. So when you introduce yourself, would you please introduce your strategy regarding open innovation in each organization? So maybe Director Heo Jae-won, would you please go first?
예, 안녕하세요. 아스트라제네카 허재원입니다.
Hello, I am Heo Jae-won from AstraZeneca. It was a very great session for me today. And during the panel discussion, let me talk about how we conduct open innovation and our past activities with Korean researchers at AstraZeneca. And then let me talk about some success factors in our activities. I'm not sure whether it can help you, but I hope that I can give you a piece of advice to Korean researchers and scholars. And AstraZeneca, open innovation is one of the most important strategies for us. And thankfully, in Korea, many researchers and hospitals and companies proposed to us. And actually, we received thousands of proposals, and some of them led to tangible results. And as you know well, I can give you an example of COVID-19 vaccine. Well, with Oxford University in the UK, from the beginning of the COVID-19, we began to develop COVID-19 vaccine. And our main principle is no profit, no loss. So during a pandemic situation, without any profit for the company, we wanted to pursue the common agenda, which is to solve the pandemic situation. And based on that main principle, we developed vaccine and conducted R&D activities, and we provided vaccines. And in Korea as well, we thought a lot how to fast disseminate vaccines into Korea. And we talked with the Korean government as well. And the conclusion that we reached is that if we produce in Korea, it will be possible to supply quickly. And with companies and institutions, we had a discussion rapidly, and as a result, we could manufacture vaccines in Korea. And technology transfer and those things were provided domestically, so we could supply in Korea. And in addition, we have a great facilities for manufacturing, and we have a great quality of manufacturing. And overseas countries, they showed willingness to import vaccines from Korea, so we could export to more than 75 different countries. Well, actually, we can export to Europe when we have the GMP certificate, and we got full support from head office and partners. In Korea, they could get certificate of GMP, and Oxford University and AstraZeneca and governments of different countries, they all collaborated together so that we could lead some initiative to respond to COVID-19 situation. I think it is a good example of open innovation. And the governments, companies, and institutions, they all put their efforts into these initiatives. And I think it's a good example. And I think it's very important to have a collaboration between different players. So from the beginning of the COVID-19 situation, vaccine developed by AstraZeneca played a great role, and that is attributable to the collaboration of different players. And secondly, well, our company, the first COVID-19 vaccine in Korea was developed by us, and we provided control vaccine in the process. Well, originally, we should have conducted phase 3 clinical study to have the product, but because of COVID-19 situation, WHO realized the difficulties of conducting phase 3 studies. So after comparing with similar products, and if there are some results that can be accepted as a result of phase 3 clinical study, so the control vaccines were really needed for Korean companies to develop vaccines. And I got lots of requests from the companies, and I escalated these issues to head office. Well, as a citizen of Korea, I hope that Korea wanted to have the sovereignty of the vaccine, not this time, but it's very important for us to prepare for the next possible pandemic. But at the same time, as an employee of AstraZeneca, the vaccine developed by Korea can be a competitor, and to use AstraZeneca's product for the next vaccine of Korea can be a risk for us. But we had a discussion with head office for the universal value, and as a result, we provided control vaccines for domestic production of vaccines in Korea for control vaccine. And it was difficult to persuade head office, but head office understood that during the pandemic situation, it's not sufficient for one company alone to develop one vaccine. And pandemic situation is a common challenge for the humanity. So we have to join hands together, and that's very important. That's a prerequisite of the head office. So actually, we provided our drug for the development of the vaccine that can be a competitor for us in the future. But it was possible because we wanted to pursue the universal value, and it was possible because we had a discussion and consultation. So if I talk about two different examples of open innovation at AstraZeneca, but things can be different depending on the situation. But for us, we have an experience of extensive collaboration in Korea, and I get lots of inquiries. And companies ask how can they collaborate with global companies like AstraZeneca, who should I contact and what they should do. So I get thousands of inquiries like that. And I meet many people, and I came to think that the company that I want to partner with, I need to ask whether they have the same direction or same strategy. So it's important for us or for you to evaluate that as well. So rather than name value itself, you have to analyze the possible company can be your real partner, considering their direction and strategy. And next, there should be some mutual value and universal value through collaboration. And for that end, you need to have a communication. So rather than having a discussion just to launch your own product, so you have to move beyond to talk about mutual benefits and your contribution to our society and economy. And you need to have that communication, and you have to adjust interest each other. And if so, it would be great because there are many companies with great assets, and you can have tangible result, and that will be a great strategy. So when you formulate open innovation strategy, I think it will be important to formulate communications plans solidly. So based on open innovation, AstraZeneca will continue collaboration with hospital, research centers, and companies. And in the future as well, actually, there are some cases under discussion, so I think that we can give some good news shortly. And if you need any discussion, please don't hesitate to contact me. So I looked at many different cases, and my insight from that is that the communication strategy is important. So you have to embed a communication strategy into open innovation strategy. Thank you very much.
Yes. Next, CEO Jiyoung-mi. I think Pasteur is going to make a lot of collaborations. Yes, I am Jiyoung-mi, CEO of Institute Pasteur Korea. I've heard the full presentation before, and I thought we are going to discuss about the content. However, I was going to give you the case example of my institute, but first of all, I'd like to say I heard the full presentation was really good, and there was a lot of different materials, and in the research development stages, they are making a lot of support and help. I think it was a very good time to understand what is actually being done. So thank you very much. So we, Institute Pasteur Korea, from 2017 to 2020, we did the tech development from phase 1 to phase 2, and with the help from the ministry, we did the incubation 5 to 6 companies and then do the exit. So we made a success. So about 100 billion wons of the job creation was achieved, and we made a lot of result. I think our institute made a lot of project, and I think what we do, the biocore facility industry, the project is the very beginning one and the very initial stages, and now the incubation projects are being done a lot in Korea. But from the last year, we all started to do the second phase project. So we are now currently working for like 5 companies to grow them and do the exit. Also, we prepared this lab space office equipment support for their improvement and the development. And also we are providing consulting. One another thing is that we try to find the areas that we can do the co-development and the co-improvement with other companies. So even in the third stage, we are going to make a lot of efforts to make a good result. One another thing to add is that what we focused on in the first is that material called Q23. So we worked with the HQ at Paris to do the co-development of the technologies. This is one of the candidate substance. So as we do the licensing out, we made a spin-off company called Curient. So in 2016, that company was listed in Costa. And the clinical trial phase 2A has been finished, and now we are doing to go to the next phase. So this is the first drug that we made from our labs, and that could maybe used for the patient in the future. So we are utilizing various pipelines to do the support in this area. Another project is that the Ministry of Technology support project, and as we go through the COVID-19, we actually received this project from the ministry, and so on the 6th floor of our office, there's an open lab. Animal BL3 and the biobanks are available. We are currently building them, and we are going to finish constructing them at the end of this year, and we plan to open that space for other companies to join and do the co-development. Many presenters mentioned that BD commercialization and the startups, the importance of them were discussed. So a few months ago, beginning of the July, Institute of Pasteur Paris, they have a huge commercialization division, DAPA. It was made a few years ago. So many professionals came from that division to Korea and gave us the training, BMS course. So how we can do the licensing out, commercialization, how do we make the benefits and profits. So other companies were invited and do the training. That training was very useful. This was an international course and therefore done in English. However, I think doing the Korean is also viable. I think we can just use 2 languages, and that is one of the things that we plan for the future.
In addition, I mentioned this to QE. Q3, we have advanced to the phase 2A that is very grateful. However, how we can bring these treatment to the end in the national level so we can use them to the actual patient. I hope the government is going to do the management on that. The government has the infectious disease management plan that is for 5 years, and if you take a look at them, infectious disease treatment, that is our main goal. So this infectious disease treatment area, 6 of them becomes a goal to make the end result and do the actual application. So when we see the vaccine treatment and the diagnosis part is very fast in Korea. In the beginning, we had the excellent system. So there was an emergency systems that we applied. And we even export this system to other countries. So there has been a lot of success. But when we take a look at the vaccine, as AstraZeneca said, SK Bio also trying to develop vaccine. There was a lot of success. There was a lot of investment, but comparatively, treatment area was quite weak. There was a lot of discussions, maybe that we are going to have the treatment early compared to vaccine. However, the result was different. This is all the same in the global market. So there was a mentioning of the 100-day mission by CEPI. CEPI was the leading for the research and development. It received a lot of support. However, the treatment area is not really making a great result. So we had 6 goals for the treatment areas, but in order to achieve them, we need to see them strategically, and we need to have more support. We need to fill out the gap and do the support strategically. I think that is one of the things that we need to do. Just one more thing. 2 days ago, there was a Global Health Summit took place, and one of the presenters was from Peter Doty Lab Center in Austria, which is very close to our Pasteur Institute as well. The presenter made a content that is similar to what I said. So, treatment to the infectious disease, this investment was very comparatively weak. So, we need to have a new platform for the technologies. We need to invest a lot to that platform. So one of the Canadians, I don't know, that person was named Jeff Cummings. So he made a donation of $300 billion to that research and development center, and asked to accelerate the research and development for the infectious disease treatment. He was a Canadian. He is Canadian, but make the investment to the Australian lab. And he also mentioned that the 70% of the investment is going to be made inside of Canada, and the 30% is going to be invested to other places. So I think such investment can be shared, and we can maybe do the support as well. We need to have more investment for the research and development for the infectious disease treatment. I said a lot, but I think Boston was a very good example for the presentation. I think I heard that the biocluster is very well formed in the Cambridge as well. They do a lot of benchmarking, so I hope Songdo is going to get examples from other models, and
grow much larger later on and do the benchmarkings for other visitors from other places. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let us move on to Center leader Kang Dae-wook from Seoul Biohub. I am Kang Dae-wook from Seoul Biohub. So let me introduce Seoul Biohub. First, we are located in Hongneung. So strictly speaking, Seoul City government is conducting biocluster project for Hongneung, and the budget and infrastructure are provided by Seoul Metropolitan City, and that project has been commissioned to Seoul Biohub. It's a typical startup platform for bioindustry, and basically, so our target is to provide non-stop service to startup companies. So we provide location and space for residents, companies, and what is needed for bio companies are training and consulting. So we provide them, and at the end, we help them to enter into overseas markets. So we provide end-to-end full service. So it started in 2017 as small scale, and we scaled up gradually. We worked hard. Despite a challenging situation, residents worked really hard. And up to now, 199 companies are being supported. And in accumulation, revenue is 60 billion Korean won, and around 400 billion won of investment has been attracted, and it employed around 1,500 people. Actually, it's not easy to record this number by pharmaceutical companies, so it's a great achievement. So many residents, startups have been working hard despite challenging situation. Well, open innovation is very important to secure future generation technologies. And companies can share R&D activities and distribution and innovative processes. So we are targeting global companies, especially bio and healthcare companies. So as for existing companies, they cannot pursue growth engines every year, and their momentum is being weakened. So as for the startup companies, if they work together, there is a high possibilities of win-win. So we work on the win-win situations between venture companies. Well, bio companies, few of them target domestic market, and most of them want to enter into foreign markets. So let me introduce some cases we have challenged. So first of all, with Johnson & Johnson J&J, we have a quick fire challenge. So we launched early, and this year we had 6 challenges. So for challenge, we had a MOU with global company, and actually it's a trilateral MOU between us and J&J and Seoul Metropolitan City. And as for the winners, R&D budget is provided, and they can reside within the hub. So they can get the mentoring service from other residents. And another successful case is to make the residents to go IPO this year or next year. So we hope that winner of the challenge can go IPO this year or next year. And I think it's a great opportunity for startup companies. And second case is Health X Challenge. In collaboration with Novartis, we had 3 contests. And thirdly, we launched program this year in collaboration with BMS, and the name of it is Seoul BMS Innovation Square Challenge. And they are all pharmaceutical challenges. But next year, we want to collaborate with medical equipment manufacturers. And this week, I went to Switzerland. I came back this morning, and Basel is called as a capital of bio, and there are many head offices of Novartis and other pharmaceutical companies. And Basel is a very innovative city, and there is a collaboration between Seoul Metropolitan City and Basel, and there is an innovation center of Basel University, and we signed the MOU with that center. And this year we sent 5 different companies to Basel for networking. And our initial expectation was not that high, but they said it was a great collaboration and network despite short period of a couple of months. And next year, we want to expand the program so that we can send our companies to Basel and vice versa, from Basel to Seoul. So in the future as well, we want to pursue open innovation. And last but not least, well, Seoul BioHub is initiative of the Seoul Metropolitan City, but there can be other private sector initiative, and you're pursuing that initiative in Songdo as well. So it's a great phenomenon to have many clusters. I hope that we can have a win-win situation through collaborations among different clusters, and I hope the businesses can have open business mindset. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Yes, next. Discussant, please. Yes, I am Lee Gyusung, Director of Future Medical Research Institute of Samsung Medical Center. Most of the hospitals, they distinguish the governance for the research and the diagnostics. And the government also suggests that, and we also think that is the way to go. So what I'm going to tell you is that as the new drug development and the bio-innovation industries are growing, what hospitals can actually do here? So most people are saying that the industry, academic research, and the hospital collaboration, and hospital is actually in there. So I'm going to talk about that. Before, when we have a synthetic drugs, hospital was placed for the clinical trials. So we are actually engaging in the phase 2, phase 3, and PMS. So clinical trial actually started to take place at the end of the 1990s in Korea. So at the time there was almost no regulations and not systematized. However, right now, hospitals are working more than the phase 2 and phase 3 clinical trials. They are taking a very important roles from the very early stages of the development. And in the discovery stage, what the most important thing is what can be benefited from clinical early need. So this includes the needs of doctors, but also includes the needs of patients. So clinicians meet patients every day, so the needs are well known. So we can see that very well. So what we have a difference compared to the drug companies. Focus on the efficacy is very high. However, safety and other things, companies have a lower view. So safety for one drug is very important. However, one of the biggest clinical trials that we go through is the anti-cancer drugs. So cytotoxin and immunotherapy and other treatment and the therapies were being used at the same time together. So that is very different view that we have as hospital compared to the company. So we need to have discussions on that. And hospitals have a lot of clinical data. Data on the
hazard substances to the body. However, that need to be combined with the clinical data to have a significance. So in hospital, we have data on the tissue and genetic materials. They are all connected to the clinical data, so we have a data on the side effect, what was effective and all that. So along with such data, we can utilize the biomarker data and the tissue data and all these other data. I believe we can accelerate the development pace. And also clinical trials is something people think this is something that we do after the development. However, if we do not regard the very beginning phase of the development, we would like to fail for the clinical trials. So from the very beginning of the development, recruiting patients and all other pieces, I believe the clinical opinion is very important. So when we actually enter the development phase, as for the confirmation of the efficacy, organoid and animal labs and something that is looking at the physical reactions are very important. So efficacy confirmation, if we consider everything, then this verification is going to be much more effective. Many new drugs came from hospitals recently. So there's a drug called Rocher, and this is very famous drug, but it was developed by the hospital in the Philadelphia. And the Kimnia, one of the treatment drugs, it was developed first in the Philadelphia Children's Hospital and then transferred to the Novartis. So such rare diseases and difficult disease that is difficult to treat, we make a lot of development by converging hospitals and pharmaceutical companies together. What about Korea? Not before, but recently, from 10 years ago, the government are making a active project for the research and development focusing hospital project. So government select the hospital with the significant size of the lab. There are around like 10 of them, but the government does not provide any fund for this project. However, they plan for the gross R&D project, and then around 26 projects are being done by the hospitals. The average study time period is around like 8.5 years. And the final goal is to make a structure that can be used by the partners and other companies. So the project is about making a platform and then continue use them even after the project is ended. So there are several cases. We made the project for the cell treatment using the stem cells, and another one is a precision medicine focusing on the cell. Another one is a digital therapy, which is related more to the medical devices. And this year, we focus on the gene therapy. So there is 4 units that we are focusing on. So hospital is studying and then make a development with the pharmaceutical companies on this platform. And other hospitals too, they have a different target. However, the 10 hospitals that I mentioned before, I think we do have good enough infrastructures for this platform development. Another example is the Academic Cure Cancer Accelerator program.
And here, the pharmaceutical companies enters and then they do the consultations from the beginning, and also they do the experiment and the lab studies to find out if there's any significance for certain materials and the substances, and see if there's the efficacies from our body reaction. And they also discuss about the clinical trial design from the very beginning. So many hospitals in Korea, they are ready to take the important axis to develop the new drug. Thank you very much. Thank you. I thought we had a lot of times, but we actually spend a lot of time, so we don't actually have a time to do the discussion. So we need to wrap up. This is being broadcasted via YouTube, so I don't think we can be fully honest. But since we actually mentioned a lot of companies and organizations, so maybe we can later gather together and talk about the more honest information. So this would be the end of the discussion session. Thank you very much.
That brings us to the end of session 1.
자, 이걸로 세션 1이 마무리되었습니다. 발표자 여러분들, 패널 여러분들 감사드립니다. 그리고 마지막으로 이지호 교수님.
네, 오늘 발표자분들과 또 토론에 적극적으로 참여해주신 패널분들, 또 마지막으로 좌장 역할을 해주신 이지호 교수님께 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
So thank you again, panelists, presenters, and the chair, 이지호.
We will take a short break, about 7 minutes, I guess. Session 2 on building an innovation ecosystem for IFAS will begin at 3:30 p.m. in this same room. I'll see you back in a few minutes. Thank you.
이후 3시 20분부터 시작되겠습니다. 잠시 뒤에 뵙겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Innovation. Creating new from refreshing inspiration. Investing in future potential and making a better world. There is a city that endlessly expands the path of innovation. Another word for innovation, the IFES. Innovation is at the core of the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cities all around the world are trying to innovate themselves. South Korea is the only country in Asia that has signed FTAs with the EU, the US, and China. At the same time, it is the world's #1 country for innovative capacity in the ICT field. Based on our second industrial structure and abundant pool of talent, we are exerting efforts to innovate the city. The IFES is a free economic zone established for innovative global business. The Incheon Free Economic Zone is the hub for the cutting-edge knowledge industry and business. With Songdo International City, home to IT and BT industries, global education institutions, and research environments. Yeongjong International City, a city emerging as an aviation, logistics, tourism, and leisure complex city centered around Incheon International Airport. And Cheongnan International City, which serves as a hub for international finance, distribution, medical services, and cutting-edge industries. We are innovating businesses and lifestyles according to the characteristics of each city. Global enterprises and international organizations are also joining forces with the IFES in our endless innovation to meet the demands of the times. Nowadays, all cities around the world are seeking ways to enhance their competitiveness in global business. Under these circumstances, the IFES has developed the unique characteristics of its 3 cities to pioneer the global business frontier. The IFES, armed with a competitive edge like no other, has been at the top of biopharmaceutical production among global cities thanks to the ever-expanding Songdo Biocluster, where all value chain enterprises closely cooperate with each other throughout all phases from R&D, clinical trials, reliability verification, and manufacturing. The companies competing for the lead in the cutting-edge fields of AI and big data are cooperating and growing in the IFES's cutting-edge technology convergence hub. Looking farther ahead, the IFES will realize unprecedented innovation and faster than expected. By establishing Korea's own Silicon Valley for startups, we will support the future generation's drastic innovations and build an industry academy research ecosystem where research and education are connected to technology and talent. The pace of the service industry is getting ever faster. Innovation in the IFES is continuously broadening its business territory, merging the land, sea, and sky via the logistics complex cluster. The path to innovation, which the IFES is committed to following, is connected from business to life. The IFES, where people and nature harmoniously coexist, is becoming an attractive city with a resort complex hailed by Asian travelers and enjoyed by the entire world, all just a step away from Incheon International Airport. A Venice of Korea's very own, equipped with waterfront and cosmopolitan views. And a space for people to enjoy culture and festivals in an urban setting. Thanks to the Smart City service, anyone can safely and conveniently enjoy both business and lifestyle options unique to the IFES. All types of desirable urban innovation exist in the IFES.
안내 말씀드립니다. 잠시 후 2022 글로벌 비즈니스 프런티어 포럼 세션 2가 시작될
2022
예정입니다.
Global Business Frontier Forum
행사장
will get started shortly, so please come inside and take your seats. And those in the lobby, once again, come inside and take your seats.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you once again for joining us for Session 2. Session 2 explores the outcomes of the project to create an innovative ecosystem for IFES and maps out its future directions. It will be chaired by Dr. Oh Gu-seok, Professor of Trade at Incheon National University. First, we will have presentations from Shinhan Square Bridge Incheon and the Incheon TP Bioindustry Center. This will be followed by a panel discussion with Dr. Jang Jong-hwan, Vice Chairman of Mati Pharmaceuticals, Dr. Choi Chi-ho, Director of Hongreung Innopolis, Dr. Son Dong-won, Professor at Inha University, and Dr. Chae Kyu-nam, Director at the Korean Free Economic Zones. Now with that, I'm going to give the floor to Professor Ok.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Professor Oh Gu-seok from Incheon University.
오늘 이렇게 훌륭하고 좋은 행사에 저희 사회를 보게
So I'm very
돼서
honored
너무
to be
영광으로
moderator of
생각합니다.
this meaningful
오늘
event.
첫 번째 세션 잘 끝난 것 같고요.
So I think
두
that
번째
session 1 has
세션은
been completed
IPEG 혁신
successfully.
생태계 조성 사업
And in this
성과와
session, we'd
방향에
like to talk
대해서
about
두
achievements
분의
and
발표를
direction of
모시고 두 분의 발표를 듣고 그
IFES
이후에 패널 토론을
innovative
진행하도록
ecosystem
하겠습니다.
formation, and we have two
먼저
speakers.
이지선
The
신한
first of
스퀘어
all,
브릿지 인천
Director
총괄
Lee-ji-sun from
디렉터님의
Shinhan Square Bridge
K-바이오 스타트
Incheon will
육성을
give us
위한 혁신 생태계
presentation
구축 방향에 대한 발표가
for
있겠습니다.
innovative ecosystem
이지선
building
총괄
to
디렉터님
nurture
부탁드리겠습니다.
K-bio startups. Please go ahead.
안녕하세요, 이지선입니다.
Good afternoon. I am Lee-ji-sun.
반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you
항상
today.
저희 사업을 많이 도와주시는 아이패즈에서
So IPES has
발표할 기회를
been
주셔서 너무
helping
감사하게
us all the
생각을 하고
time, and
있습니다.
thank you very much for giving us
제가 오늘
to
말씀드릴 내용은
present today, giving us
K-바이오
opportunity
스타트업
to
육성을
present
위한
today.
혁신
So
생태계
today
구축
I'd like to talk about
방향이라고 제목을
innovative ecosystem to
붙여놨는데요.
nurture K-bio
지금
startups.
신한
That's
스퀘어
title
브릿지
of my
인천에서
presentation.
저희가 하고 있는
So
스타트업
I'd like to
육성
talk about
프로그램에 대해서
our
좀 설명을
startup
드리고
nurturing
특히
programs
이번에 이제
at
혁신
Shinhan Square
생태계
Bridge Incheon,
구축 사업을 통해서 저희가 이제 바이오 스타트업들의
and
글로벌 진출을
how
좀
we have
지원하기
helped
위해서
bio
여러 가지
startups
활동들을
to
했습니다.
enter
그래서
into overseas
그
market,
내용에
and we
대해서
conducted some
소개하고 또
activities.
이런
They
이제
will be
프로그램을
introduced in the
운영하면서 제가
presentation.
느꼈던 거
And then I'd like to talk
말씀드리도록
about what
하겠습니다.
I learned from this
네,
program.
저는
Let me introduce myself
미디어유의
first.
대표로 지금
I am
신한금융그룹하고
CEO of
같이
Media
스퀘어
U,
브릿지
and
인천의
now
프로그램을
with
기획하고
Shinhan Group,
운영하는
I
총괄을
am
맡고
operating
있습니다.
and planning Shinhan Square Bridge Incheon.
먼저 신한 스퀘어 브릿지 인천을 좀 소개를 드려야
So
될
let
것
me
같은데요.
introduce
이게
Shinhan Square
뭐
Bridge Incheon
혁신
first of all.
생태계 조성이라든지
Well, we are
오픈
involved
이노베이션
with
얘기를
open
굉장히 요즘
innovation
많이
and
하고
innovative
있는데
ecosystem
이거는 이제
formation.
어떻게 보면
They
그
are hot topics
민관이
these days.
같이 협력을
And
해서
I
협력
think that
클러스터로
is about
스타트업을
PPP,
지원하는 그런 생태계 조성 사업을
cluster
시작이 됐습니다.
ecosystem to help
그래서 이제
startup
원래
companies.
중소벤처기업부에서
Well, it began with the Ministry of SMEs and Startups, and there was a program of Startup Park, and Incheon was designated as a Startup Park. And if you look at the nature of this program, this is about collaboration between private and public sector, and Shinhan Group has been really active in this program. And Celltrion, based on Songdo, and from 2021, we joined hands with Google Startups, for Google for Startups.
저희가 처음에 그 인천 스타트업 파크에 들어와서
So
신한스퀘어 브릿지
when we
프로그램을
came into startups and formulated a plan for Shinhan Square Bridge Incheon, the future was not that rosy at the time, because as you know well, startup ecosystem actually that is very concentrated in Seoul. So to create a large-scale startup ecosystem in Incheon, we were wondering and we were suspicious whether lots of companies whether they will come to Incheon. So we had that kind of concerns and worries, and we had thought a lot about successful operation. We had two directions. Well, there are many different programs to help startup companies, but we focused on Incheon and Songdo, and we wanted to utilize Incheon and Songdo to make the program meaningful. And in Incheon City,
보통 흔히 4차 산업혁명이라고 하는
well, we are talking about a smart city, digital technology, and fourth industrial revolution. And we are also talking about bio cluster. And Incheon and Songdo are very strong in these high-tech industries. And we wanted to link these biotech, medtech, and digital healthcare with startup companies. That was the first direction.
스타트업 생태계에서
And in addition, in startup ecosystem, many people and many startups want to go global. Well, other presenter mentioned that as for the biopharmaceutical companies, few of them limit their activities into domestic market. They want to go global. So global market is very important to startup companies. And Songdo has been designed and developed as an international city. So we wanted to embed and reflect that into our program. So with these two directions, we planned our programs.
지금 현재 신한 스퀘어 브릿지 인천에서는
Well, at Shinhan Square Bridge Incheon,
굉장히 초창기, 그러니까 창업 3년 이내 초창기
we
기업부터
target
early
stage startups with less than 3 years of experience. Well, we help them to build up technology and products so that they can jump to the next level. And at the same time, we have an accelerating program. Once products and services are developed in the market and they have to make a leap forward, so for that end, there should be connection with the investment. So we have an accelerating membership that is related with investment attraction. So we have lots of investors, and Shinhan Group has a form designated or dedicated investment fund, which is really helpful. We have made a lot of effort into the third program, which is global membership. So we wanted to help startup companies to go global. So we started from 2020. So our program has been established to some extent. And in that process, IFAS conducted innovative collaboration project, and we got support from the Ministry of Industry of Korea. And Incheon City is focusing on bio industry. And we wanted to nurture bio companies that can represent K-bio industry. Well, it's the first year of the program, so we cannot say that we already nurtured unicorn company that can represent K-bio, but I think that we have achieved some meaningful outcomes. For example, we support marketing, investment, and comprehensive packaging. So we have systematic programs. So from now on, let me talk about the activities of programs one by one.
뭐 사실 테크 기업도 그렇지만
It will be the same for tech companies, and for startup companies, they always pursue something new and something innovative, and they want to make something innovative.
종종 이제 충돌을 빚게 되고요.
So in that process, there is some conflict with existing order. So regulators of Korea, they have a regulation sandbox, and the government is thinking about how to relieve and ease regulations, and they have some policies for startup companies. But the thing is, startup companies are not well aware of the government regulations. So for startup companies, we had a briefing session regarding regulation sandbox towards startup companies, and the government also participated in the briefing, and 62 startup companies participated in the briefing session, and they really welcome the program of the government. And also there is exemption of the regulations by the government. And for companies, marketing opportunity is really important, and startup companies are lacking marketing staff. And for bio companies, it will be a really great opportunity for them to participate in a big conference and symposium. And in August, there was a BioPlus conference, and we selected 11 companies to participate in the BioPlus Interfax Korea 2022 held in August, and many players of the industry get together for conference. So by participating in the conference, they participated in the site parallel meetings, and some of them had MOU. And from now, let me talk about global investment opportunities. I think global is very difficult for anyone. And we have Life Science Nation, which is a project name. So biopharmaceutical companies get together, and there is a conference named RESI Conference, and we participated in RESI Conference. So we went to Boston, which is the heart of bio industry, and we had a separate session for us. So we had a chance to have a pitching, and panelists participated for presentation, and listening to the presentation, we got some comments, and you can refer to the pictures at the bottom of the slide. And I also participated in the conference, and I realized that there is a possibility of Cape Bio, and I got the confidence because panelists listened to our presentations and gave us really serious and concrete comments, and they showed pure interest in the presentation. And there were more than 100 partnership meetings on site. And what is interesting is that we participated as a sponsor sessions, and for all the startups, there was a pitching session for more than 60 startup companies from around the world, and 7 startup companies called Medicure, they developed candidate material for eye disease, and that company ranked 3rd in the pitching competition. And there was a judging committee, and Korea company ranked 3rd, and it was a very encouraging outcome, and we came to have the confidence that we can do that, and we could build confidence about ourselves. So on the same note, we selected 7 companies to go to Singapore. We planned a global roadshow named Must Connect. Well, when we talk about overseas expansion, you think about European market and the US, but I think Asian market is also very important. So we went to Singapore, and we invited industrial players to have the Must Connect program.
그래서 일단 그 업계 관계자들하고의 네트워킹도 굉장히 중요하다라고 생각을 하고.
So we were thinking that networking with players are very important, and we also had a business partnering session. For example, we talk about joint R&D, investment, and POC. So we wanted to sense some possibilities through these sessions, and 7 companies participated, and there were 38 one-to-one meetings. And from Singapore, 30 companies participated in this program. So, for example, Johnson & Johnson, JLab had participated, and they had a meeting with 6 companies from Korea. And he also explained about open innovation of J&J. Well, that was our program, and it was the first of case, so we had lots of concerns and worries, and we were worrying whether we can have a big presence of participants. But through this program, we came to ascertain the confidence and capabilities of K-Bio companies. Many Singaporean companies and governments and accelerating SG Innovates, they showed interest, and it was a closed session targeting some venture companies, and we got positive feedback, and they said the session was really helpful. Well, it was held 2 weeks ago. So I cannot tell at this point about the outcome, but still we have one-to-one business meeting through Zoom for follow-up activities, and venture VC, they showed interest, and we did some matching with the startup companies. And we also got the proposal from participants. They wanted to collaborate with us for the program next year. So I could feel the outcome from the vibe of the program, and IFES and the Ministry of Industry and Energy supported us so far, and as a result, I think we could get this result. And another program is that, well, building global network means that we help domestic companies to go global, but at the same time, we can help global startup companies to enter into the Korean market. They can expand the confidence of global network. So, in that regard, we are operating Bridge to Korea membership operation, and this year we selected 6 companies, and they are here in this room. They participated in Bridge to Korea. So we selected 6 companies from 4 countries, and incubation period is 4 months. And we trained go-to-market strategies and a profit model for them. And last year as well, we selected 6 companies for inbound programs, and 4 companies attracted investment on site, and they could build partnership, and that led to sales. And this year we had a Must to Connect conference in Singapore, and the teams that participated in Bridge to Korea in 2021, they actually help us to operate Must Connect Singapore 2022. They can physically come to Korea, or we can do the matching through Zoom for remote meeting. And in the long term, that is really helpful to expand our network. So this is my conclusion. These are lessons that I learned from operating these programs. First of all, On site, I could feel the possibility of K-bio. Well, we have K-pop, K-pop culture. They are really strong. But at the same time, I think that the era of K-bio is coming and we are on the right track.
그래서 이제 연결되는 개념으로 글로벌
And
진출이라는 건
because of that,
하는 미래 숙제가 아니라 현재
the global market entrance
그런 과정이라고 저는 생각을
is
하고
being
있고요. 그랬을 때 이제
made at this moment. It's not something that is coming in the future. I think that we are making it possible at this moment.
판을 까는 거라고 생각을 하고
And our role for the global entrance is to make a springboard and lay a foundation so that many startup companies join the springboard so that they can show their plans. And if we lay the foundation, and on top of that, if we build a springboard, it can help startup companies to jump higher. And the last lesson is that in the startup ecosystem, well, we have a saying that the entire village is needed to raise one child. That's an African saying, but that goes the same to startup company nurturing. I think we need to have an accelerator and the help from the government and the academia and companies and open innovation support. So to nurture startup companies, we need an entire village. Thank you very much.
네, 이지선 디렉터님
Yes,
감사드립니다.
thank you.
발표, 좋은 발표
Director
감사드리고요.
Lee Ji-sun,
뭐,
we've
사실
heard
저희
an excellent presentation.
이제 뭐 최근에 인천의 스타트업 파크 품과 IPG의 혁신 생태계와 뭐 더불어서 제가
Now we are making a lot of ecosystem development for the Incheon, and the Shinhan Square
활약상을 많이 듣고 있습니다.
Bridge is making a lot of progress.
인천에서
I've
창업
heard
생태계를
of that.
얘기하면 항상
So in
걱정이었는데
the
요즘은
Incheon, when
많이
we talk
희망이
about the
생기고
new
있는
startup,
느낌이라서
there was a problem, but now
감사드리고요.
we do
자,
have a lot of
다음으로는
hope.
저희
So let
이기범
us go to the next
바이오
speaker.
산업센터장님의 IPH
Center
바이오
lead
헬스케어
Lee Gi-bum
혁신
of
생태계
Incheon
조성의
TP
성과와
Bio
방향에
Industry.
대해서
He is
발표를
going to
듣도록
give us the
하겠습니다.
presentation
이기범
about
센터장님
the
부탁드리겠습니다.
achievement and the direction of the innovative ecosystem creation project.
네, 인사드리겠습니다.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I am Lee Gi-bum. Nice to see you all.
안녕하십니까. 인천 테크노파크 바이오 산업센터장 이기범입니다. 인천 테크노파크
So, Incheon Technopark and the Shinhan Square Bridge Incheon
컨소시엄으로 올해
are in consortium
혁신 생태계 조성 사업을 수행하고 있습니다.
and working in the innovative project for the Incheon Free Economic Zone. It has been 8 months, and as a consortium, we are collaborating together, biohealthcare based, and making an ecosystem and the resident companies' global business improvements are being done. And let me show you our project results.
발표 순서는 이제 사업 개요.
So this is the presentation order, project overview, our vision and the development direction, result, support result, and the expected effect. So let me summarize. The title is the Free Economic Zone Innovation Ecosystem Creation Project. So Incheon Technopark is the one who is hosting, and the Shinhan Square Bridge Incheon is participating as a part of consortium. So about 510 million wons were poured, and cash was 500,000 won, and the goods were 10,000 won. So this is the performance indicator. So many different regions and areas have different free economic zones, and they have different evaluations. In the Decembers, we are having competition. So this is the performance indicator. I'm going to give you the detailed explanation. So there is a there's a network capability enhancement and the information establishment and provision. There are 14 things that we all need to take a look. So for the project vision,
바이오헬스 신산업 혁신 생태계 조성.
It is about the creating a new biohealth industry innovation ecosystem center, the Incheon Free Economic Zone, and our project goal is that creating an innovative ecosystem for a new biohealth industry by activating the IFES industry academia related network and operating practical business support programs. So, if we are to talk about the strategy, activating new biohealth industry network, establishing a new biohealth industry demonstration, establishing company support system, and creating global business in new biohealth industry. Next is we are utilizing the data from the Free Economic Zone Authority. So about the 8 pages, I'm going to explain the status about the innovative ecosystem of the IFES support. So there are 4 keywords: global bio, smart city, logistics transportation center city, business city where international organizations and global companies are reside, and the best environment for education and foreign residents. So Songdo International City, so by expanding the biocluster of the site under construction in Songdo International City, it will develop into a K-Bio representative cluster that leads the change in the post-COVID industry. So in 2020, there were 60 companies in bio. Now it has been expanded and it will be expanded until 2030. We plan to have over 700 companies. Next is about the project status. Since its establishment in 2003, it has grown into the world's largest biopharmaceutical production base. As you can see here, organic corporations are being formulated between university support organizations and others. So, securing the world's largest biopharmaceutical production facility is the major result. There's also the the most achievement in domestic biopharmaceutical R&D field and the global expansion cluster of representative production in Korea's bio industry. These are the result. So if there is something that we need to supplement is that the biotech has the weak vulnerable space and the support for SMEs and the absence of anchor facilities such as national research facilities and support facilities. And the third one is that insufficient cooperations and the linkage between cluster resident organizations. Next is the goal of the Ministry of Economy, that the vision is to lead the life science environment for living assistant government. And another goal, the goal is to creating a value chain complete bioecosystem that revitalize the mutual network. So, expansion of the research production value chain to create an ecosystem is our plan. We plan to expand the biopharmaceutical production capacity, strengthen R&D in future high-tech fields, and foster bioprocessing plants department and the long-term industries. As for the building innovative infrastructure for raising K-Bio, we are now establishing a bioprocess manpower training center, and we are establishing a K-Bio lab hub, and we plan to operate a BT Global Commercialization Support Center. Next one is the activation of a win-win network based on open innovation. So as for the value chains, Ministry of the Economy is going to do the support. However,
industry
academy research hospital network should be vitalized to make the support on each others, and also because although this project has a very short period of time, but we were able to achieve so many things, and then I think we made a lot of support for the win-win network, establishing the win-win network. Next is, so far we have looked into the Songdo biocluster strategies and the policies and plans. So as we have spent 8 months on this project, let me share you the result. So in the last year, we have made a survey on the demand around like 200 companies, 205 companies. So we made a demand survey of companies wishing to participate. So what they wanted was the support on the commercializations, and commercialization subsidy was the largest for the preferred programs, and there was the support for the investment and the technology advancement. So this is the very detailed performance results. So the purple one are about the project focusing on the network, and the blue one is the ones that were done by Shinhan Square Bridge Incheon about the global advancement and the attracting investment. Depending on the goals, at the end of the December, we are going to have the report and then have the evaluation. But currently, I know that we have achieved the goals. There are some areas that we still need to go, but we are almost there.
자세히 설명을 드리겠습니다.
I'll go a bit details here.
저희가
for the information building and provision,
137개사에서 지금 조사 중이고,
we are now make the investigation of biohealth companies in IFAS on 133 companies for the enterprise DB constructions, and we are actually doing the survey for the satisfactory results. So on December we are going to have the result, and the former presenter said about the project here listed on the slide that mentioned the two of them, and now we are in the process of the consulting process. The two companies are involved, and the last report is going to be released on December. This is the network between industry, university, and the research collaborations. So on the December, at the end of December, we held a seminar about the participating in pharmaceutical and bio-related companies and personnel in charge. There has been a lot of presentations and discussions about the result for the the group network that I mentioned before, and also there have been two networking days for the biohealthcare industry, and major content was the startups for the biohealth industries, technology exchange, and the technical information between biohealth industries. We emphasize on the network part. We also focus on the technology support. We have 15 of the cases, and I'm going to share the very good examples. Xenohelix is the company who have the technologies on the non-coding RNA, high purity, high concentration extraction and purification technology. So we have support on the improving the design of packaging materials for transport safety of in vitro diagnostic product. And another company is the JNP Medi.
It has been established in 2020. It's the digital-based medical software company such as the blockchain and cloud, and the quality management system was established certification support. Another case is the TenBio. It's a biologics manufacturing company. It was established in 2021 and it secured patent application for commercialization technology for powder type product for female vaginal health, and also GenPure. It's a cosmetic and biomaterial manufacturing company established in 2014, and we supported on the technology consultations on the development of new functional biomaterials with antioxidant and the related areas. So this was the 4-week programs that we actually did for the intensified consultation support. We provided useful information to bio companies in Incheon in relation to US FDA certification and licensing. So we supported with the various information about the US entrance and the market status. Also, we had the intensified consulting seminar. It was October 18, 2022. So we discussed about the biotechnology startup strategy, and there has been the discussions about the successful stories for the venture entrepreneurship, and there was an IR presentation for the preparations and the pitching skills. As for the vaccine industry commercialization mentoring, we also did the seminar. So we had the themes of the COVID mRNA vaccine development experience and the needs of the development companies. We had the vaccine paradigm shift in the post-COVID era and other seminar programs. This is the vaccine training. So we discussed about the vaccine development strategies for the COVID-19 in the US, microneedle, delivery vaccine patches, commercialization strategies, and the animal cell-based virus vaccine development phase were discussed. Many participants really gave us the positive review. There was a workshop for the intensified consulting. This was face-to-face event. So we had a Bio Incheon Global Conference from. We plan to have the Bio Incheon Global Conference from the November 30 to December 2nd, and we are going to have a seminar and consultings for the companies to advance to the US market and get the confirmation from the FDA. So what we expect is to have the building the cluster network for the biohealth new industries and expanding the ecosystem for the new industries and the innovation for the IFS biohealth. So Incheon Technopark is going to focus on the network building, and the previous presenters said what they are going to focus as the consortium. So it has been just a short period of time of 8 months, but through this ecosystem development project, I believe we had the upgraded network and we made a lot of support. And I can say that we did make a lot of advantages and profits. This was the presentation of our results for the achievement and the direction of the innovative ecosystem. Thank you very much.
이기범 센터장님 감사드립니다.
Thank you.
이번 인천 TP 바이오
presentation.
IFS 바이오 헬스케어 핵심 생태계 조성의 성과와 방향에 대해서
He made a presentation of the achievement and the direction of the innovative ecosystem creation project in the free economic zone. There has been a lot of presentations. 3 to 4 years ago in Incheon, there was a core ecosystem development and the development of the ecosystem. We
made a lot of discussions, but so far we have made a lot of progress. So, Director 이지선 and Director 이기범, let us give them a big round of applause once again.
저희가 이제 패널 토론을 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
From now on, we will have a panel discussion.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to invite Professor Ok and the panel members to the podium for a panel discussion. 네, 오늘 마지막 순서로 패널 토론이 있겠습니다. 자장님과 패널분들께서는 앞쪽으로 나와주시기 바랍니다. 오구석 교수님, 장종환 부회장님, 최치호 단장님, 손동원 교수님, 최규남 과장님, 총 5분 앞쪽으로 모시겠습니다. 토론 중에는 잠시 마스크를 벗어주실 것을 부탁드립니다. 네, 그럼 마이크를 다시 자장님께 넘기도록 하겠습니다.
Let me pass over the microphone to my moderator.
네, 오늘 그 패널 토론의 사회를 보게 된 인천대학교 오구석입니다.
I am Professor 오구석 from Incheon University. I will moderate this panel discussion.
오늘 아주 뜻깊은 토론이 될 것이라고 생각을
So
하고
I
있습니다.
think that it will be a really meaningful panel discussion. A few years ago, regarding Incheon's bio industry, we talk about competition between Osong and Incheon, and we also talk about lots of challenges and issues. And recently, we secured biolab and core processing facility, and as a result, I believe that Songdo already achieved one milestone. But even so, if you compare Songdo with other overseas bio clusters, in terms of the number of companies and scope, I think there is a long way to go for Songdo cluster. And I think there should be very strong and consistent agent that can push ahead with the activities. And we have 4 panelists. Well, there will be 2 parts in the panel discussion. So first of all, we can talk about status of IFAS, broadly speaking. And secondly, we can talk about core strategic industry of IFAS, which is logistics and knowledge services, and how to nurture these core industries. And today we have 4 panelists. Thank you very much for taking time despite your schedule. Let me introduce panelists. We have Vice President Jang Jong-hwan from Medi Pharmacy. Please welcome me with a warm round of applause. And we have Director Choi Chi-ho from KIST Hongneung Gangso-Tukgu Business Unit. And from Inha University, we have Professor Son Dong-won. And last, we have General Manager Choi Gyun-nam from the Ministry of Industry and Energy. So in the first round, we will have a panel discussion with this sequence. Let me pass off the microphone to the Vice President Jang Jong-won first, and in the second round, we will go the opposite direction. Professor Jang Jong-won, President Jang Jong-won, would you please go first?
오늘 모임의 총 결정을 아니면 결단을 내려야 되는 굉장히 중요한
So I think it's a very critical session because we can have some decision, critical decisions.
제가 약간은 네거티브한 듯이 얘기하는 표현도 한두 가지 있고 이제 포지티브 한
I may give you some negative comments and positive comments. And Professor Ok mentioned that Songdo cluster need to develop further. I've been living in Songdo for 8 years, but this is the first time for me to get to know that there is a cluster, bio cluster in Songdo. So I think now is in the process of forming cluster in Songdo. And we secured and recruited, processing, facilitate, and utilizing Lab Central's model, and we could recruit Lab Hub. And we also conducted a pre-feasibility study for the Lab Hub. So taking this opportunity, I'd like to thank you for your hard work and efforts. And we had such a plan. Thanks to that, we have come this far. But what is more important than that is how to put plans into practice. So execution is more important than planning. So execution is much more important than planning. I'm not saying that planning is not necessary. Planning is necessary, but what is more important is execution. So depending on execution, we can go global or not. So I was asked to submit some paper regarding panel discussion, but this is the first time for me to be asked to submit some comments in advance. Because you're supposed to impromptu panel discussion. Well, actually, you have to do the panel discussion after listening to presentations, but I was asked to submit the paper even before listening to presentations. I can say that the diligent people keep a diary in the morning, not before going to bed. So execution is important, and thinking about execution, what comes to my mind is that when you cross the river, you need to have some rift. And once you cross the river on the rift, it will be really silly if you carry the rift on your shoulder once you cross the river. This morning, I listened to keynote speech done by Vice President Susan Chase, and I asked the question. I asked the question, have you received some money from Massachusetts at the seed money? And what did Massachusetts State wanted from you in return? And Vice President Susan said nothing. And I asked once again, do you have a plan to send a supervisor to Lab Central? And she left. So once you cross the river, you have to put down the rift, and you have to prepare to climb the mountain. But in many cases, I witnessed that whether you want or situation force you, many startup companies are trying to carry rift even after they cross the river. Well, in Osong and Daegu, there is an advanced cluster, and I was involved with the planning process. And in 2011, there was a groundbreaking. And I served as the founding center director at the time. And I could learn lessons from my experiences. When time comes, you have to put down the rift. And secondly, the comment that I'd like to give to you is that biocluster will be built in Songdo, and you can give different names to the cluster. Now, it's just emerging right now, and there is a Seoul Bio Hub, and Director Lee Seung-ju started the cluster from 15 years ago, and it's been long. And there is a cluster in Seoul. And from Uzong Bio, there was a presentation, and it's a cluster initiated by the private sector. Actually, we don't have to recite the examples of overseas cases because there are many different clusters in Korea. Yes, it's fine to have a cluster in Songdo, but once you have the cluster, you have to make it wonderful. To make the cluster in Songdo a success, you have to think about the contents that will be put into the Songdo cluster. Contents is what matters the most. So many people talk about the contents, and this is a teaching statement as well. And in 2021, when we created Cheonbok complex in Osong, and Daegu was in charge of chemical, and we came up with the word of K-bio because Daegu and other regions are in charge of chemical and other industry. That's why we came up with the idea about K-bio for Songdo. So we have to think about the content for Songdo cluster. That is key. So you have to fully utilize the characteristics of Songdo, and in line with that, you have to put unique contents to Songdo clusters. Otherwise, you will end up as one of many different clusters. I use the word of we because I live in Songdo. It's been 8 years. So what will be the unique contents? You have to think about unique characteristics of Songdo. Well, Lab Central succeeded because it utilized pharmaceutical companies in that region and top-notch universities, and it could succeed because of these institutions. And they received only $50 million from Massachusetts State. Coming back to Songdo, what will be the characteristics of Songdo? Many people say that we have one of the biggest biopharmaceutical manufacturing facilities thanks to 2 big pharmas. That is symbolic, but creating new startup companies and helping them to advance further. How much can we give a boost, stimulus to these startup companies? We have to think about what we can do to these startup companies. It's not that positive. Well, in Songdo, we build apartments like other regions. So which apartment have we built? We have Songdo American Town I-Park. So from the moment we placed an order, it targeted Korean Americans. I'm not sure whether it is a success or not. So for this apartment, this is different from other departments. That's the basic concept. And there is a very respected international schools. And anyone who want to receive the advanced education, they can come and they are welcome to Songdo. Of course, tuition fee is really expensive. So we have this kind of complex in Songdo. And the last comment I can give to you is that, well, when you do the execution, Well, I Googled, and if that is right, $100 billion will be invested from central government and $150 billion will be invested from local governments. That's a big amount of money. Well, you may think about constructing building, but when we utilize the government budget, well, it has a cycle of 1 year. The government give you money, then you have to execute some of them. Then what will happen? You got the money to buy medical equipment, but you bought the equipment, but building is not ready. That means that equipment and devices are in a warehouse for 1 year. But warranty will be 1 year. So while the equipment is sitting in the warehouse, the warranty will be expired. So you have to be ready for that kind of scenario, whether it is wrap up or not. Right after you get the money from the government, you have to start at a small scale. You have to come up with creative ideas. So you have to execute the budget. So to reach the full scale of 100%, you have to start from 5 to 10% of scale. It can be done by the intern or the government, or you can put the money into the bank to get some interest. So you have to start as a small scale. So you have to start at a small scale. My favorite expression is that there can be a way to make a jump start 2 or 3 years in advance. So you have to keep looking for the way for the jump start and start with a small scale. And other panelists are waiting for me. So this is it. Thank you very much.
Yes, Vice Chairman Chang Jong-wan gave us a lot of information. It was very meaningful. We are now designing and attracting investment, and then now trying to get into the execution phase, but we need to have a lot of paradigm changes. I think that's what he mentioned. There are many things that I felt the same way. So the government helped us a lot, Incheon City helped us a lot, and there was a lot of help from the other government. But however, we need to raise our capabilities itself. So we need to begin from the small pilot programs and then build our capabilities. That's how I understood it. We will continue to listen to your opinions later on. Next is the Director General Choi Chi-ho from the KIST. Yes, so about the innovation cluster of the Incheon, I wasn't really paying a lot of attention, but today, now I received a lot of information. What I felt is that innovation cluster is not really matched because many of the parts are missing. I think industry cluster is more suitable. And just like the Vice Chairman Chang said, we cannot do everything. So we need to be specialized. We need to see what we can be specialized in the value chains in terms of the strategy, how we can expand the value chains. So in the manufacturing and the production, how we can go forward, that is the extension that we can see. And in the global value chains, how we can bring the things that are behind to the front, so that we can put it up on the existing industrial structures. And also this industry cluster, we can link this to the innovative cluster. Therefore, we can remake the value chains that has to do with more added value.
and we can bring more players into these structures, and we need to give more support. I think that's how I felt. And from the morning session I was watching, but when we compare the clusters in the pipelines, Songdo is mostly related to the third phase of the clinical trials, about over 60%. So that is kind of a later stage of the value chain. And when we see the other surveys for the actual structures, so this area is going to be the ones that we need to shift from the industrial structure to the innovative structure. So we need to know how we are going to do it. And I heard that the hospitals, universities, companies, and the center are coming in Songdo. And then there's also phase for the raising the bio workforce for these innovation cluster, but that is the later phase. So there's laboratories and universities who are making the progress for developing the new technologies. There are scientists and the entrepreneurs must be brought up, and then just like the CVC, there must be the investors and the fund aspect that is standing for a very long time for these clusters. Well, plant and all these facilities are already formed, and we need to have the lab networks, and everything must be formulated. So 610 and the 710s, the centers that we mentioned before, there has to do with the new innovative cluster. However, Sanchi and the Therapies Lab Center, there's a Japanese companies are in there. There's a equipment companies have entered there, so they have their own ecosystem structure. So making a structure that is only about the common things are not going to work. So 1 month ago, there was a global bio conference. The pipeline that we are trying to engage, Songdo is in actually the 4th place, and the Songdo Osong, what kind of pipelines do they need to take? This must be decided first, and then make the ecosystem of innovations from the industrial ecosystem. You need to give us the blueprint first, and then the companies and the other organizations will come in. So stability is required. So Boston is now the private-led, but before it was government-led. It actually received the support. So it has established the stable support, blueprint of the stable support first. So we need to have that as well. So we said Open Innovation Hub City, but we need to have a clear definition of what the hub represents. And there was a lot of support project for the ecosystem. Companies have different phases and different data and resources in the different phases. So we need to know that. So if we divide the companies in this Songdo,
if we make a diagnosis of the companies that can go globally, then we will see what the companies would need. So now we do have a platforms to that could be the means to support those companies. So Samsung hospitals and Jungang hospitals are connected in this network. So Nanyang University in Singapore and the Singapore National University's a research platform that are connected to the hospital that is also connected to the Boston. So these platforms can be connected. However, the platforms that we are using right now in domestically, they are only startups. They need to get the technologies, but the technology labs that can provide actually those technologies, they need to be able to provide the technologies to the startups, so the platforms can be established and connected. We should not just use only one chance to connect the companies and the organizations. We need to have a continuous ecosystem that connects spot to spot and the hub to hub. We need to be leading that. And when we diagnose such companies, when we go to the next phase, go through the several stages and then to the preclinical stages. Many doctors in different areas and the Hanmi farmers and the other organizations that we have mentioned before, there is a platform for the preclinical stages. When the startups and the companies coming up to this stage, we need to make the analysis, do the support, and then go to the next stage, do the analysis and the support again. So support to the core requirement and the resources, we need to have that system. So the doctors and the scientists, those who can use the seed to make an exit as the startup, we need to have a system platform for that. But in the Seoul BioHub, many companies are doing the competition and then make the result. But we have mentioned about the 20s and the 30 scientists and the doctors who could make the startups from the platforms that I mentioned before. So, private-led and public support autonomous platforms must be established. What we are lacking is the manufacturing and global support. So these need to be connected to the Songdo. So I'm talking about the cluster or network of the cluster or supercluster. The advantages and the strengths need to be connected. So we need to upload the companies and the startups upload to the network fast. This is the strategy that I think we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the comment, Director Chechio. I think we really invited good panelists, and to my knowledge, he talked about the level of industry cluster and to make a transformation into innovation cluster. He talked about procedures and steps needed for the transformation. Well, not only Songdo, but in other area, innovation network should be something consistent for the exchange between researchers and other players. That's the comment from Director Chechio. Let me move on to Professor Son Dong-won. I'm Professor Son Dong-won from Inha University.
정말 몇 년 전만에 비해서 지금 뭔가
compared with a few years ago, I see certain changes. Something is happening here. So far, IFAS has been working hard to make biopharma industry in Songdo grow further and to create growth momentum. And we have gone through trials and errors and joy and disappointment so far. There have been ups and downs so far. And now it's not been that long since we started. So I think it is a little premature to talk about outcome, achievements, and results. And you have to reflect the characteristics of biopharma industry. So when you look at the result, you have to understand the nature of biopharma industry and the funding for biopharma industry. It requires long lead time, and likewise, when you interpret the result or outcome, you have to take a long-term perspective. Well, let's go back to the fundamentals of bio-innovation ecosystem. If you look at the successful models of bio-innovation ecosystem, as far as I know, there should be big farmers, and there should be startups and CVCs. There should be licensing and license out in the process of licensing and license out, and universities should be at the center of innovation. That's the basic model. But if you look at our model, not big pharma, but we have relatively big pharmaceutical companies located in Songdo. We have to help them to play their role. To what extent we can help them, that will be important. We have to motivate them so that they think that they have to stay in Songdo and Incheon. And we are at the tipping point. They should do more. So we have to motivate them and encourage them so that they can stay here in Incheon more. And they have a role to play. So that's why we are dreaming about K-Bio in Songdo. And now let's talk about universities. Well, in the US, universities were at the center and heart of innovation. Well, there are university labs, and they have been leading innovation for a long time. Well, if you think about Silicon Valley, you think about Stanford University. But for Korea, it's not been long that universities were at the center of innovation. Because
private firm의 in-house R&D로 대재벌 기업들이 in-house R&D 하는
there has been innovation led by in-house R&D activities by big companies or chaebol, and projects have been initiated by government sector so far. But the thing is,
지금 현재 프로그램에서 신한 스퀘어 브릿지나
well, there was a presentation about Shinhan Bridge Square, and we have to align this program with universities. We have to look for the potential universities that can play a role. Otherwise, we have to go somewhere else to connect. We don't have to stay in Incheon. It would be better if we find main agents of innovation in Incheon. Well, the same goes for university hospitals. For hospitals, we do not have a long history of R&D activities done by hospitals. So I think there is a need to find a seed from hospitals. So that's the comment that I can give. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Professor Son Dong-won. I think Professor once again mentioned about the basic part that we need to have for the biocluster. And there are many large companies and the roles of the hospitals and the university. He have made an emphasis on them. Last but not least, we will have the Director Chae-nam of Korean Free Economic Zones, Ministry of Trade and Industry and Energy. Yes, so I am from Korean Free Economic Zones, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy.
이 경자구역 전체 제도와 육성을 담당하는
I am responsible for the IFES development and the nurturing. So I'm not really going to focus on the bio industry, so I'm going to just go broadly.
제가 여기 와서 느낀 거는 첫
What I
번째
felt here is that firstly, about the innovative ecosystem, IFES and other free economic zones,
경자청이 관심을 갖고 이런 행사를
free economic zones have a lot of interest in making an event just like this.
정부가 추진하고 있는
And that means that the innovative growth that the government is promoting, that our projects are already made a half success, seeing that you are very much interested in these areas. As you can see, free economic zone has been focusing on the development. So, Free Economic Zone Authority was focusing on how the development can be accelerated and how can we bring more residents to the apartment faster. But as the development is already almost finished, now we need to focus more on the development of the resident company. I remember it was like 22 years ago. That was our policy direction announced. And we actually requested for the free economic zones to focus on these areas.
이런 게 어쨌든 경자청에서 이게
So Free Economic Zone Authority started to recognize such things to be as their projects to be done assignment. So I think that is very good result. And secondly, Free Economic Zone, there are 9 of them in Korea. So I need to see everything very broadly. So November 2021, the government actually amendment on the law and made the designated free economic zone as the core support areas to be concerned. So 3 to 4 projects were selected for the free economic zone. And 5 of the free economic zones chose bio as their core project, including Incheon, of course. So
저희가 이 부분을 조정을 해야 되느냐, 내부적으로 조정을 해야 되느냐, 말아야 되느냐.
We had a lot of discussions internally whether we need to change this or not. But we recognize the will of each regions, and then we recognize the importance of bio, that it is going to be the very important industry in the future.
그대로 간다.
So
이렇게
we
했고요.
decided to just go along
관계부처에서
with
협의하는
the
과정에서
trend.
중복성 얘기도 사실
We
많이
also talked
나왔었습니다.
about the
근데 저희가 이제
repeated
중복성을 이렇게 극복한 거는
the concerns
각
about the
지역마다
repeat of the
여건이
development.
다르다.
However,
그다음에
we also
바이오
said
산업도
that each
분야가
regions
되게
and the
넓다.
communities have a
그래서
different status, and the bio
각각의
industry is very broad
차별성이
area.
있다라는
So
그런 좀
each free
설명을
economic
했었습니다.
zone will have a
그래서 저는
differentiated result.
그 부분을 계속 사실이라고 믿고 싶고요.
I would like to
그래서
believe that is true.
인천이 지금 오송하고 이제 비교돼서
Now Incheon
경쟁을
is in
한다는데
comparison
뭐
to
경기,
the
대구, 경북,
Osong
부산도 다
and
바이오를
do the
한다고
competition.
지금 핵심 전략
Busan and other areas are
뭐
have selected bio as
오송하고
their core
비교를
project.
한다면은
So if
사실
we need to
오송은
make the comparison to the
공공기관 위주로
Osong,
발전을 시작을 했고
Osong has started to
인천은
focus on the public
앵커
organizations,
산업
and
위주로 발전을
Incheon
했다고 제가 이렇게
started with
간단하게
focusing on the
이렇게
anchor industry.
생각을 하고 있습니다.
That is how I know.
그렇기 때문에
Therefore,
분명히 그 앞으로의 발전 방식이
the
분명히
development
다를 거고요.
method is going to be
그
different
다른 방식에
for
대해서
all free economic
저희
zones.
입장에서는 어떻게든
And the way we see it,
경쟁 관계가 되겠지만 그 경쟁 관계를 통해서
the free economic
더욱더
zones are going to compete each
효율적으로
other, but through those
효과적으로
competition,
성장하지 않을까.
we hope that you
양쪽
are
다
going to make the development and the improvement more efficiently in the future,
효과적으로
and
성장하지
going
않을까
to give
이렇게
benefit for
기대를 합니다.
everyone.
그래서 특별히 이쪽 그 인천 경자구역에서는 뭐 아시겠지만
So in the
수도권
IFES,
특히 서울에 바로
as you all
인접해 있기
know,
때문에
Incheon
받는
is right
이점들이
next to
굉장히
Seoul. There's a
큽니다.
lot of
그래서 이
advantage
기업들이
being the
서로
near
들어오려고 하는
metropolitan
지역입니다.
city.
그러니까
Many
들어오면
companies would like to enter here,
뭐
and when they enter in this
아시겠지만은
IFES,
들어오자마자 이익이 생길 수 있는 장부상 이익이 생길 수 있는 이런 지역이기 때문에
this is the region that can
들어온다고
give
볼 수도
benefit
있고요.
right
그래서
after the entrance. So that
이
is one of the
기업이
benefits that
앵커
you can
기업이
talk about. So
중심이
anchor
돼서
companies can be
생태계를
at the very
이끌어가야
center
될
of the ecosystem to
어떤
lead
일종의
for the further
의무가 있지
development. I think that would be
않을까라는
the duty
생각도
for the anchor
해봅니다.
companies.
뭐 당연히 경자청, 뭐 정부
Of course,
이렇게
Free Economic Zone Authority,
지원을
the
해야
government
되고 당연히 해야
are going
되겠지만은
to give you
특히
support.
인천 지역은 이런
But especially in Incheon,
경자구역이라는 특별한 그 혜택
this IFES gives a very special
이걸
benefit,
바탕으로 해서
and based on these
할 수
benefits,
있기 때문에
you can
기업의
develop
역할이
even further. So
굉장히 중요하다.
I think the role of
해줘야 된다.
companies are
그
very
역할을 해줘야
important,
된다.
and
이렇게
we need to support them.
생각을 합니다.
That is my opinion.
그다음에 그 다른 혁신 생태계 조성 사업에 대해서 두 번째 쪽으로
About the other ecosystem raising
전체적인 혁신 생태계 조성
content, I think you said it is going to be covered in the second half of the session.
이제 토론 말씀이신가요? 예. 뭐 이어서 계속 해주시면
Well, you can just continue.
자연스럽게 이렇게 넘어오도록 하겠습니다.
예, 아마
So we will just continue from new and then going backward. So I'm just continue my opinion. So innovative ecosystem formulation project that was newly established last year. So before in 2020 there has been a lot of political changes, policy changes,
2.0이라는 걸 발표하면서
and we have announced the project 2.0 for the innovative ecosystem
혁신 성장
development.
위주로
So
전환하겠다라는
we announced our policy to focus more on the innovative ecosystem development. So all the department of the government has agreed on this. So therefore we could have achieved the fund for such development. There has been a legal legislations, and then we were able to start support for your development. So that was the background.
경자구역 개발이 거의 완료돼서
So free economic zone development is almost finished, and now the company must be supported actively. I think that is the very rational for us to take place in next step. Incheon, working on the biohealthcare smart manufacturing
전략 산업을 법적으로 선정을 해놓고
and
있습니다.
other areas were designated by the government.
저희 그 혁신 생태계 조성 사업에서는
And
이
in the
핵심 전략 산업 중에
development of
한두 개를
the core
선정을 해서
ecosystem, I think we
집중적으로 그
can
부분에
select one or two
사업을
core parts
하도록
and
이렇게 계획을 했었고
then made
인천에서는
a
당연히 뭐 바이오가
plan to make the further
있을 겁니다.
development
그래서
in
바이오
those areas.
산업과
Incheon, of course,
스마트 제조
has a
쪽을
priority of the
신청을
bio.
하셔가지고 지금
So you registered
사업이
for the bio
진행되고
and the
있습니다.
smart manufacture area. So
뭐
those are the two areas that you're
그
focusing on right now.
경제청에서도 사실은 대구 경북, 뭐 충북,
Free economic zone.
경기 여기서도 마찬가지로 혁신
In the
생태계 조성
Gyeonggi and
사업에
other areas,
바이오가
they all
대상입니다.
chose
이쪽에
bio
다
as
경쟁이라고
their core project.
보셔야
So
될 것 같고요.
this will
그래서
be competition for you.
인천은 워낙 여건이 좋으니까
Incheon has
좋은
such a good
결과가 있을 거라고
environment, so
저희는
I believe we will have a good
기대하고
result
있습니다.
in the future.
뭐 작년에도 뭐 저희가 전체 사업을 말씀을 드리면 한 200여
When we talk
개의
about the
기업이
entire project, around 200
혁신 생태계
companies
조성 사업에 지원을 받았습니다.
have received
개별 사업은
the support from
사실 개별
this
기업은
project,
금액은
and
작습니다.
each company is,
500만 원, 뭐
if we
이런
just see the
수준인데
each company, then
그
the amount
사실
of the
금액이 중요한
support
게 아니고
is very small,
이
but
경자 구역
that's not
내에서
important. The important thing is that
경자청이나 혁신
in the
기관들이
Free Economic
기업
Zone,
성장에
Free
관심을
Economic
가져준다.
Zone Authority and
라는 거.
other related
그다음에
organizations are
우리
focusing on the development of the
스타트업들이
companies and
많은데
raising of the companies. There are a lot of
스타트업들의 성장에
startups in these
마중물이 될 수
areas, and we can
있다라는 그
actually help
측면이
them to make
강합니다.
the
그러니까
great
저희 뭐
development.
예산을 못 늘리는 핑계가 될 수도 있는데
This may
예산은
be
많지 않지만
our
이런
reason for not
많은
raising the
기업들이
fund, but
참여하면서 이 분위기
there are
조성
many
해가고
companies
그다음에
are participating in
네트워크를
this
구성해가고
project. They
네,
are
이런 것이
formulating
저희 사업의
networks.
목적입니다.
That
그래서
is the goal of our project. So
2년째 지금 잘 되고 있다고 판단하고
I believe
인천
for 2 years it has been great.
하고 있는 것
Especially
같습니다. 오늘
Incheon
발표를
is
보니까
making a
잘
lot
하고
of progress. I think today's
평가는
presentation
이
gave
정도로
us like that. So this will be the end of my discussion.
네, 최기동 과장님 감사드립니다. 뭐
Thank
그게
you very
이제 사실
much.
이제 경제청의 어떤 그 주력인 사업이 앞으로 이제 개발과에서 이제 앞으로 혁신 생태계 조성으로 이동하고
So I think the
있다라는
Ministry
걸
of
짚어주셨고요. 또 이제 또
the
특히
Industry
바이오
and
산업에서는
Energy
이제 굉장히
is more
많은
involved
지역이 경쟁하고
with
있는 만큼
cluster formation
인천의 어떤
process,
특색 있는 사업들을 가지고
and
특색 있는 방식으로
we can utilize
계속 잘
the
해주시기를
project that
당부하시는
is unique
말씀이었던 것
to
같습니다.
Incheon.
저기 시간이 이 세션 전체에 5분이 남았다는
Well, how about the
건가요?
time now? So 5 minutes are
제가 조금
left
시간을
until the
조금
end of the
타이가
session.
조금 잘못 본것
Well, I
같습니다.
think
조금 짧게
that
남은 것
that's my
같은데
mistake.
10분만
Only
더
5
주시죠.
minutes
아직
are
말씀을
left.
하셔야
Can you
되니까.
give us 10 minutes more?
그러면 자연스럽게 저희 이제 두 번째 탑픽으로
Well,
와서
let us
첫
move on to
번째에서
the
이제 여러
second
가지
topic. In the first
말씀들을
topic,
해주셨는데
you
오늘
gave
뭐
us
특히
background.
바이오
You set the
산업에서 대해서
background
많이
for the
말씀을
next
해주셨으니까
discussions,
특히
and
이제
you
바이오
talk about
산업
your opinions
중심으로
regarding bio
특별한
industry.
어떤
So in the
육성망과
second
전략에
round, would you
대해서
please
또
talk about
추가적으로
strategies
하실
to
말씀이
nurture bio
있으시면
industries?
차례로
Do you
말씀해
have
주시면
any
될 것
other
같습니다.
additional comments?
손동원 교수님 부탁드리겠습니다.
So Professor 손동원, would you please go first?
그 발전이 굉장히 그 지금 큰 강을 건너는 데서는 저는 크게 동의하는데
I agree with you that we already crossed a big river, but I do not think the pace of development will be fast. Well, when we look at the result and outcome of project, we have to be patient. And some regulations should be relaxed. So for Incheon to grow bio industry, Incheon should be patient. That can be one strategy. There can be two tracks. For bio to hit the jackpot, they have to nurture pharmaceutical companies that develop novel drugs. So for startup companies after developing novel drugs, they can sell the drugs to big farmers. And secondly, they can sell parts in the value chain participation, the portion is relatively small. I'm not saying that that's not important. So we have to take a long-term perspective. So with one track, we have depended on Celltrion and other big farmers. They have to nurture and support startup companies that have potential to develop new drugs. And Samsung Bio and Celltrion, they have unique characteristics. For example, they studied as a CMO, and now they carry out very unique businesses. They have achieved growth by utilizing imitation and copying. So in the future, well, as presented by Shinhan Bridge Square, I found new words. And I think most Connect Singapore is a good example. So we have to target Asian market first, and we have to help actors there to come into Korea because Songdo is near the Incheon International Airport. So we have to activate their activities. They can be a strategic point. You shouldn't be too short-term when you assess outcome. So I think that you should strike a balance in terms of time range. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Professor Song. Due to the time limitation, I am going to pass the microphone right away. Director Choi Chi-ho. Yes. So making a innovative ecosystem. Now the way of the innovation is changing. Now the structure is about going together. So we should now more focusing on the site rather than the project. And from the company support to the structures of the making sure that the companies can be developed inside of the ecosystem. So this becomes a very challenging task for us to see. So from the relay structure, the conventional one, we can get out of the we can get away from that by focusing on the site. We can focus on the site and the ecosystem and the surrounding itself. So this is different from the decoupling. So if you are to focus on the broad things, then this is not going to happen. So there should be a lot of pipelines. We need to see which one is going to be the most advantageous to Songdo, whether this is the anti-cancer or not. So you need to focus certain part and then focus on those parts to raise the ecosystem and the environment. So these are the on-demand. So what the demands are for the residing companies, that is the focusing point that we need to be concerned of. Also, I said that this is going together. Boston CIMIT, there's an innovative network. There's doctors, professors, and the scientists, companies are gathered together periodically, having meetings and then discuss which pipelines to focus. So if they have a result, they get supported with the fund, and 70% of their result that is supported by the fund, that becomes the innovative startups. So that becomes the seed of the Boston. So many international companies will pay attention to this system. So that is the very core engines for the support for the further development. So that is the strategy that we need to have as the core system. So I think this is the structure we need to have a goal with. Thank you very much.
최초단장님 감사드립니다. 마지막으로
Thank you,
장종환 부회장님.
Director Chechio. Last but not least, Vice Chairman Chang Jong.
So we have been here together from early in the morning, and we heard about Lab Central in the morning in the keynote speech. And based on that, we can build Lab Hub. And going further, we want to build BioHub. But for Lab Central, I think we didn't hear about that a lot in the past. But now we came to pay attention to Lab Central because of Moderna. And Moderna emerged suddenly, and big things happened. And people came to pay attention to Moderna suddenly. But I think Moderna could have failed 3 times without a COVID-19 vaccine. It's very ironic. So what's important is people and talents. We all know that human resources are important, but we do not actually invest in human resources. That is regrettable. So if I can be really honest, one of my friends, let's say he has an item, a business item, and actually I saw some comments in Facebook and I gave good feedback. And if you want to start up a new business now, if you think that your business item cannot go global, do not even start. That is scary, but that makes sense. But global items do not fall from the sky suddenly. So you have to find a way to make your business item a global item. So to go back to my point, human resources can make that happen. I happen to sit between Professor Soon and Professor Ok. So I want to tell you that you have a big mission. You have to nurture human talents, and we have participants from different sectors. And for schools, well, one day you focus on green growth, and suddenly you focus on red growth. If you change or shift the direction suddenly, you cannot nurture your students in the long term. This October, there was a laureate of Nobel Prize, but there is no Korean who received the Nobel Prize. But to generate a Nobel laureate, there should be continuous training for 20 years and 30 years. But if you change your direction suddenly while giving lecture, you cannot generate human talents. Well, we already have lots of clusters in and out of the nation. But in Songdo, we want to make a great bio-cluster. And to make it success, we shouldn't change directions with a short-term perspective. And I stayed abroad for 30 years, and I stayed in Korea for 20 years. And that's my concern that you may take some short-term perspective. And going back to human resources, about 15 years ago, there was a Korean head in Novartis. Well, he was Spanish or European. And what Novartis did at the time was that they wanted to have a branch in Asian market. Where can they have the branch? Well, Korea was in the top list, but they eventually went to Singapore to make a branch. And after having dinner with him, and I came outside and I said, "Why did you go to Singapore? Singapore is not even a country. It's a small city. So why did you pass this big country of Korea and you went to Singapore?" And he said, this branch was made to focus on tropical diseases. And I had a private discussion with him, and he said, Singaporeans can speak English much better than Koreans. That's why we went to Singapore. That means that human resources are important. One of advantages of Songdo is that its proximity to Incheon International Airport. Because we have an airport in Incheon, it would be very difficult to build a bigger airport than Incheon, except for Ulleungdo. So simply speaking, for foreigners to come to Korea and to start up a business, we have to create a condition because there are certain needs from foreign businessmen. And previously, I talked about apartment in Songdo, and majority of them, they are Korean Americans. So many of them were Korean Americans, and the apartment was built for them to come to Korea to start their business. That's one of good examples. So we have to create the kind of conditions to attract talent. And for Songdo, and if you go to a grocery market, you can find many different ingredients in Songdo. I'm not sure about Itaewon, but in Songdo, if you go to a grocery market, for example, if you go to Lotte Mart, you can see lots of foreigners. They can find the ingredients they want. That means in Songdo, we already have favorable conditions and settings for foreigners to live conveniently. And you also set the conditions for their children. If entrepreneur come to Korea, come to Songdo and to do the business, you also have to make a condition for their children to come to Songdo as well. So schools are really important. I gave a teaching statement earlier. Well, you asked me to submit talking points for the panel discussion, and the person who received it said, "Thank you very much, but please give me a title." Well, it was really annoying to submit talking points, but even worse, he asked about talking points. I said Lab Central, from Lab Hub to Global Hub. That's the title that I gave. So that should be the fundamental direction that we have to pursue in Songdo. If you do not have global items, even do not start. That is very critical and scary statement. But we have kept saying that we have to create a global hub. And Director Che Chio, your comment was really impressive. There should be networking among hubs. I think that's really amazing. But there is one thing that should be addressed before then. Networking means communication, and there should be mutual respect and mutual support. But many of industry players, they have PhD degree. Do you know what that stands for? P means permanent, H is head, D is damage. Permanent head damage. Jokingly. So we have to communicate with other PhD with permanent head damage. You talk about hospitals. You have to communicate with MDs. Well, MD means more damage. So there should be communication with normal damage and more damaged people. So with this cluster and for them to have the communication with other cluster, that would be great. But practically there should be really good communication among damaged people. So that was just my joke. As I said in the title, from Lab Hub to Global Hub. With that in mind, we have to work together. We have people from the government and IFAS, authority, and the private sector. We have to all work together to make that opportunity happen. Thank you.
장정원 부회장님,
Yes, thank you, Vice Chairman Chang Jong-won. I made a mistake for the time management. We spent a lot of time over time. But if there is anyone who need to speak right now from the floor, you can just speak right now.
예, 저를 도와주시기 위해서 아무도 안 나서신
Yes,
것 같은데
I think you are all
감사드리고요.
helping me
예, 그러면
by not
일단
asking questions, so thank you very much.
너무 이렇게
So,
날카롭고
for
분명한
panelists
지적들에
who
대해서 좀
gave us the
감사드리고요.
very sharp
간단하게
and
한번 뭐 요약드린다기보다는
amazing opinions, thank you very much.
특히 모든 말씀이 분들이 공통적으로 말씀해
I
주신
would
부분이
like to just mention
특성화가
about
먼저고
something
특성화에
that
기반한 어떤
everyone
커넥션,
mentioned. It's a
커넥팅,
characterization
네트워킹에
and
대해서
make the
말씀을
specialization
해주신 것 같습니다.
and then
그다음에 아까
do the
장국
networking next.
부회장님께서 말씀해 주신 부분에
And
굉장히 중요한
also,
포인트가 있는 것
Vice Chairman
같은데
Jang made a
사실
very
어떤
important point
이 바이오
that
클러스터 사업뿐만이 아니라
not just the
경제
biocluster
사업뿐만 아니라
project,
항상
not
예산이라는
just
것이
the Free Economic Zone Authority
사용자가
project,
이렇게
but all
적절하게 사용할
the
수 있는 방식으로
resources
좀
that we
운영이 될
need
수
to
있으면
use.
좋겠는데 정부 부처에서도 여러
We
가지
would like
고충이
to
있을
use
수가
it very wisely,
있지만 같이
but
머리를 맞대고 여러 가지 솔루션을 찾아봐 주시면 감사드리겠다는 말씀을 드리겠고요.
I just say
마지막으로
it would be
첨단
very
일반성
helpful if you
문제를
just
많이 말씀하신
if
것
we can just
같습니다.
add our
인천에서도
opinions and think
그렇고
about how to use them.
중앙정부에서도
So
그렇고
just
어쨌든
like Incheon and the central
가장
government as
현장에
well.
가까운 분들이 지속성을 가지고 계속 갈
You all
거야라는
said
믿음을 가지고 일을
you
할 수 있도록
all
여러
said
가지
that you have a
시스템이 좀
faith that
만들어져야 되지
those
않을까
who are
하는
in the
생각입니다.
site and the
오늘 마침
actual
저희
place will have a
최경환
continuous
과장님
work.
같이
So we need to have a
참석해
system that could
주셨으니까
give
한
us
번에
such
해결해
faith.
달라는 말씀은 아니시고요.
So since
같이
we have a
저희와 함께 머리를
director
맞대고
chair
여러 가지
here,
솔루션을
I
같이
wouldn't say
찾아주시면
that you need
많은
to
감사를
you need to give
드리겠습니다.
us the one solution, but
오늘 굉장히
let us
생산적인
just spend
토론이
more times
진행된 것
later on
같습니다. 그래서
and
오늘
have more
저도 뭐
opinions.
외부 말씀
So
듣고
we
너무
had
배운
such
게
a
많았던 것 같고요.
productive
오늘
discussion
여기
today.
끝까지 참석해
I
주신
learned a
청중
lot, and
여러분께
then the
감사드리고
participants
이
here today,
중요하고
audiences, thank you
흥미로운
for
그
staying
행사를
for
준비해 주신 그 경제청
for
관계자
the
여러분들께도 감사의
for the entire
말씀을
time,
드리도록
and
하겠습니다.
also for the
이상
personnel
세션을
working in
마치고
the
두 번째 세션을
IFAS. Thank you
마치고
for your
마이크를 사회자님께
work.
넘기도록
So this is the
하겠습니다.
end of the
감사합니다.
session 2. I will hand over the microphone to the MC again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My special thanks goes to Professor Ok and as well as all the presenters and panel members for making this last session very productive and constructive. Thank you very much. 네, 바쁘신 중에도 우리 발제와 토론에 참여해
Despite your
주신
busy
모든
schedule,
분들,
thank
옥
you for
교수님,
everyone who
마지막으로
participated
긴
in the
시간 함께해
presentation
주신
and the
모든
panel,
참석자분들께
all the
감사 말씀드립니다.
discussant speakers
With
and the
that, we
Professor Ok.
close the
Thank you very much.
2022 Global Business Frontier Forum. Thank you all for attending virtually or in person. Thank you.
참여해 주신 모든 여러분들 감사드립니다.
네, 마지막으로 발제자분들, 토론자분들 단상으로